Hello and welcome to Food Safety Live 2020. Yes! Right, before I tell you about today, tell me in the sidebar, I want to know a little survey. Where you're joining from, what the weather's like, and what time it is. So let's have a look at that before we get started, because we've got 15 minutes to fill before we start with the first presentation. So yeah, I want to know about you, where you're joining from, what the weather's like, and what time it is. Here, for me, it is 11 a.m. I'm in the UK, in Manchester, in the northern part of England. It's 11 a.m. Yeah, Sharon, it's sunny, it's cool. Yeah, you're in Yorkshire, a bit up road. I don't think that was a Yorkshire accent. 5 a.m. Chicago. Well done, Jesse. Raining in the Philippines. Sunny in Trinidad, 6 a.m. Estonia, 1 p.m. 3:30 p.m. in India. Yes. Wow. Look at that. 5 a.m. in Peru, 1:02 p.m. in Saudi. Brilliant. 9 p.m. in Sydney. Excellent. I don't think you'll be here for the full duration, because we're here for, was it now 11? It's still 8 o'clock. It's 9 hours. We've got 9 hours. We've got 14 presenters. Fantastic, eh? Oh, it's great. It's great that so many have joined at the start. Makes me feel better, because you always think you press the go live and will anybody be there? Yes, well, 225 people are here. You were here for the start. Jacob Timpley, my son, is in the sidebar. 1103 Ormskirk at university. Fantastic. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you the agenda for today. So we'll talk through how it's going to go today before we have our first presentation, which will be at about 11:15. Well, 15:15 the hour for you, wherever you are. Yeah, Ghana, Philippines, Maylene, Adelaide joining from Ghana, Marva from Jamaica, Nicole from Canada. It's cold, 6 degrees. Ooh. It's cool here, but it's bright and sunny, which is like a nice autumn morning in England, which it beats the rain anyway. Yeah. Okay. So let me get the agenda up and let's have a look. So, look at that, professional, eh? While we're here, I just want to thank the sponsors of the International Food Safety and Quality Network, who sponsor us for all of our activities throughout the year, and that includes, you'll see things in the on the website and emails from some of our sponsors. But importantly, for the Food Safety Fridays, the regular Friday webinars we have, and Food Safety Live, our sponsors, AIB International, Trace Analytics, Safe Food 360, Mettler-Toledo, and DMVGL. These companies understand what we do, what we try to do for the food safety community, and they've been long-time sponsors of IFSQN for many years, some of them, and it is very much appreciated, welcomed, and important, and they are forward-thinking companies. So whenever you're looking for something, whether it be software, who's moved my slide on? You're not supposed to be there. You're supposed to be in as an attendee, not there, but it doesn't matter. There's a gremlin in the building, ladies and gentlemen. But so we've got AIB, Trace Analytics, Safety 360, Mettler-Toledo, DMVGL. Thanks very much to the sponsors of IFSQN and Food Safety Live. So let's have a look how today's going to pan out. Before I do, it is being recorded today. So if it is a long day, so if you do get called away for any reason, or You know, you need your lunch, or you need to go to the bathroom, of course, or you have I don't know, a mock recall, an emergency at work, then obviously go. This is recorded. Afterwards, we'll send you the recording, and also every slide, every presentation, the slides from each presentation, you'll get that. So you'll get the full 9-hour recording, 14 copies of the slides, and also 4 certificates of attendance for the actual event. So you'll walk away with a nice bundle in your arm, under your arm, for free. Okay. So today, in 9 minutes, we'll be starting off with Amanda Evans-Lara from HACCP Mentor, and she's in Sydney, Australia. I'm pretty sure it's Sydney, but we'll find out from Amanda. And the topic's modern learning options to educate and upskill your food handlers. The times on there are in UK time, which is 11:15. So obviously we've just started, so check your current time against that. And in Eastern USA, 6:15 a.m. Then we'll be having our good friend Vladimir Surcinski, and he'll be talking about food safety of 3D printed food with laser cooking technology. So something quite new and novel there. Sean Gibbons, Safe Food 360, Big Data and the Internet of Things, examining the applications of artificial intelligence and machine learning for food safety management. Then we'll have a message from Safe Food 360, their sponsor showcase. Following that, David Rosenblatt, another regular presenter of Food Safety Fridays. Great free web resources for food safety teams. And David's from Sher Consulting Training. That'll be at 1 p.m. My time. Then Tony Connor from IFSQN, implementing effective product label controls to prevent recalls. And then Maria Sandoval from Trace Analytics, analyzing particles in compressed air as per the new ISO 8573-4 2019 standard. And then Trace Analytics sponsor showcase. So that's the first session. You should then automatically be emailed with a new link to session 2. So you'll have to check your emails. It's a strange thing because the maximum stream time is 4 hours, so we have to split it up into sessions. So then the second session, Patrick Bele from Mérieux NutriSciences, Allergen Management Best Practice, Cor Groenveld from FSSC 22000, how remote audits and ICT are used for FSSC 22000 audits. Robert Rogers from Mettler-Toledo, the value of product inspection data during challenging times, and then Mettler-Toledo's sponsor showcase. Then Britta, if she sends me her slides, food safety culture and COVID-19. I'm only joking, Britta. You always come through. Then Leanne Chuboff from SQFI, an update on SQF edition 9. And then Alicia Swanson from AIB International, uphold GMPs while maintaining distance. And then AIB's sponsor showcase. And then finally, the last couple, Monica Gualguilos, Connect NSF International, implementing an effective environmental monitoring plan. And the final one, Leslie Lloyd from DMVGL, Infection Prevention and Emergency Preparedness, lessons learned from the healthcare industry. And then we've got DMV sponsor showcase, and I'll wrap up. And that's session 3, actually. I'm hiding it. So we've got session 1, session 2, session 3. You're in session 1. You'll receive a link for session 2 during the interval, and then you'll receive a link for session 3 during the interval. Oh, it's complicated, isn't it? But I'm sure you'll agree. It's great to bring so many different presenters with different disciplines and different skills, and a real potpourri of topics, all sorts of different things, new things, things that will help you perhaps in your role, in your business, to take the next step, to think about how ideas, how you can improve your business, and help you be armed and deal with some of the challenges that you face currently in your business. You know, there'll always be challenges. Things never stay still. That's a guarantee. Change is a constant, and we all have to grow and learn. And it's fantastic that we can grow and learn together on this platform. Isn't that nice? So is everybody happy? Yes. Good. Is anybody staying all day for the full, trying to stay all day? Raina, 6 a.m. over here. Hello, Eva from Spain. Dr. Jag Pal from India. Welcome. I love it. Jana from Edmonton, Canada. Hello, Joyce. Yup. Vladimir, is that my friend Vladimir Surcinski? Kiki Go. Yes, trying to. I'm going to try to stay all day, but you don't have to. Stay as long as you want. Okay. See if my eyes would remain open after 6 hours. Yeah, I mean, if I look fresh now, I never look fresh, me, but, you know, this is as fresh as I'm going to, it's only going to go downhill from here. Anyway, it's time to meet and greet. Amanda, are you there? I'm sure you are.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you switch your webcam on, Amanda?
Yes, my webcam's on. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm not looking as fresh as what you are, because it is 9:15 here I'm about 2 hours north of Sydney, in Australia.
Have you got your gym jams on?
No, I actually not yet. I haven't got shoes on though, but that's okay.
Well, I won't tell you what I'm wearing down below. But anyway, let's get your slides. Well, we're a minute early, a minute or two early. But have you seen? It's great, isn't it? The comments in the sidebar. You know where people are joining from.
Yes, joined from. It's great.
And you are in Sydney, aren't you? I was thinking
2
Melbourne.
hours north. Oh, no, 2 hours north. So in a city called Newcastle.
In Newcastle, right. Very nice. Right, come on. Let's get your slides on and let's get this show on the road. There we go. And I'll switch if you switch your webcam off, Amanda, I'll switch my webcam and mic off, and then you can start.
Take it away. Now I've got to flip the slides forward, don't I? Okay, so welcome everybody to our Food Safety Live 2020. I'm a long time speaker. I think this is about my 6th year. I've been hanging out with Simon for quite a while now. Now, the talk that I am going through today is looking at some modern learning options to educate and upskill your food handlers. That is the gist of my training. And what the session will actually focus on today is looking at reviewing these latest techniques and having a look at, with these techniques, we want to look at training staff that does a few key things. It fosters engagement, there's skill enhancement involved, and knowledge retention. So that is going to be our focus. We also have a few learning outcomes. Anyone who's done my trainings before knows I always throw in learning outcomes. This is what I expect you to know by the end of this session today. And that will be to explain the benefits of a well-trained team. So start having a think about that now, because I'm going to ask a question in the chat box about that shortly. Identify 3 different learning styles. So this is how people actually learn. And then we're also going to have a look at those latest techniques used to educate and train your food handlers. So for anyone who has not met me before, as Simon said, my name is Amanda Evans-Lara from HACCP Mentor. I've been doing this gig for quite a while now, going on around about 28 years. My key focus nowadays is really on training and educating QA and food safety professionals around the world. I do that through HACCP Mentor website. I started my life as a food inspector working for the government and then started my own consultancy business. So my main focus these days, as I said, is training. I've been a SQF auditor, BRC auditor, and all of those other major GFSI standards. I do a lot of contract work for BRC now, looking at writing different trainings for them and contributing to writing trainings and updating trainings. So if you've experienced the gluten-free or the plant-based training, I worked on both of those projects. So that's a little bit about me. As Simon said, I'm from Australia, so I'm sorry, I'll try and not speak too fast, and hopefully you can understand my accent. Okay, so the first question I want to ask is, what do you believe is the purpose of training? So if you can just write in the chat box for me so we can get a bit of an idea of what you think the purpose of training is. And I'll go down and try and read things out if anyone's writing in the chat box. Got a lot of people still saying hello and where they're from.
They will do, Amanda. It's just like a 10-second delay, I think.
It'll be a delay.
Yeah.
I have to see whether I'm going from the top or the bottom.
Yeah, from the top, I can see some now.
On the top, okay.
Yeah. To share knowledge, that was Yolanda said that. And then to keep understanding, Kiki, Pauline, enhanced knowledge. And then can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it now. Yep, communicate. Okay. Oh, they're going very quickly. Equip, what was that one? Equip and skill. Oh, improve competency, absolutely. Developing a skill. Invest in staff to give good business results. Yes, that's very important. Transfer knowledge and skill. Expand knowledge. Excellent. Continuous improvement. Oh, I saw one about why. Yeah, knowledge how and why things are done. That's very important. To know more about the latest trends in food safety. So we've got a lot of stuff coming in there around what the purpose of training is. So to encapsulate all of those comments that have been coming in, we can break it down into these four things. Increase your level of awareness, increase your skill, increase motivation to perform well, so these are of all of your staff, and to increase overall productivity and performance. So it does have a major impact on your actual business when you have well-trained staff. So they're the main purpose of why we want to do training within our business. Now, one of the other reasons is what drives a lot of training is this whole requirement for compliance. So maybe where you're located, there may be written in your food laws that you have to meet certain education and training requirements, and these have all been written in the regulations or the food compliance laws. So there are some people who just do training because the law says they have to. They can't see the other benefits in it, like Zena just said, decrease employee turnover. That's a great one. So a lot of people will just do it because the law says, but what we want to do is expand beyond just what the law says. So we've got that part of it, and then we've also got the other driver is our third-party certification standards. So these could be, I've got a heap up there, which is the GFSI standards there. Fresh Care, I've missed that one off the list. They're a new provider. You've also got all of those other customer standards. Say if you're supplying to McDonald's, KFC, I don't know, the other big retailers, they're just having a shocker, I can't remember. Walmart, Sainsbury's, all of those kind of those bigger retailers will also, or they may also have their own individual compliance standards, and as a general rule, training is written into all of those standards as well. So when we start looking at a couple of these things, people have been coming through saying really what the benefits of a well-trained team are, and we've had comments around there's a greater job satisfaction, improved staff morale, motivated employees. So when you've got motivated employees, just by nature, you will get increased efficiency in your process and work. And also as a side effect, there will be an enhanced workplace wellness, because I truly believe that if people know what they're doing, they're going to perform a lot better, and they're going to be a lot happier. So at this point in time, we have a lot of traditional training methods. Now a lot of these training methods can be, there's problems around the traditional of massive classroom-based training. And we've actually seen that out of this whole COVID debacle, there has been a real shift in, to a degree, the way that some of the training is occurring. Some of the training has now gone online through virtual classrooms and things like that. I know that I'm training a lot more virtual classrooms through the stuff that I do. I was doing it before anyway, so it wasn't a massive jump for me. But you can't really treat a virtual classroom like you would a in-person classroom. It just doesn't work yet. You've got to make amendments to the way, if you're a trainer, to the way that you're doing that training. But what we have also found with those traditional training methods, they're very lineal, as in they go in one direction. You have to learn this before you learn that. There's no room for jumping around anywhere. A lot of the times people may feel a lot of information overload, especially when you're condensing, you might be at a 3-day course, or, a 3-day HACCP course, or a 2-day HACCP course, or even if anyone's done the auditing course, it's lead audit is 5 days. So that can all be quite overwhelming for a lot of people. There's a lot of time involved in these traditional training methods. Not only is there the time to attend, you've got the time to travel. If you're away from the office, so that's downtime for you not being in your factory or in your workplace, on top of going away and doing the training as well. Not generally self-directed, which means someone's telling you what you have to learn. You don't really have a choice around actually filling in your particular knowledge gaps. And the other thing is it's often synchronous, which means that learners and instructors are in the same place at the same time for that training to take place, and we're all going through it at the same pace, regardless of what level of knowledge you have. So when we start thinking about some of the solutions for addressing this type of training, one of the other things, we can't go and do the in-person training as well because of the COVID restrictions in many countries. So that becomes a bit of a problem. So when we start looking at how we're going to solve these issues, some of the key things that I want to look at is having training that's tailored to each individual, as in it's going to suit what you know in your current knowledge gaps. Just-in-time training, which basically means micro training. You're just getting what you need without all the other fluff that goes on with it. Just give me the information. And I'm very much a person like that, is just tell me what I need to know. There's a real emphasis towards resources, not courses. So a lot of this is driven by the younger generation coming through. If they want to know something, they just look it up. They just look up a certain question, they get the knowledge, they move on. So it's using resources to be able to get that knowledge rather than this whole structured process. Now, I'm not saying that courses are irrelevant, because they're not, because you need courses when you need to do the whole deep dive on a lot of subjects. But we're talking about things that can just give you quick off-the-cuff answers. Integrate training into the workflow. So we want to make training accessible in the workplace. That's good training, it's relevant, it's timely, and it's of a time frame that doesn't take away from what you're doing actually in your workspace. Okay, so having a look at some of the new techniques that we have now. Now these have kind of come out in the last 12 months, 12 to 18 months. And I know for a lot of my online training, I have started adapting or rewriting a lot of my training to take on board a lot of these new techniques. So the three we're going to have a look at is adaptive learning. Francis, we're going to get to, how are you going, Francis? We are going to get to learning style, so hold up there. Adaptive learning is the first technique. Short sims is the next one, and then we've also got micro learning. So if you haven't heard of adaptive learning before, adaptive learning really is training that's tailored to the understanding, skills and interests of each individual person. So the reason why we're interested in this type of learning is because really some people become bored quite quickly because they already know what's been described, or they think they know what's been described. Others tend to become confused because the information doesn't really connect to their current level of understanding. And then we've got other people who might just latch onto a few pieces of information and then miss the rest. And then you've got others who are not off. So hopefully in today's trainings or the presentations, nobody's going to nod off. We've got HACCP refresher training is a great example of this. You may be a professional who's been doing HACCP for the last 20 years, and every 3 years you have to go through and do your HACCP refresher training. Not too much has changed in HACCP over the last 10, 15 years, methodology-wise or principle-wise, but it's how you go and adapt that or put that into play in the context of these major GFSI standards. Maybe if you've got to do annual refresher training for WHS, that might be another example of where you quickly become bored because you already know what they're talking about and nothing's really changed. So we've got some of these benefits around adaptive learning. Is we're trying to avoid less boredom and confusion. So we don't want people to have to sit through training that's not beneficial, because if it's not beneficial, it's a waste of time and it's also a waste of money. I probably get really annoyed. There's a lot of people that I train for who have these restrictions on, you have to train, this course has to be trained for say 16 hours or 8 hours, when a lot of the time, depending on the people who are in your class, you can get through that course in half of the time just because of what their level of knowledge is. So we need to start thinking about this when we're doing adaptive learning, instead of trying to put everybody into the same group and having to sit through, minutes upon minutes upon minutes of stuff or hours and hours of stuff where they don't really need to. Another benefit is this greater retention. So when you don't have to slog through the training that isn't relevant, you actually get to pay more attention to what is relevant, and you will actually be more engaged by this information. So of course, this will automatically result in a greater retention. It gives you more joy because adults like to be in control. You actually get to control what you see and what you do. You can take as long as you like or as short as you like. You can base it on, yes, I know this, or I want to learn a bit more about that. So in that frame, it does make us happier when we've got control. And our fourth side of it, it's actually easier around the instructional design process to put together adaptive learning. So instead of trying to make one course for all of the masses who work in your organisation. You can actually just tailor certain things for certain groups. And of course, that's going to take up less time. So to give you a pictorial representation of how this process would work, in this webinar, I don't really have time to go into the depths of how to make this work, but this is just a brief overview where you can see the flow chart on the screen there, where you start. A good way to test is think you know the content, yes, go through the decision tree, take out the assessment. If you get through the assessment, no problems, you can then just go on and take the final exam. You don't need to then sit through each of the different training modules, going through each of the things. And you can cop out at any time. If you're feeling proficient around a particular topic, you can opt out then to take your test and then see whether you end up being, at that point with your knowledge that you can take the final test. So I think this is a great way to kind of start tailoring things to people's knowledge. Now, this can be something that you do with your on-the-job training as well. It doesn't have to be online training or other formal face-to-face. You can actually do this through, just little worksheets or something like that. Okay, our next one is short sims. Now, these are one of my favourite ones that I've been introduced to in the last probably 6 months, and I'm absolutely loving them. So short sims are really a new type of educational media where people learn by making a series of interesting and relevant decisions, and based on those, you do get feedback. So some of you may have experienced simulations before in online training, but these ones are actually just focusing on one point only, not expanding it out to the entire course, but you're just learning one particular topic and that's it. So you can also incorporate short sims into your actual adaptive learning. Now, I've got an example of a short sim here, and I'll just see if I can play it, but Simon, you might have to click the play for me just so we can have a look at it. So I've just done a speed video on this, and you can kind of see as we go through, you answer the questions, there's drag and drop. It'll tell you if you're filling this one's actually around completing a form or a food safety form in the business. Each time someone makes a good or the right response, they'll get an accolade. If they get the wrong response, Jed gets a bit cranky that he doesn't get the right response. So that was a really quick example of a sim. Now, if you actually want to play with that sim and do it yourself, you can, after the conference is finished today, or even if you have a look tomorrow, if you head over to haccpmentor.com/resources, I've actually put that up there for you to go through and have a play, just because we don't have time to go through it in full today. So we've also got, you may think that building a sim is quite hard, but it's actually not hard. It is really around, you can build whatever sim you want within your business. It could be any process that you want to train your staff in. You can sketch out what you want the learner to know and what choices they could go with, and then include any of the type of feedback as you go through asking these questions. It's a good idea to make things interactive as possible by putting in actions, click objects, insert hyperlinks, things like that. And one of the easiest tools that you can use, and a majority of people do have access to Microsoft PowerPoint, so that is a good starting point to start building a sim. And you don't need to have an LMS or anything like that to run these sims. You can just run them on a computer and you can have your staff go ahead and do them there. So again, if you hop over onto the resources page of HACCP Mentor, I've got a webinar coming up soon around how to build one of these sims in PowerPoint. Our next And our final technique that we'll be going through in this course is micro-learning. So micro-learning has been around a little while, but it's about understanding other ways that you can deliver that micro-learning that you may not have thought about before. So it's all about breaking down whatever the information is you're trying to convey into topical bite-sized chunks. You don't want to overwhelm people. Now, you may have heard of things like, let's see, let me see, toolbox talks, you can do through posters. These are all considered to be micro-learning. Q&As, flip cards, even just part of your online training. You can just train in one point of learning that you want to get across to people. So for a lot of my consultancy clients, we do actually implement this type of stuff through mini videos. So think about what you like to watch on social media. It'll be those really, quick, entertaining videos. No, they're normally under 2 minutes, those taste videos. I actually love those taste videos to be able to watch how to make something. So think about that if you were going to put together a, some type of micro-learning. Jenna, the program, we can just start with PowerPoint, but there's a whole heap of other software out there that can build these sims. But you can start with PowerPoint. That's the basic level. So these mini videos, they're great. You can put them up in your intranet. If your company has an intranet, you can send the links out to your staff to just access them off your server. Make them part of your training system. You've also got toolbox talks. So 1-point topics that you have a look at during, at the start of the shift, or maybe you do a lunchtime topic. So you see Simon does the Food Safety Fridays. So it's a similar concept to that, but we're just breaking it down to under 5 minutes. We want to keep them short and sweet and just focus on one topic. So we're not really doing the deep dive every single time. We're just focusing on one part. You can put resource folders together. So I love this one because you just put all of your, let's say, brochures or whatever, I call them food safety moments, and have them in a folder in the lunchroom. And then when people are sitting having their lunch, they can flick through and have a look at those things. We've also got, so I've got a heap of food safety moments that you can access as well. The toolbox talks, we call these food compliance briefs. That's another way that you can send over or put out this micro-learning. There's so many different things. I've even had a client that we've implemented the videos. They have a TV in their lunchroom, and we just loop the videos, all different micro trainings all day. So whoever's in the lunchroom can just, when they're having their lunch, they can just sit up and watch it. There's no sound to it. It's just all visual. So it is reading. This is where good graphics and large text comes in handy. So that's just a couple of ideas of how you can go through and deliver those micro trainings. But just think, don't get caught up in that you have to do this 16-hour course to deliver information. You don't have to. It can be on all different ways. Another client, we actually put our little food safety moment posters on the back of the toilet door. So when people go to the toilet and they're sitting there, they're reading a food safety tip, that really goes through and reinforces maybe something that they've learned in more structured training, or it just gives them memory around that stuff. Now, Francis, you were saying about learning styles. So whichever of these methods that you choose to go, you can do a mix. You don't have to just do one or the other. You can actually have a blended model of training within your organisation, depending on what you're trying to get your staff to understand. But just keep in mind the different learning styles of people. You're going to have visual learners, auditory learners and kinesthetic learners. So our visual learners, obviously, they like to see graphs and charts and pictures, and they like to be able to relate things like that, just a few key words. Auditory learners like to hear things, so you can actually transfer your training to sound files that people can listen to. You can have it going through their headphones. And then you've got the kinesthetic learners who are really hands-on, and they really like that when learning new material. So that's where those the short sims come in handy, because they actually get to do something, and they choose their own path, which is a great way to go through and learn. So as a wrap up, I'm just about at my time. That's what we've gone through in my session. Explained the benefits of well-trained team, explored the different techniques or the latest techniques that we can use to educate and train our food handlers. And then we've also gone through and identified 3 different learning styles. So again, there's that web address if you're looking for other resources and to get on and have a play with that sim, the short sim that I showed you. You can get in and have a go as much as you want to have a go at it, just to see how that actually goes through and works. So thank you very much, Simon. I think we've got about 3 minutes for questions.
Yep. If you can switch your webcam on, thanks very much, Amanda. Yeah, just one interesting point that I just thought of while you was talking there. This very short, bite-sized training. I don't know how old you are, Amanda, but I grew
50. I just turned 50.
Oh, did you? Congratulations. Well, I'm 54, and so we grew up before the internet even existed.
Yes,
correct. And now things, I don't know if you know about TikTok, my teenage son.
Yes.
And literally, they're looking at videos and things that last seconds or minutes, and they're taking in so much data, and the way they take in and process information compared to how we did, things are changing.
How we did.
Yeah, so do you think also there's a generational thing that young people cannot sit through an hour, even an hour training? They need.
Absolutely. And this is why we need to look at how traditional training is delivered, and we need to kind of change the way that we're doing that stuff. And definitely bite size. You look how people get so excited about getting in the scroll. I sometimes get lost in the scroll in Facebook and Instagram and things like that. But they're great little presentations. Just under 3 minutes. I find if anything's like over 5 minutes, over 15 minutes, I lose interest pretty quick. If I've got to kind of think, I'll wait till I get on the treadmill to watch that, because it'll be for at least 15 minutes. That's what I tend to do. I have this concept of learn and burn at the same time. So if I've got longer stuff, I'll wait till then. But a lot of the times, if I'm sitting in the doctor's surgery, or, if I'm just sitting out the back having a drink or whatever, or on a lunch break, I just want to watch a 3 to 5 minute micro video.
Excellent. Great. That's great. Some new ideas and new tools for people. So that's a fantastic way to start the day. So thanks for your micro little bit of
Thank you. That was very micro, very quick. No. Very, very quick.
Right. Okay.
Enjoy the rest
of your evening, Amanda.
Will do. Bye.
Take care. Bye. Okay, that's the first one, Amanda from HACCP Mentor. Some nice tips and tools. So Vladimir should be joining us now. Hopefully he will log on, and then we can start with the next presentation. And as if by magic, Vladimir appears. Oh, he's left the room. He's not. He's back.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, Vlad. Good morning.
Hello to everyone.
Nice to see you. Could you tell everybody where you're joining us from today, Vladimir?
I'm joining from Belgrade, Serbia, and it is really nice weather. It is the noon, the sun is shining. It is a little bit cold outside, but
it's good to be alive, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, every morning I say that.
Right, we've got limited time, so
yeah. Okay.
I'll put your presentation on. I'll See you later.
Perfect. So hello again to all of you. Today we are going to talk in this Food Safety Live 2020, the food safety of 3D printed food with laser cooking technology. So this should be an interesting topic. And why it is interesting? Because each year, what I always do is I'm checking the food industry trends. And for this year, I just chose some of the trends that were mentioned in Food Business News. And these 10 trends are actually going to change how we see the food products on the internet or food products on the market, and also how we see the development of food industry. Actually, these trends are not significantly changed in previous period due to COVID-19. They are still here and they will stay, I'm thinking, for next year also. So these food industry trends will help you also in a food industry to shape what your products should be like, what you should take care of. And let's go just through these 10 trends. So first trend is storytelling. So you could also notice in previous period that the consumer interest in transparency demands companies to tell a story about their products. For example, if we take some EU countries, then the stories are mainly based around, I don't know, that one family is developing a new product and this is traditional product, etc. So this is like storytelling. So you have some story behind your product and you are thinking about the geographical origin of this product. You're thinking about this family, that you're helping this family, etc. Second is plant-based products. Everywhere you go on Instagram, on Twitter, or Facebook, or internet, everywhere you can see that there is a talk about plant-based products. So this is a plant-based options continue to become a mainstream, and this will just increase in the future. Also, what is interesting is the consumer interest in sustainability. This is also connected with the previous one, plant-based products. And here, sustainability focus areas vary by the region. So somewhere people will just take a look on sustainability as I'm separating the waste, I'm lowering the waste amounts that I'm producing. I will go with my own bag in the retail store. But somewhere sustainability focus is totally different. Like, for example, in EU countries, you can have that people now are buying plant-based products because they don't want that animals suffer, but also they know that production of animals has a large influence on water consumption and also on the overall environmental sustainability. The next thing is the right bite, meaning the consumers expect many choices to have a lots of different tastes, and fourth is also and also next is texture. So consumers want rich experience and more indulgence. What is interesting is also macronutrients, meaning that from previous years we started with the products through which we had started with avoiding the sugar. Then we added some sugar substitutions, but in coming years we also need to think about some natural sweeteners to remove also these sugar substitutions. Hybrid products is also food industry trend. This is a blend of several trends and it is becoming very important. And here also continuing on this trend is it is called trend A Star is Born. This is specific ingredients increasing in consumer popularity, like for example probiotics, like the use of superfood, for example like chia seeds or some other products that are coming from some countries with that were not so familiar among our food intake, daily food intake. So people want to see that something new is used, that there are some new new, let's say, ingredients in the products. Especially now in this time of COVID-19, people expect to have some ingredients that will affect on increase of the health or overall well-being, etc. Eat Pretty is a very interesting thing. It is also connected with the health, and these are the ingredients associated with muscle, hair, and skin health. So this is something very important and very upcoming for the products that we are developing in our companies. And last but very important is brand unlimited. So consumer want more personalization. This means that if I order some cake for the birthday, I want that it has some details telling about I don't know, some interests of me or my child, etc. So these consumer want more personalization. So someday you will want to have a burger that has your initials on it, etc. So these are the 10 food industries I found very interesting for the development of future in industry. But every year when I look at these food industries, there is one question that I always raise on every webinar that we have in IFSQN, and Simon knows about this, and this is, can food safety follow all of these trends? This is something to really think about. So if you are developing a new product, if you are developing a new process for the production, you need to think in every step about the food safety. Sometimes this food safety cannot follow the trends, and you find out after a while that some ingredients are having some bad influence actually on the organism. Sometimes you identify that some sustainability goals cannot be fulfilled through the development of the product, although you included the food safety aspects. And these are the questions that we need to speak about. This is the main reason why I wanted to talk about a very new and very, let's say, futuristic 3D printed food. Till now, you could see that there are 3D printed plastics, 3D printed metals, glass, etc., 3D printed different shapes, and etc. But I'm sure in previous period you saw that there are some 3D printed food models, etc. But I had the opportunity to speak with the CEO of the Natural Machines. This is Mr. Emilio Sepulveda, and I have spoke with him in my own food vlog, and we talked about 3D printed food and is this food safe. So what is actually Natural Machines? What are they actually doing? They are producing one, let's say, kitchen appliance. This is called 3D printer and of food, and it is called Foodini. So actually, what is the future? The future is that you can imagine some machine that has the ability to create stunning food geometrics that are customized to your human genome and personal biometrics. This personal chip will know your allergies, your favorite flavor profiles, your vitamin deficiencies, and your eating schedule. It will have the ability to create stunning new food geometrics, and it will be in the convenience of your own home. So this would mean that in future you will have this Foodini near your fridge, near your microwave, and actually the future is here when you go on this software and you click on a button, and then you have the printed food that looks like in some exclusive restaurant, and you have perfect taste that is magnificent. So what is actually this 3D printed food? Actually, in this kitchen appliance, you have like several dosages. In these dosages, you put the ingredients, and then you click on a software, the product, the shape that you designed, or it is already pre-designed in the Foodini, and then this shape is printed. Like you see on these two pictures, there is some different shapes, different look of these products, etc. What is interesting is that I talked with Emilio Sepulveda about food safety in these cases, and they really did it. they did it during the projecting of this Foodini, during the development. They have thought about primarily about food contact materials. So these dosages are made from stainless steel materials that are in contact with the food and that are approved. Also, the pressures that exist in these dosages are made from plastic materials that are also approved and have all of the declaration of conformity. The plates are made from silicone materials or also the marble materials that can be in contact with the food. So this is all covered. And when we talk about also the maintenance of this Foodini, there is no significant maintenance. Like you don't need any oils or greasing or whatever to maintenance this Foodini machine. So there is no, let's say, some food safety aspects regarding the cross-contamination of the oiling or greasing or something like that. Additionally, we have talked about food safety aspects from the from the case of cleaning. So during the development of this equipment, they have thought about the cleaning. So every part that is in contact with the food can be removed, can be washed in the dishwasher or by hand, and you can use all the same, cleaning agents that you are using for the cleaning of your plates, for the washing machine, etc. So there are no issues regarding that you need some specific cleaning, some specific methods, etc. So they have really developed a kitchen appliance that will be used, as Emilio Sepulveda said in this food vlog that we talked about. He said, in the beginning, microwave was something totally new. It was expensive. Now Foodini is something new. It is expensive. But in the future, it will be part of every home. So they have thought about food safety for all products. What is the last thing that remains? The last thing that remains is the ingredients. So actually, what is issue here is that you are buying ingredients like potato, like spinach, like I don't know, cheese, and then you fill in these dosages. So you need to think about the safety of these ingredients, the storage of these ingredients, and while you are putting it in the 3D Foodini printer, you are getting the safe product. But during this conversation with Emilio, I have found out that all of the printed food is not cooked. So our next question was, what about the cooking? So all of these products are, let's say, plant-based products. And then we started talking about cooking. And in this talking, Emilio said that they are developing a new 3D printed printer that will use totally new technology of cooking products. And I found out that this technology is a laser cooking technology. So what I have done then, I have found the guy who really patented this laser cooking technology, and this is the future PhD Jonathan Blattinger coming from Creative Machine Laboratory. And I had really the opportunity to talk with this magnificent guy about laser cooking technology. So what is explained actually in the 3D printing and additive manufacturing, like it is called? It is said that three-dimensional food printing, and this is called technologically food layered manufacture, is a novel application of additive manufacturing that creates a customizable meal at maximal convenience. While conventional 3D printers use plastics and metals as their base material, a 3D food printer uses food. And most do not require heat to process food, since they print confectionery treats and other materials that do not require heating before consumption. But current 3D food printers that produce meals that require cooking use traditional convective or conductive methods to process food after the printing process, which limits their ability to combine some multiple materials in a single food object. So integrating an infrared lamp heating mechanism into the printer allows for more precise special control of the heat being delivered to printed food, the ability to create complex food patterns with more ingredient complexity, and the integration of multiple food ingredients into single 3D objects. So this novel approach to onboard cooking allows users to combine different ingredients, such as chicken with dough, and cook each ingredient selectively. In translation, what this means, Jonathan explained it to me, that there are two different lasers used for cooking. One is infrared laser and second one is a Blu-ray laser. So actually these two lasers are cooking differently the products. For example, Blu-ray laser, which has a different influence on the product, goes a little bit deeply in the product, and they have tested it and they have successfully cooked the products, like for example chicken. And second one is the infrared laser, which is used, for example, to cook a dough and to get this, let's say, crispy surface of the dough. So this combination of lasers are going to be inputted in the 3D food printers. And in the future, what you can do, you would like to print, let's say, some pizza, for example. You will have a dough that is entered in the dosage. Then you printed first the dough, because this is a layer printing. Then you use, 3D printer uses the laser cooking technology to cook actually this, to cook actually the layer of the dough. Then all the other ingredients are added, and if they need some additional cooking, then some additional laser is used to cook these ingredients. Like, for example, you can put a salmon on it and then the salmon is cooked. What is interesting is the speed of this laser cooking is very fast, and actually in the future you can expect to have this kitchen appliance in your home. You come from your job, you are tired, you open the Foodini, you have the software, and you press, I want to eat a burger, and your burger is printed, 3D printed. This is absolutely magnificent. So here I use the opportunity to talk with Mr. Jonathan about, of course, food safety. So actually I talked about several things here. One thing is, of course, temperature of the cooking. And because lasers are used, these temperatures are very high. During the development, they have used the infrared cameras to track the temperature, how high is the temperature, and they have concluded and verified that the temperature is a cooking temperature. They even have tried the products and tested the taste of the products and realized that this laser cooking technology does not change the taste of the products, and even that in some cases the taste of the products is actually let's say even better taste than a different way than conventional cooking. Yes. Additionally, what we have talked, not just the temperature, but also we have talked about, of course, because lasers are used, we have talked about radiation. But these lasers that are used are the common infrared or Blu-ray. So these lasers does not have these, let's say, radiological influences on the product, meaning that you will have some radioactive materials or some changes on a molecular level that could influence the humans. So these are the totally different types and the way of actually cooking the products. So I see now someone is saying, I'll continue to cook my French cuisine. I totally understand. The French cuisine is perfect. But for example, if you are making some perfect French cake and you want to have a cake that is branded, for example, for some customer, and this customer is saying, this is anniversary of me and my wife, and I want that you put our chocolate shaped heads on this cake. then you can use your 3D food printer to really print the shape and to have it on your cake. So this does not make the changes of the taste of this cuisine, but it helps to improve the visual effect of this cuisine. And this is laser cooking technology. Additionally, what we have talked about is the cooking, because it is cooked in the layers. What about the contact of these layers? So actually you will have one part that is not cooked and second part that is cooked. But I must say, Jonathan was more than open to speak about some projects, but actually they are still developing some of the things. They are still patenting some of the things, and this is something that we could not talk about, but let's say till the end of the year we will have some more details about laser cooking technology. And I must say, for now, this laser cooking technology is used actually in the 3D printers, but in the future I'm sure that we will have the opportunity to use these cooking technologies also in our food productions, in our food industry, and this will help us to cook amazing look of the food, and this will help us to be more and to also follow the trends of the food industry and demands of course, all of our customers. Again, this laser cooking technology and 3D printed technology are very efficient. You don't have, let's say, non-conforming products, meaning the scrap during the production. The interesting thing is that you get the products that are very tasty, even more tastier than conventional cooking. And till now, and through the talk with these two amazing persons, I didn't get any, let's say, question about future food safety. And I'm very happy to see that people are really thinking about all the steps and also about the food safety while developing all of these new trends and all of these new interesting things. And with this, we have come to the end of the today's topic regarding the 3D printed food and also laser cooking technology. So Simon, what do you say?
It's this is what it's all about today, and learning new things, because every one of these presentations I'm learning bits, and that, like I said to Amanda, that's what it's all about: continual improvement, keeping ahead of the trends, and then expanding your knowledge, and then being able to bring that either into your personal development or your company's development. And that's what we're trying to do all the time. So really appreciate you bringing these new novel ideas. And who knows? I mean, I don't know how many years ago the microwave oven, when did that come into, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 years ago, something like that. Now it's just in the home and we accept it as, but I'm sure at the time people were saying, they're dangerous, those microwaves will, you know.
Yeah, I know. In the first, it was a little bit dangerous, but as they are developed, and they were very expensive. I think the first microwave that Emilio talked about, we talked about the prices of Houdini, etc. And he told me, I don't know, the price now is high, but also the first microwaves was the price was very, very, very high, and now you can buy it for $100 or even cheaper. It's even less. So this is the future that they are expecting to have. Let's say. This Houdini as a kitchen appliance, and that you can use it. So this is something that really we need to think about. But main point here is, while you are developing in your companies new products, new technologies, or trying to implement a new technology that you didn't saw that is used somewhere, please in every step take a look about product development and also food safety issues, and think about all the aspects, contact materials, temperatures, way of cooking, way of verification, critical control points, training of employees, of course, This is something that Amanda already talked about. So this is all very, very significant things.
Yeah. I'm looking at my phone because somebody has posted a question on your topic on the forum about this just now. Doesn't infrared have any effect on the chemical composition leading to formation of non-nutritional substances that can be mutagenic or carcinogenic?
Yes, it depends of the because every infrared laser, for example, is a different. It has a different beam for cooking. For example, they have a ranges and values. So if you use a different beam, it can even burn your skin, for example. But some different rays like UV lamps, like UV light, they have a different range of beams that are used for the cooking. So these beams that they tested does not influence the chemical changes in this way. So I know I'm not a specialist as also Jonathan. I talked with Jonathan and he said, well, regarding the food safety, I'm just the engineer. I'm just doing the development of this. And then we talked, get a little bit deeper, and I asked also this question to him, and then he explained it in engineering way that these beams has a different values, and that these values does not influence the.
Yeah, and you're talking obviously this. It's your blog is called Addicted to Food.
Yes.
And where can we find it, Vlad? On LinkedIn?
Yeah. If you type my name on
YouTube,
on LinkedIn, you can find it. There are several on English language. Depends with who am I talking about. There are some on Serbian language, but I have inputted some translation there. So you can find lots of interesting things there, because I'm only topic is a food safety, and I try to find all the new things that we can talk about. There is also one interesting topic we talked about, eating insects and a food safety of insects.
There you go. Well, that's yeah. So head over to look for Vladimir Surcinski on YouTube, or find him on LinkedIn. Connect. Go to his Addicted to Food blog and keep ahead of these things. It's really interesting. Yeah, if you are that way inclined, indeed. I might have a look at that, although I don't really feel like eating insects, but it's an interesting topic.
Well,
so any questions?
It is very interesting.
Vlad, we've got a minute or so left before we have to end. I've enjoyed it, Vlad, again.
Thank you.
And can we all give a round of applause in the sidebar for Vladimir before he goes? Thank you, Simon, for this great job. Be safe always, Mary Claire. Thank you, Vladimir. I'm doing nothing. Interesting topic from Sasha.
I must say, it's very interesting, this food safety live, because we are all smiling and everyone is open, and we are not thinking about this stupid coronavirus. So
yeah,
just carry on.
Although we will be some of the topics later sort of about dealing with.
Try to do it with a smile.
Yeah, sure. always. Yeah, brilliant. I mean, check on the forum, Vlad, because there might be some questions on there.
No problem.
Revolution in the food industry. Dushan, this will bring a revolution in the food industry. Perhaps. Of course. And you heard it first here, perhaps. Yeah. Is there much information out there on it? In the if you Googled laser cooking food.
Yeah, I have left the links in the on the slides. If you click on these links, you can go really and check out what people are really doing about this. All these different shapes, all different technologies. You go to the site of this Mr. Jonathan Blottinger, and you see this guy is magnificent. He's so young, but he's developing some totally interesting things.
Super. Right, we'll do that then. Yeah. Thanks for your time today, Vladimir.
Take care, all of you. Take care,
Vlad. Bye. See you soon. Bye. Okay, that's Vladimir Surcinski. We'll be moving on to Sean Gibbons from Safe Food 360. for his presentation very shortly. I'm hoping that Sean will log on. I'm sure he's here now, actually. Oh, we've got a bit of an echo. Are you there, Sean?
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, can you switch your webcam on?
Yeah.
And we'll say a quick hello, and then I'll get your slides. Morning, Sean. Can you just let the audience know where you're joining us from today?
Hey, I'm joining everybody from my bedroom in Dublin, in Ireland.
Okay, well, that's a bit more information than perhaps required, but it's not a problem. I need to upload your slides because Barry's just sent me an updated version. So let me just do that now. And what's the weather like in Dublin today?
Yeah, it's good. It's getting cold now. Autumn's really starting to set in.
Very good. So we have been asking everybody, well, the audience, that we did a little survey. Where are you joining us from? What's the weather like? What time is it? And it is now, we're a little bit late. It's just 16 minutes past 12 here. So I'm just uploading the slides. So as soon as get them up, it says it'll take 2 minutes. Have you been watching anything at all so far? Or have you just jumped on?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just got the end of the food printing presentation.
All right, it's taking longer than there we go. Got it. There you go, Sean. Right.
Okay, so I might as well start. So hi everybody. My name is Sean Gibbons. I am the Data Science and Technical Services Manager in Safe Food 360. And I'm here today to talk to everybody about big data and the Internet of Things, examining the applications of AI and machine learning for food safety. So a little bit about myself. I've been working in Safe Food 360 for the past 4 years. Previous to that, I have a background in electronic and computer engineering. As head of data science and technical services, my team and I work behind the scenes developing custom solutions to user queries that incorporate the latest IoT and data science technologies within Safe Food 360 platform to drive and enhance data learning. If you're unfamiliar with Safe Food 360, what we do is provide a compliance-based software platform to the food industry for their food safety and supplier quality management requirements. Our goal is to provide a one-stop shop IT platform for compliance and to be passionate 24/7 in our pursuit to finding and executing solutions which address our customers' pains. So my goal of this webinar is to first give everybody a high-level comprehension of each of IoT, big data, machine learning, and AI. This high-level comprehension will help during the second half of the webinar, where I'll then go through the benefits and applications of these technologies. The webinar will take approximately 30 minutes, but if there's some time at the end, I'll be able to take some questions. But if not, you can email me directly and I'll share my email address at the end. So what is IoT? The Internet of Things, or IoT, refers to a system of interrelated, internet-connected objects that are able to collect and transfer data over a wireless network without human intervention. So in layman's terms, this just means that as technology advances, we can now cheaply stick a CPU with Wi-Fi and networking ability to pretty much anything. IoT and big data. So what are they? Well, IoT leads to big data. They're interdependent. IoT, as you can imagine, with many devices talking to each other, produces an abundance of large unstructured data, while big data is a term used for how we deal with this. So this image is what IoT looks like in a manufacturing plant. You can see that there are sensors in each piece of equipment here. Here on the left, we can see IoT sensor in a manufacturing plant. IoT can be used to monitor flow of a product on the product line to optimize time. You can manage equipment remotely. You can implement condition-based maintenance alerts to eliminate machine downtime and increase throughput. We can aggregate product data, customer sentiment, and other third-party syndicated data to identify and correct quality issues. We can provide cross-channel visibility into inventories to optimize supply and reduce share costs in the value chain. IoT expands to your global operations where management, R&D, and field services can use this data to gain insight into operations, equipment, and optimize processes. As you can see from the slide, all these sensors are giving out a lot of data all along the supply chain and even within R&D management and so on. So what we call this is data noise. It's the consequence of large volumes of data not always structured for optimal use. So how do we deal with this data? The big data is the term that we use to describe how we actually handle this data. An article in The Economist from over 3 years ago stated that the world's most valuable resource is no longer oil, but data. The food safety industry produces some of the largest quantities of data because it is necessary to log everything that is done along this supply chain and aggregate this data for compliance purposes. We, as food safety experts, are currently sitting on an untapped oil well. All we need are the right tools to drill into our valuable resource. So how do we get the most out of our big data and tap in and refine our crude oil? Well, the answer to this is machine learning. So what is machine learning? Is it just another buzzword? Well, it's basically a computer system. It's basically when a computer system is fed large amounts of data, which it then uses to learn how to carry out a specific task. So how does machine learning work? In theory, it's actually quite straightforward. I'll now take you through a very simple example of how a computer system can use a data set to figure out how to add numbers. So machine learning works off a teacher and student type of logic. The teacher tells the student what an answer to a specific problem is, and the student then figures out how to get there based off trial and error. In this example, our teacher is teaching our student how to add numbers. So as you can see, this is based off constructive feedback. With each iteration of the question, it takes the student less and less attempts to answer correctly until they are answering the question correctly on the first time. You can see on the third problem, the machine is able to understand this question on its first attempt without ever being shown how to sum numbers along the way. So that's at a very high level overview of how machine learning would work. It's a simple example of how it does. So artificial intelligence, or the more common acronym AI. So what is AI? AI is often used to describe machines or computers that mimic cognitive functions that humans associate with the human mind, such as learning and problem solving. AI includes machine learning, but they are actually not the same. So what's the difference between machine learning and AI? Well, AI is the broader concept of machines being able to carry out specific tasks in a way that we would consider smart. Machine learning is a current application of AI based off the idea that we should really just be able to give machines access to data and let them learn for themselves, just like the example I just went through. So an example of machine learning would be to predict the future risk based off a large data set. And an example of AI will be to apply recommendations based off these risks to mitigate future risks. So there are 3 levels of AI. Deep learning, it's a subset of machine learning, which it makes the computation of multi-layer neural networks feasible. Machine learning is a subset of AI techniques which use statistical methods to enable machines to improve with experience. And AI is basically encompasses it all. It's any technique which enables computers to mimic human behavior. So examples of AI in use. So search results, they're your Google results for for certain users. They'll see certain results if you type in Google, offering recommendations based off past data, recognizing people and things in photos. So for example, if you upload a photo on Facebook, you'll get those recommendations of who to tag in the photo. On-demand translation and spotting spam. We see the term algorithm thrown a lot when it comes to software development and AI. But really, what is an algorithm? An algorithm is a process or set of rules to be followed in calculations or other problem-solving operations, especially by a computer. At its very simplest level, it could be described as a decision tree with clear inputs and outputs depending on responses. Now that we have a comprehension of basic concepts of AI, we can understand how it works at a high level. Here's a simple definition of AI. Big data is loaded, then this data is crunched using an algorithm. The probability of each outcome is determined by statistical analysis, and from that an action is generated for the most probable outcome. Microsoft and AI. So Microsoft have recently released a new AI 360 model intended to help companies navigate the road towards digital transformation. Microsoft are clear that there is plenty of hype surrounding AI, while practical business applications are proven difficult. So this is where food safety experts such as yourselves are invaluable. It does not matter if you cannot program an AI model. Blanket technologies such as Microsoft can create generic AI modeling. The true value comes from where the industry experts use this modeling to solve real-world problems, only that they understand. This is why I spent the first half of this presentation explaining these technologies at a very high level. All we as food safety industry experts need to know is a very high level of what these technologies involve, and then we can apply our knowledge to this modeling in the form of a food safety software, for example, say Food 360. So this is a brief overview of what Microsoft's AI 360 model offers in terms of functionalities and capabilities. As you can see, the generic functionality is there. It is just waiting for food safety experts to implement this. This is where food safety system like say Food 360 comes in. This system has the technology and expert food safety domain knowledge that has been accumulated throughout years of working with customers and dealing with their issues. And then it can turn these generic benefits into something that applies to your food business. There are other technologies on the market that have already dived into fields discussed in previous slides. One of these is Luminous. Luminous is a mixed technology platform that blends augmented and virtual reality to create immersive environments in real time for enhanced education and data sharing. Luminous provides VR headsets where users can do the following: remote assistance and guidance, training, barcode scanning, environmental scans and display, photo capture, video and voice sharing. So in a COVID world, it is less and less possible to complete on-site audits. Luminous have the technology that can be used in conjunction with a food compliance software such as Safe 360 to allow for remote audits. An auditor could be at home instructing an employee of a food company that is being audited to show areas of their workplace and how tasks are completed. This data would then be automatically logged, for example, in the auditing module of Safe 360, along with all other auditing results. Training can also be completed remotely using these technologies. The trainer can be at home on another continent, directing the user with the VR headset how to complete a task. And also you can use these for simulations you can't really do in real life. For example, if the manufacturing plant was on fire, you can't really replicate that unless you use a VR headset. So that's the applications of Luminous. So now that we have explored all these technologies and how they relate to food safety, we're now going to look at their benefits. Firstly, we will start with the benefits of IoT in food safety. So there are many benefits of IoT in food safety, but I've listed some of these main ones here. So assisting in food inspection, there are many things that the human eye can miss, but a smart technology like IoT cannot miss. For human investigators, it becomes way more challenging to find contaminated foods, as they don't know all the touch points where the food passed through before reaching your plate. With IoT, however, tracking of food can be done at all points. Thus, it becomes easier for officials to monitor the quality of food at every point and reduce or eliminate risk of contamination. The monitoring of the food can be beneficial in finding out if there is any mishap during transportation, and the problem can then be rectified swiftly at the point or mishap of mishandling. So increasing collaboration. From farm to plate, there are many stages along the way and many people involved. The major issue is that there's very little collaboration between people involved in all stages. One study found from the World Health Organization estimates that 600 million, almost 1 in 10 people in the world, fall ill after eating contaminated food, and 420,000 of these people die every year. One of the largest contributing reasons behind these staggering cases of foodborne illness is a result of the things that happen to our food during harvesting, processing, and the transportation process. IoT technology can help in connecting the dots in all major touch points in food production and making the entire process more streamlined. This will not only make our food safe, but it'll also speed up the harvesting, processing, and transportation services. The people involved in the process will also have concrete data about the whereabouts of the food, so that malpractices such as hoarding of food and so on can be completely eradicated. So helping farmers. Using big data, farmers can get a fair idea about the condition of soil and also the weather situation. They can then strategize about suitable times for sowing seeds and what kind of crop will reap fruitful results for them. This planned process can reduce the spoiling of crops and increase the production on a large scale. This data can also predict the conditions that are suitable for the growth of fungi or bacteria, so farmers can actually keep away from sowing seeds during those times. Real-time location tracking. The Internet of Things provides supply chain managers with a coherent stream of real-time data regarding the location of the data and the transportation environment. You'll be alerted if the product is shipped in the wrong direction, and you'll also be able to monitor the delivery of ready goods and raw materials. So the automation of technologies. The full potential of technology shows when it comes to managing large warehouses for major retail companies. The Internet of Things supply chain applications power a connected device that autonomously locates the goods and moves them around the warehouse. The human technology convergence in manufacturing and supply chain helps warehouse managers increase the productivity of their workers by engaging them in more complex and demanding tasks. An example of this food safety system will be like how SafeFood 360 is currently using IoT to read data from sensors in warehouses and then log this data within the monitoring module of the application. So moving on to forecast the movement of and arrival of products. So a real-time tracking, a supply chain IoT company will be able to predict the final delivery date as well as forecast and mitigate risks before they occur. Also, you can locate goods in the warehouse. So thanks to real-time location trackers, your workers will know the exact aisle for a specific product. Combined with AI, IoT is a stepping stone for automated vehicles that can retrieve devices with no human supervision. IoT enables a seamless work that is impossible to achieve otherwise. We also get transparency. IoT gives full transparency over all items, their status, and any data correlated to them. This data could be easily accessed in a dashboard. Asset management. Instead of logging the data manually into a spreadsheet, a manager can rely on the software to update the status of all assets automatically. And higher accuracy. Humans are prone to error. IoT eliminates human error from the supply chain, which in turn reduces the risk of a non-conformance occurring. So the benefits of big data in food safety. Some of you may already be familiar with genome sequencing and genome tracker. For those who are not, genome sequencing is the process of determining the complete DNA sequence of an organism's genome at a single time. So what is genome tracker? Laboratories around the world are sequencing pathogens isolated from contaminated food, environmental sources, and foodborne outbreaks. This effort accumulates into an international database where the public health officials can quickly access this data for information when needed. Each pathogen genome differs depending on the country of origin. An outbreak can be then traced back to its origin with the help of reference in this database. So for example, there may be a trace of E. coli found in beef in a supermarket in the UK. The genome of E. coli originating from Ireland is different from that of the E. coli originating from the US. Using Genome Tracker, it is possible to determine if the E. coli on this meat originated from Ireland or the US or another country. Another major advantage of big data in food safety is for traceability purposes. An example of this is using blockchain. You can think of blockchain as a shared write-only database with no way to remove or delete any data. In this database, you can log an RFID chip, which is associated with a product. So for example, if a crate of grapes is tagged with an RFID chip and each step along the food chain is logged in blockchain, then the full life cycle, this full life of this grape to wine is easily accessible since the database is shared. It is impossible to remove any data logged along this product's life cycle, so you can be fully assured that the data you see is in fact 100% concrete. Another benefit of big data in food safety is that this big data is used to train machine learning algorithms, like how we've already covered. So the applications of machine learning and AI in food safety. The main applications of machine learning in food safety is prediction. There are many areas that machine learning can predict. However, I've condensed this into four main items. Using machine learning, we can predict when non-conformances are going to happen, and hence we can prevent it before it happens. We can also predict recalls. So if we analyze our old big data set and saw that certain steps led to a recall in the past, if these steps appear again on the supply chain, our machine learning algorithm can flag this, and food safety experts can step in and analyze the situation in more detail to determine if the product is fit for distribution. Using similar logic to the logic of recalls, we can predict batch contaminations on the factory floor and hence prevent them from occurring. Finally, we can also predict risk, which I'll expand in the final sections of this presentation. So the potential applications of AI in food safety using big data. As you've seen, big data is very valuable. However, big data when separated is difficult to access and interpret. For example, there is a vast quantity of data around many sources online, such as EU HACCP and FDA. It is difficult to aggregate this data into one consistent database that can be easily queried and maintained. There are many reliable sources of big data on hazards and risks. Take the EU HACCP database, for example. This contains a large body of data on commodities, hazards, risks, and more. This data is maintained up to date with data on recalls, alerts, border rejections, notifications, and much more. So let's take the HACCP portal, for example. Here we can see the search page, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with. It is easy to search this database by product, hazards, region, time, etc. Once you have searched for your category, the HACCP portal will display all recalls, alerts, border rejections, notifications for that category. This data can be found on the this data that can be found on the HACCP portal is very valuable for creating HACCP and preventative control plans. The problem here is, how do we use this big data to our benefit and implement it in our HACCP and preventative control plans? Well, this can be done through a software like SafeView360. The software system would accumulate all of this big data on risks and hazards from data sources such as EU HACCP and FDA. When creating a HACCP and preventative control plan, you can just select the product or category, and then the plan will be automatically populated with all current risks and hazards associated with this entity. These risks, hazards are all of the latest possible available updated information on hazards associated with this, for this example, eggs. So we're getting all the latest hazards and risks for this product. With a couple of clicks, we bypass hours, days, and possibly even weeks of research. Not only do we save time, but it also saves a lot of potential of product failure and foodborne illnesses. Okay, so using AI in food safety to predict failure. This is otherwise known as the Holy Grail. What's really important is that whatever we do with AI and predictive modeling, is that it needs to be practical, valuable, and can also be used by food businesses throughout the world. Here, I will show you a great example of how this can be done by any food business with the appropriate AI tool. So common tools used in the food industry, for example, checklists, risk models, and decision trees contain hidden potential for the application of AI and in particular, predicting failure. Most risk assessment tools can be considered as simple algorithm builders, for example, decision trees. This example covers all FSMA SFBP requirements to determine the specific control programs to be applied to that supplier. Output is a clear representation of appropriate controls. Essentially, decision trees use a series of logical questions to drive the user towards a valuable output. Here's an example of what a decision tree would look like for determining control measures. It is quite complicated but useful. You can see that the answer from question 1 will trigger different questions to be answered and so on. So the real question here is, how do we use these tools such as decision trees and checklists to help companies build out a predictive approach to using this data? In this particular case, we're going to look at combining decision trees with checklists. On the left, we have our standard decision tree. It's typically a yes or no question. However, there is an opportunity to make checklists smart. By combining them with decision trees, we can turn our basic audit checklist not just into a confirmation tool, but also an algorithm tool which will help us predict the best outcome. On the left-hand side, we have a standard response of what the auditor sees and the case and nothing else. The future AI states such as algorithm builder transforms this into something extremely useful. Let's take the same checklist, but instead of recording a simple yes or no response as a standalone piece of data, we now associate that response with a subsequent follow-on question in the simple algorithm builder. So what I mean by that is, here on the future AI state on the right, we have our checklist question. So the first question is the manufacturing area clean and sanitized? The answer is yes. If it is, go to 2. If the answer to 2 is yes, then go to 3. But 3 is in, are the food handlers all wearing the protective clothing equipment, or PPE? If the answer is no, then we skip to question 15. And then the question here is the food handler working directly with exposed food? The answer is yes. We'll go to 16, and so on until an action is actually determined from that and automation happens. But it actually even, so what we've actually done here is turn the basic checklist, which is useful, but a very limited tool, into an automated, smart, intelligent risk assessor and also risk manager with automations. But it gets even better than that. It's great that we have a smart checklist that can not only determine compliance, but also determine the risk of what level of management action should be taken as a response. But we can also over time build that data up so we can identify trends and patterns in the checklist that can be associated with the likelihood of failure with the product. Over time, these patterns will emerge It'll be impossible for any human to identify these patterns, but it can be done through AI. For example, over time, we know if question 3 fails, then the audit is likely to fail. Our AI technology can display this. We can not only use this tool to risk assess and risk manage, but also predict failure before it happens. So thanks very much for listening. If you require any more information, we have lots of resources on this link here. And also, I did run over time, so I'm going to hand you over to Chris. But if you have any questions, feel free to email me. Here's my email, and if you have a demo request, you can email marketing@safefood360.com. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Sean. Perfect timing. And there's Chris. So yeah, cheers, Sean, for that. Your contact details are in the slides, so if anybody has questions, they can always come to you. Appreciate it. So Chris, now you're going to do the Safe Food 360 sponsor showcase. So I'll hand it over to you, Chris, yeah? If you need any help, give us a shout. Put your microphone on, Chris, and switch your webcam off.
Thank you. There you go. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, thank you all. And thank you, Sean. Thank you, Simon. We only have about 15 minutes left. So we're just going to take a step back here and look at the software for a few minutes. Safe Food 360 can be used for all compliance and artificial intelligence needs. You might be familiar with Safe Food 360 from our presence out on the IFSQN network, or perhaps you've seen our webinars in the past. What I want to do is take the next few minutes and simply open up a window into the software and provide you with a brief glimpse of what our solution looks like. Obviously, I'm not able to give you a full demonstration in the time allotted. So feel free to visit our website and request a full demo. I'll be happy to provide you with one. When you log into the software, the first thing you'll see is this business intelligence dashboard. This is what we call our status BI. This dashboard provides you with an overall picture of your company's health. Here you can see the relevant real-time information at a glance, including your module actions, your site compliance, your site risk. Really, this provides you all of the information that you would want to see, and it shows this to you in a very intelligent manner. When you log in, you'll see your facilities, that the information, like your module actions, your corrective actions, your monitoring, the complaints that are due at that very moment in time, the compliance, the risk, and really this is dynamic information as well, because this is the information that is relevant to you in real time, and this is aside from just being. This is not static. This is dynamic information. So I can actually look at this information, and it's telling me information right now. So I can actually look into this picture, if I will, and actually start to drill down and maybe start to understand, what is this story telling me, and maybe see what's driving my risk at that moment in time, and start to maybe drill down into that and see, well, I have some high-risk metal detection checks, for instance, that are not being completed. Maybe that's what's actually driving that risk. And actually, from here, I can actually start to drill down even further and see, well, actually, it's John Doe maybe has not completed his high-risk metal detection checks. So I can actually take that information. It can actually inform me. I can start to take actionable steps to take mitigating steps to improve my risk and compliance at that point in time. More on this analytical dashboard here, I can see the overdue actions at my facility, the corrective actions at my site. I see the announcements that are coming through Safe Food 360. the activities at my site. I also see the scientific, legislative alerts and updates that are on this page. So really, this dashboard, this is showing me all of the pertinent information that's relevant to me and my leadership team. Again, the information that is put on this page for my team. Now, my team, my users, they don't have to go to this page necessarily to find out what they need to do. They're not going to have to discern what they have to do on this dashboard. They actually can log into their My Actions page where they would see their own to-do list and see what they would have to do on their page. So they would actually see their own set of maybe like a to-do list where they would have, maybe if they had actions that had been assigned to them. Now, the logic of the software is very straightforward. You'll be able to set up and manage your entire food safety program, from your document control programs to HACCP and even your supplier control programs. Safe Food 360 was built from the ground up against a forensic analysis of the global food safety standards to ensure that as you use each of the carefully crafted workflows in over 30 modules, you're guaranteed to be on a pathway towards compliance, while being a feature-rich solution that delivers a powerful amount of data and intelligence to your company's leadership team. It's also very user-friendly, as the modules are located in an easy-to-navigate data center across the top of the screen. So as you click on each of these data centers, you'll expose the modules in each of these data centers. As you click on these data centers, you'll see the data centers or the modules in each of them. So today we're going to focus on two of the solutions in Safe Food 360. You have the food safety management solution and the supplier quality management solution. In the food safety management solution, we have the risk data center, the management control data center, the PRP control data center. We have your prerequisite control programs, the monitoring data center, and your master data and utilities. We also have the supplier quality management solution, featuring our supply chain management data or module. The BI dashboard provides you with a summary of all the programs at your local facility. In each of the individual modules, you'll have a summary of the information that's relevant to each of the individual modules. For instance, in the auditing module, you'll see a complete summary of the information contained within your auditing module. Each of these dashlets or these small these small summary windows, they provide intelligent information that's relevant to that particular module itself. And it's useful information for the quality manager, and it will ensure that the company's auditing programs are kept up to date and within compliance, and that the risk levels are within tolerance. Additionally, all these other relevant summary information is displayed appropriately and for ease of visual reference. Your entire auditing program can be easily maintained in the auditing module within the Safe Food 360 software, whether you're building your audits against a particular GFSI scheme or towards FSMA, or if you're simply building your audits against a GMP checklist. Safe Food 360 allows you to conduct powerful audits and share those findings remotely with your management team. So, as you're completing your audit, perhaps you're completing the audit. You might be actually completing your audit, walking around the facility. You may be mobile, using a device. Maybe you're using your phone, or you might be mobile. you can actually attach photographs right into the record. Very easily within Safe Food 360. Again, it allows you to create these powerful records and attach non-conform or corrective actions if non-conformances are raised. In much the same way as the system audits, you'll be able to build out any of the other programs within Safe Food 360, whether they are your other management control programs, any of the PRPs, or perhaps it's a monitoring program. Maybe it's goods receiving, batching, or any of these monitoring programs where you may be collecting, SPC type tracking data. The monitoring program allows you to collect all of the relevant data, track electronic user sign-offs, generate appropriate corrective actions when non-conformances are raised, and verify records as necessary. All of the data is automatically recorded and disseminated through the SPC programs, which are embedded inside the monitoring module. Some of the benefits within these monitoring records are that as these programs are completed, and if I can simply just edit this, I can show you, as these programs are completed, it allows you to have consistency within these programs. So shifts, first, second, and third shifts, they're all going to be completing these data records in the same manner, and they all have you'll have consistent data from shift to shift. But then you can also embed the SOPs, methodologies right inside the records and have the documents available to the relevant staff so they can be reviewed by the technicians. And you can also have the specifications available to those technicians, and you can embed them again right within the record. And you can also make these tests very robust so that it's not simply just a static record being filled out, but then these electronic records then not only are going to be able to track the passes and fails right inside the records, but then maybe would like to have the technicians load up pictures. They can actually have them available and make that part of the record. So that's always going to be part of that particular record. In addition to the monitoring or the audits, or whether it's cleaning records or what have you, the supplier quality management solution allows you to ensure compliance within your supply chain and within your entire supply chain, and maintain communication with your suppliers using the supplier portals. Once again, the entire dashboard within the supply chain, within the supplier quality system, it provides you with advanced summary of your entire supply chain so that you're always up to date with the compliance and risk present at any time. Alerts can be set up to notify you when actions are due and to ensure that no activities fall through the cracks. Logic is very simple here. You simply define your approval programs, so essentially what data you need from your suppliers and how often you need to collect it. And Safe Food 360 is going to take on that heavy lifting to allow your team to go about completing value-added work as opposed to simply chasing papers around. Using the portals, Safe Food 360 is going to allow you to Safe Food 360 will allow you to complete the Safe Food 360 was using these portals. Pardon me. Safe Food 360 will notify you when your supplier needs to complete the data collection. And but Simon, did you just pop in?
No.
No. Sorry.
We're running out. We've got literally a minute, Chris. So need to wrap up.
Okay. All right, yeah. So the Safe Food 360 will notify your supplier when they need to drop off their information, and you will be allowed to, and you would then be able to assess your supplier and assess the records and complete the approval for your supplier. And as soon as that's completed, the software will then automatically create your approved supplier list, supplier scorecard, automatically create the supply chain map, and then the software will automatically allow you to complete those full summaries within there, including the governance indicators, to keep you operating at the highest level of food safety of management. And Safe Food 360 really brings the entire food safety program together in one organized, integrated solution. So,
yeah. Right. Okay, Chris. Thanks very much for that. Obviously, clearly, 15 minutes is not enough time to give even a brief overview of all the power that exists within the Safe Food 360 software. It's just a flavor. We can already see the power of it. So Barry's put in the requested demo. If anybody wants to have a personalized demo, I'm sure you'll be able to do that. So thanks very much, Chris. I think we've got to move on. We'll see you again soon. Okay. Cheers, mate. I'm hoping David Rosenblatt, are you there? Yes. Oh, I love it. Brilliant. Good afternoon, David. How are you doing?
Good. I'm doing okay.
Good. Just let the audience know where you're joining us from today, and I'll get your slides up for you.
Okay. I'm speaking from Israel. It's now 3 p.m. and I'm happy to be here and welcome everybody.
It's lovely to have you along. Again, David, I'll switch my webcam and mic off.
Okay. So thank you, Simon, and thank you all for joining us today. And before I get started, I just want to say I've done a lot of food safety audits and inspections in many different organizations around the world. And the thing that I always look for before I go into the details of any food safety management system is the level of knowledge and resources that the food safety team have. Because I know a lot, but I don't know enough. I don't know nearly enough to be able to assess if a food safety management system is adequate. It's just no way that anybody can know can know all the hazards and all the control measures and every type of technology. So I try to learn as much as I can, but I know that in order to rest assured that the food safety management system is adequate, first of all, I have to make sure the people who are making the decisions are well informed. And when I see that they're not, that will be my major nonconformity. So if I, for instance, see that I'll just give an example. I go to a pretzel factory and they're doing baking, and I look at the risk assessment, and I notice that nobody has mentioned acrylamide as a potential hazard. I'm not talking about its severity or likelihood, or just mentioning it and identifying its existence as a potential in that specific industry. My comment in my nonconformity won't be that the organization failed to identify acrylamide. That's not relevant. It will be that the organization did not show competence in being informed of the potential hazards of a specific product that they're in charge of. And I see, surprisingly, a lot of that. So and that's not good for anybody. So what I thought I'd do is take this time to share with you some really great free web resources that you can use in your food safety team to know more. So let's start out with the requirement. Just change my slide transition to fade. I like that more. Let's talk about the requirements of ISO 22000. This is the new version. And in 7.2, it says competence, and the organization shall And item C says, ensure that the food safety team has a combination of multidisciplinary knowledge and experience developing and implementing the food safety management system. So again, if I see that's missing, I see evidence of that, I will give a nonconformity to 7.2. And then it goes on to say, including this in parentheses, but not limited to the organized products, processes, equipment, and food safety hazards that are within the scope of the food safety management system. So specific knowledge of the food safety hazards. And again, we meet these requirements again in item 7.4.3 when we're speaking about internal communication. And what it says, to maintain the effectiveness of the system, we must ensure that the food safety team is informed in a timely manner of changes in the following. And there are many, many changes mentioned in communication. The one worth mentioning is knowledge regarding food safety hazards and control measures. So let's say I've already done my risk assessment and I already have all my control points in place and all my preventive measures in place, but something that I wasn't aware of has now appeared somewhere in the world. Well, how do I know about that? How can I become informed in a timely manner about that? Because it would be terrible to have the same thing happen to me without having been aware that that could happen. So that's also one of the benefits of having good resources. So I'm going to go through a number of resources, one after the other, and just talk about them. Resource number one is the FDA draft guidance. This is a secret document that not a lot of people know about. It's not a secret, but it's draft guidance. So it hasn't been put out there actively, but it's there and it's available. And it's an amazing resource. Just you can Google it, the draft guidance for industry hazard analysis, risk-based preventive controls for human food. This was written following the Food Safety Modernization Act, and it will become non-guidance eventually. But right now there are annexes and addendums that are still working on. It's a work in progress, but the parts that have been published are fantastic, highly recommended, and you can download the whole document. And so this is what it looks like as analysis risk-based preventive controls, human food, guidance for industry, and it gives you a lot of information on how to go about conducting a risk assessment according to the requirements of FSMA. And the great thing about this document is Appendix 1. Appendix 1 is called Potential Hazards for Foods and Processes, and it is a hundreds of page long table with information regarding what potential hazards are characteristic of different types of foods and processes, and it's well structured. Now, please do not do your risk assessment based on this, but use it to make sure you didn't overlook anything. And I'll tell you, when I do inspections in industries that I'm not familiar with to the extent that I would like to be, then of course, even the ones I'm familiar with, I go into this document, just make sure I haven't no blind spots, that I'm thinking about the same things the FDA scientists have been thinking about. So the way it's built is you have this these tables, all tables 1, okay? Wait, I'll go back 1 second. It deals with these categories. It has 17 categories: bakery, beverage, chocolate, candy, dairy, blah, 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 all the way to sweeteners. Almost everything made in food is covered here. And each one of these specific categories has a sub-table. So table 1F is the table for dressings, condiments, and dips. I just chose that. So if we go here, we see A, B, C, D, E, F. We'll get to dressings, condiments, and dips. That'll be its table. And then what it has here on the tables 1, it has the category, the subcategory, the storage conditions, shelf stable, refrigerated, and so forth, and then the major pathogens. And they're constant. So there's the major pathogens, and those are the ones they chose. And then what they'll do is they'll mark a little X where that pathogen is relevant. So looking, for instance, at Shelf-stable mayonnaise, we want to make sure that we've identified pathogenic E. coli. E. coli belong to the STEC group, Salmonella species, and Staph aureus. If you look at the refrigerated, then they've added Listeria. So that's pretty cool. And they're example products if you don't know what they're talking about. The second tables 2, the same idea. Okay, they take each one of the categories, same idea, and then what they'll do is they'll give the specific chemical hazards. So unnucleated allergens, drug residues, heavy metals, chemicals, mycotoxins, pesticides, unapproved colors and additives, and if there's any radiological concerns, and again, they'll X them here. So we have ready-to-drink carbonated beverages, which are shelf-stable. So we're looking at industrial chemicals and unapproved colors and additives. If we go to bottled water, then we also have drug residues and heavy metals are added on. So it's just a generic risk assessment of different types of product. And the third type of table is a table that shows process-related. So this is tables 3. So tables 1 are pathogens, tables 2 are allergic and chemical, tables 3 are process-related, what can go on in the process. So if you're going through your risk assessment, the beginning of the risk assessment, you're identifying hazards associated with specific ingredients. So you look at your ingredients and see what is characteristic of that ingredient, what hazards are characteristic. Once you get into your process, you'll be looking at specific hazards that are characteristic of that step in the process, and it goes through the different scenario that can happen, like bacterial pathogen survival of a lethal treatment. So that's an issue in all processes that include a lethal treatment. So we're talking about chocolate industrial products, which are shelf-stable, of course, because they contain a raw commodity that can have pathogens on it. There will be a lethal step of thermal processing, and if it goes wrong, that will be a hazard. So there's a whole list of these as we go through, including metal contamination. Okay, because this is hard to read, you can look at the process here. I made it a little bit bigger. So bacterial pathogen survival, growth, or toxin formation. This will be not enough heat. This will be a temperature situation that allows growth and formation of toxins. This will be bacterial growth due to poor formulation control. So let's say I am making a lunch meat. So I have one step where I'm cooking the lunch meat, and in that step, I'll be looking for bacterial pathogen survival because of failure to meet the temperature. But I'll also be looking at, for instance, cooling. And if I have a cooling situation, then I'll be concerned with the development of Clostridium perfringens, for instance, which is different than survival. And again, if I have a cure that's protecting the product from later development of pathogens, that cure will be critical because lack of the preservative can cause later problems. So it goes on, and again, bacterial growth due to reduced oxygen packaging, for instance. So if I'm using a little bit of oxygen to protect against botulism, and that'll be a hazard. So it's taking me through process hazards that are typical of different products. Recontamination because of environment, recontamination because of container integrity, undeclared allergens because of label and cross contact. Chemical hazards, misformulation, metal, and glass. So, and it has the typical ones. So it's just a nice checklist to go through. Another resource that the FDA is providing for us and from the draft guidance is Appendix 3. Appendix 3 is bacterial pathogen growth and inactivation. This is really a good way to start out our control measure calculations, and it has a few great little tables here. And the great thing I like about these is each one of them has a reference to the literature. Because if I were to do an audit and somebody was showing me these tables as a validation, document, I would say that's not strong enough. This is generic rules. I want literature. I want you to prove. I want to go deeper down. So this is a great resource. So it goes through the pathogens. This table is limiting conditions. So each one of the pathogens, blah, 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 minimum maximum temperatures, AWs, and so forth. Table 3B is time and temperature guidance for controlling pathogen growth. So these are the temperatures that are in the danger zone and how long we can allow ourselves to be there. The third table is a quick reference time for time and temperature for controlling pathogen growth. Sorry, the previous one is exposure times outside the danger zone. This is exposure times in the danger zone. So if I'm making a batter, for instance, how long can this batter be left in the room at a certain temperature before I have to be concerned of development of Staphylococcus aureus, for instance, which is SOX in its heat table. It gives a specific table for deactivation of Listeria monocytogenes, which is a great little tool, and another one for botulinum. And these are the references. So they're both downloadable. Appendix 1 is a separate document because it's so heavy. They put it separately, but it is essentially part of the draft guidance. So FDA, great resource. Second resource I want to talk to you about and show you and share with you is the RASFF portal, the Rapid Alert System for Food and Feed of the European Commission. A really neat thing. I use it all the time when I'm doing risk assessments, when I'm doing audits, when I'm doing training, just to show people how real it is what we're talking about. And what it has here, it has a search engine which allows you to search all kinds of stuff, to see case studies and to also assess. So let's say this is the search page, and I'm going to do a little case study that I prepared at home. Okay. So let's say I'm looking at sesame. I'm buying sesame. I'm making tahini or I'm making halava. I'm buying sesame, and I want to know how concerned I should be about what. What is the risk and what is the likelihood of that risk? Okay, and so I want to see what has been going wrong with sesame. Now let's say that I'm buying it from Turkey or from any other country. Just Turkey is a large supplier of sesame, so I chose Turkey. So I chose my category, nuts, seeds, and nuts and nut products and seeds. I chose my subject names, sesame, and I chose the last 20 years, everything that's going on the next 20 years. And I hit search, and I received 31 cases of food safety concerns with sesame from Turkey over the last 20 years. And now I can use that as information, maybe something I didn't think of. So we see salmonella. If we go on the road, and maybe we'll see then something we didn't think of. It'll also give us a feeling of likelihood, and we can compare different products. We can compare different countries. Another neat thing about the RASFF is it has if you leave the whole thing empty and just do a search of a keyword. Let's say I put in nougat. Let's say I'm making a cake or a cookie filling, and I'm buying nougat, and I want to know, what have I missed with nougat? What could go wrong? Then I'll put that in and I'll leave everything else empty. And it will show me every nougat related incident on it. In this case, there are 23 of them. And here there's undeclared milk chocolate bonbons with nougat filling, traces of milk and soft almond nougat from Spain, illegal import of nougat from South Africa. Each one, and when you get to get used to using the search engine, you can realize it tells you what type of incident we're talking about. Maybe it's an alert, maybe it's just information, maybe it's a recall. It tells you the date, reference, country, category, type, and there's details. And when you hit the details, it opens up that specific incident. You have more information on it. So a great tool to find out what's going on and feel the pulse. If I write trichinella, so what I did in the previous example was I wrote an ingredient. Well, let's say we identify trichinella spiralis as a potential hazard, and I want to know how common this is, if there are certain products I should be worried about, certain sources. So just hit the keyword trichinella, hit search, in the general keyword search, and I have 9 cases where it's mentioned, and we have it in carcasses of wild boar. Here's some pork, live horses for slaughter from Poland. So you get a feeling of that specific hazard, each one that we can open up and look at. So a really nice tool, and it's free on the web, and it's very, very transparent. A third resource I want to share with you is the eFood Alert. This is a private endeavor. It's written by a great lady called Phyllis Entis. And what Phyllis does, she collects recalls and alerts from around the world from different sources and puts them into a digest, a weekly digest. And every week you get in your email the weekly roundup, recall roundup, everything going on in the world. And it's really neat, and everything is linked. So you get per country: United States, outbreak alert, food safety recall. Europe, allergy alert, allergy, food safety recall. And each one of these, it has the company, a link to the source of that information, and usually a link to the specific pathogen with more information. A great free resource done by a private person who does a great job. Highly recommended. And you subscribe, sign me up, and you're in. And I hope that after this webinar, there'll be many more subscribers to Phyllis's website. She also writes great stories, and she writes books. She's a great, interesting person, and this is really a good resource to use. All my food safety teams are subscribed, and it's really easy to look at because it's all in one. There's about 20, 25 cases, and you look at it and see if anything is relevant to you or your company or your type of product, and just see what's going on. Fourth resource I want to mention is Marler Clark, the food safety law firm. Marler Clark is a leading litigator in the United States representing the public against the food industry. So I don't know what your emotions are with regard to the firm, but you can say a lot of things about Marler Clark. They have a great website with a lot of great information. So there's a network here, and it has an outbreak database. It has recalls. It has anything going on, blogs about different types of pathogens, and it's up to date and it's clear. And they also have the food safety news, which is a bulletin, and you can subscribe to that. It's free, and it's up to date. There's news on recalls, news on events, news on webinars, things that are going on, articles. A really nice resource. Fifth resource that a lot of people don't know about for some reason. Google has a little a feature called Google Alerts. It's free, and what you do is you sign up. You use your Gmail account, your own personal Google account, and if you don't have one, you make one just for this. And you put in keywords that you want to monitor. And instead of doing a Google search, Google searches for you all the time and gives you a digest of that specific term. I use it not only for food safety. For instance, I have a Google alert on my name, just to know if somebody's talking about me on the web, if I'm being cited. I want to be aware of that. One of my daughters is a musician, so I have her name as well. So if she's playing somewhere that she didn't tell me about, Google will tell me. But I mostly use it for food safety. So I put in specific terms that I use. So you can see here my daily food poisoning. I have food poisoning is one of the terms I use, and you can choose how often you want to receive the information. I do it daily, and the company fined after 5 suffered food poisoning from fish. This hospital receives 134 wedding guests with food poisoning. Consumers wonder about possible botulism in health is wealth products, and so forth and so on. This is information that I'm not going to be receiving from other resources, because there's sometimes not a product recall. It's just a story that's going on, and they're important as well, especially for food service. So food service, there aren't a lot of recalls because it's all, you ate it now and it's gone. So there are more outbreaks, and they're less reported on the previous resources. So they're not going to pop up on the RASFF or on the Phyllis Entis, because they're not recalls. There are incidents, but here it will. So it's also, you just go through it, and if it's something interesting, you click on it. If not, you just erase it. So it's not a big deal. It doesn't clutter up your inbox. I really, really like Google Alerts. And we have 5 minutes for questions.
Fantastic. Excellent. It's what today is all about, David. As I mentioned previously, resources to tool up, arm, help, assist individuals in their roles, personal development, and to support them in their roles, and to help them in their businesses, and to continually improve. And those web resources will certainly do that. I've actually just set up an alert in Google for IFSQN. I didn't know it existed. So thank you. Right. Any questions for David while we have him? We've got 5 minutes, well, 4 minutes now. We will issue the slides afterwards, so you will get those resources. But any specific questions? David is an expert in all things food safety, so you can ask him any question you want, and I'm sure he'll be able to answer. Oh, just a comment from Mohammed. Dr. David, thank you. You are very informative and motivational in food safety.
Thank you.
Bhupathi, any resources for SOPs?
Well, yeah, a lot. But if you're talking about SSOPs, which are the sanitary SOPs, they're a little hard to get your hands on because they're proprietary. But if you're a big enough company, you should be able to receive resources from your chemical provider. They're usually very helpful with that. Other SOPs, the classic checklists of the international schemes. So FSSC 22000, the different ISO 22002 series of ISO TS, the technical specifications, are a great resource for SOPs. It has hygiene and environment, and of course BRC, IFS, Global Gap, those types of specifications, because an SOP is a specification. We're not talking about a specific cleaning SOP. And of course, always feel free to I know you're looking for free resources, but consulting firms usually have a nice bank of SOPs that they can adapt, and sometimes it's not expensive. And some of them may have generics. So
yeah, and you can always ask on the IFSQN forum. Members often share documents on there with each other. So Vicky's, thanks David. I've visited, searched 4 out of the many links you shared. Very good to have this handy, more power. Free resources for validation.
Yes, if anything that's valid, well, a validation in literature, that FDA document is a good way to start. If you're talking about pathogenic lethal validation, it does not, in my opinion, substitute a more rigorous validation if you are doing a different type of process. So, but if you're pasteurizing milk, I would not, when I visit a dairy that's doing just pasteurization, I don't require them to show me lab tests showing that their pasteurization is validated if they're working according to the PMO, according to the any good pasteurization practices. So validation is out there for the generic types of productions that are classical. If you're doing anything a little different, then you should do your validations using a consultant in a laboratory, in my opinion.
We'll just take one more. I think that's all we'll have time for. Pauline, which is the best site for risk and opportunities? Are there any resources for help with risks and opportunities?
Not that I'm aware of. So I apologize for that. There is a methodology that a lot of people like, and it's the FMEA, the Food Failure Mode Effect Analysis. I think that's what the acronym is, FMEA. Yeah. And it gives you a methodology that's ready-made and it's proven. I think it's a little too much, but it's free and some people adopt it. There's actually a standard that goes with it.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, David. Short but sweet, but thanks for sharing your time and knowledge with us today.
And again, and thank you, Simon, for putting these kinds of things together for the benefit of mankind. It's not to be taken for granted.
No problem. It's a pleasure. Thanks very, very much, David.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, that's David Rosenblatt. Next up is Tony Connor, implementing effective product label controls to prevent recalls. I'm hoping Tony is around.
Simon, if I end the event, will I end everything or just myself?
No, you just can log out. That's fine.
Thank you. I don't want to
Thanks, David.
Close the webinar.
Okay, just wait for Tony to come online. But while we're waiting for Tony, just a recap of what's coming up. We have had modern learning opportunities with Amanda Evans. We've had Vladimir and 3D food safety, 3D and laser cooking, big data, Internet of Things, Sean Gibson. We've had David Rosenblatt, great free web resources. And I believe Tony is here for his presentation. Can you switch your webcam on, Tony? I'm hoping it's Tony. I'm assuming it is. It is.
I hope it's me as well. Hi, Simon. Hi, everyone.
Good. Welcome, Tony. Just let the audience know where you're joining us from, and then I'll get your slides up.
I'm on Samui in Thailand, an island in the south of Thailand.
Of course, Samui. Living the life of luxury. Right, here we go.
That's it. Okay. Are we ready to start, yeah?
Yeah, just go ahead. Switch your webcam off.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Okay, so today we're going to talk about effective product label controls to prevent recalls. I'm going to start off with a slide from Food Safety Live in 2013, where we highlighted that 60% of recalls were related to allergen management, labeling, and information. Similarly, from a presentation in 2018, 2019, earlier this year, and more recently in August and September. So these are the latest recalls and withdrawals from the FDA. Analysis of FDA recall notices since 2017 show 468 recalls due to problems with labeling and undeclared allergens. Out of 879 recalls, 53.2% were due to labeling and undeclared allergens. So the following can contribute to packaging and label control: product design and development, hazard analysis, food safety plans, product label controls, management of allergens, product packaging, control of operations, including traceability, labeling and pack control, and training. So let's look at the issues. Errors in product development. Issues from product development include lack of development control, incorrect artwork or artwork approval, a lack of training, a lack of understanding, a lack of knowledge, a lack of direction from senior management, a lack of input from the food safety team, a lack of input from operations. So first of all, you should consider your organizational structure and senior management control of food safety and product development. Senior management should be providing guidelines on any restrictions to the scope of product development to control the introduction of hazards which would be unacceptable. From experience, I believe it works better to have a manager in control of both product development and food safety. A possible alternative would be a member of the food safety team in the development department. If new product development is controlled by sales and marketing, there are inherent risks which need to be controlled. Procedures should still ensure approval of product by authorized persons, including the food safety team. So, design and development procedures need to be in place for new products and processes, and any changes to ensure that safe and legal products are produced. New product development or the introduction of new ingredients should not compromise existing processes or products. Handle this in the same area, such as allergen Any new hazards should be assessed and suitable controls implemented before products are introduced into the factory environment. Even minor changes to ingredients, packaging, or processing conditions may have a significant effect on the safety of products. The assessment of any potential and subsequent sign-off must be before products are introduced into the factory, such as doing factory trials. Systems should be in place to ensure product labels meet all legal requirements in the country of sale. An authorized qualified person should be approving these labels. This person should ensure that they are kept up to date with labeling requirements in that country, and these requirements are accurately transferred onto the packaging and labels. There are likely to be requirements for nutritional info, quantity, text size, ingredient declaration, allergen warnings, storage instructions, etc. Procedures should include a legality check and sign-off of the design of proofs of new labels to ensure their compliance. Legislation requirements in the country of sale must be considered. An artwork approval procedure and form can be used for this process. Whenever a change occurs, it is important to review the label. The review should confirm that the label is compliant with legislation and correct. If not, it should be changed. Reviews should take place when there are changes to the product recipe, materials, suppliers, legislation, country of origin of materials, and country of sale. Where applicable, there should be validation that the cooking instructions printed on the product label ensure that the product is consistently safe to eat when instructions are followed. This is one of the best labels I've come across. But seriously, cooking instructions need to be validated. A thermal process designed to heat a food item to a minimum of 70 degrees centigrade for 2 minutes is typical. Alternative cooking processes may be accepted or required where these meet recognized guidelines and are validated by scientific data. Potential for deviations from instructions should be considered when providing cooking instructions. Here, customer confusion regarding microwave instructions might have resulted in a failure to cook properly. There should be clear product descriptions on your products. Here, customer confusion caused an outbreak because customers misunderstood the product description. They thought the product, broiled chicken livers, was already cooked. Storage instructions need to be checked and approved. This award-winning frozen product was recalled as the products were incorrectly labeled chilled product, keep refrigerated. So moving on, issues caused by errors in supplier and ingredient approval. Issues include lack of training, lack of knowledge, lack of input from the food safety team, poor supplier controls, ineffective or no supplier approval, no agreed or inaccurate specifications, unauthorized or unapproved purchases. All materials brought onto site should be sourced through approved suppliers and monitored. This approval process and monitoring of materials should be based on the potential risk to the material in terms of authenticity, legality, and safety. There will be an initial approval process and ongoing monitoring. You should undertake a documented risk assessment of each material or group of materials and identify potential risks to product authenticity, legality, and safety. Consideration should also be given to the significance of the material to the quality of the final product. When approving suppliers and materials, you should check the allergen status of all ingredients with suppliers and review that regularly. You should ask suppliers to notify changes in the allergen status of materials. When purchased, you should clearly identify allergenic raw materials and segregate where possible, and ensure the handling of allergenic ingredients is not likely to cause contamination of other ingredients. Ideally, suppliers will be approved and have a valid certification to an applicable GFSI benchmark standard. The scope of the certification should include the materials purchased. As an alternative, approval can be by supplier audits with a scope including food safety, traceability, and good manufacturing practices. After approval, there should be a process for ongoing review and monitoring of suppliers. For materials purchased, specifications for all materials must be provided and adequately detailed. They must be approved and include defined limits for parameters critical to the safety and legality of the product. Packaging. Packaging should be fit for purpose and comply with legislation. When purchasing food contact packaging, the goods in system should include checks on the accuracy of printed packaging and labels, and also the retention of samples. Label control should include approving labels and making sure they're checked for accuracy. And packaging and label standards should be documented and communicated. Other issues include unauthorized or unapproved purchases. The purchasing department need to understand that purchases of materials from non-approved suppliers can only be authorized by the nominated manager in writing. Similarly, the control of emergency supply of materials. Only in exceptional circumstances, under concession from the nominated manager, should a non-approved supplier be used. In this situation, the manager should distribute an extraordinary test and inspection schedule for the material. So, onto issues with lack of control of changes. These include changes to supplier, ingredients, packaging, recipe, operations, equipment, and legislation. A system process change approval can be used to assess and control changes. A condensed version can be used for minor changes. For label changes, good practices would be any changes to labels approved and communicated to goods receipt personnel. And a signed approved standard should be provided to staff carrying out these checks. There's an example there. So we're going to move on to control of operations. Issues here include poor control of allergens and allergenic materials, poor design and layout, human errors, incorrect identification of product, errors in line clearance, problems with changeovers, equipment errors, lack of training, lack of understanding, cross-contamination. I'll just touch on allergen contamination. I think there's going to be a presentation later on this. A system must be in place to manage allergens, which minimize the risk of allergen contamination of products and meets legal requirements for labeling in the country of sale. Obviously, contamination with food allergens is extremely serious, and in allergen-sensitive individuals could be fatal. So as I said, management of allergens is a whole webinar in itself, but the following do need to be considered: raw material assessment, an on-site list of allergenic materials to control, on-pack warning labels, consideration of any allergen claims, allergen cleaning regimes. There should be risk assessment for cross-contamination and cross-contamination prevention procedures. Specific procedures should operate to prevent rework containing allergens from being used in products or processes that do not contain allergens. Normally, it's best practice to rework on a like-for-like basis. Production scheduling. Production scheduling can help reduce risk by producing higher risk allergen products after lower risk allergens. This will also depend on the quantity of allergen present and the effect and tolerance levels. For allergen controls, you should consider the following. Is it possible to have a dedicated line or area? Is it possible to erect physical barriers between lines or areas? Is it possible to dedicate utensils and equipment? Is it possible to clean between production runs? Is it possible to schedule production runs to minimize possible contamination? Layout, flow and segregation. So a fundamental in most GFSI benchmark standards, the factory layout, flow of processes and movement of personnel should prevent the risk of product contamination. Controls should be in place from goods in through to finished product in storage areas. Traceability. Traceability system needs to be established at all stages, from suppliers of raw materials to it and to the customers to which the finished products are being supplied. Identification of materials, intermediate products and finished products should enable this traceability. Food safety plans incorporating Codex Alimentarius HACCP principles should be in place. There should be specifications for all finished products, including key information for the safe use of the product, including any ingredients, including the presence of allergens. Control of operations. There should be documented procedures and work instructions that ensure the production of consistent and safe legal product with the desired characteristics in full compliance with the food safety plan. Employees should be trained in these procedures and work instructions. Equipment. Equipment should be of adequate design and suitable hygienic construction. Facilities should be in place for the hygienic storage of equipment and utensils. Product contamination control should be considered. Appropriate facilities and procedures need to be in place to control the risk of contamination of products. Housekeeping and cleaning systems need to be in place to ensure appropriate standards of hygiene and the risk of product contamination minimized. There should be consideration of any specific allergen controls, if validation of cleaning regimes is necessary, monitoring of cleaning, and records of cleaning. Storage facilities should be fit for purpose. Documented procedures should ensure product safety during storage, including the prevention of contamination and cross-contamination. Similarly, for dispatch and transport. Vehicles contained used for transporting products from site should not represent a risk. Vehicles and containers should be fit for purpose. Systems should be in place to minimize the risk of purchasing fraudulent or adulterated products, materials, and ensure that all product descriptions and claims are accurate and legal. Additional focus should be on where there are claims such as organic or suitable for allergy sufferers. A vulnerability assessment should be carried out for all materials. Where materials are identified as being at risk, appropriate assurance or testing should be in place. Analyses critical to confirm product safety, legality, and integrity should be carried out using appropriate procedures, facilities, and standards. The significance of any result should be understood and acted upon. The limits of acceptable and unacceptable cleaning performance shall be defined for food contact surfaces and processing equipment. Products should be released by authorized personnel when all agreed release procedures have been completed. Just moving on quickly to a bit about labeling and pack control. Issues include old labels, obsolete labels, poor storage and stock controls, promotional activities, last-minute production, print errors. So product labeling needs to comply with appropriate legal requirements and contain information to enable the safe handling, display, storage, and preparation of the product. As I've said before, it's important to verify that ingredient and allergen labeling is correct based on the recipe and specifications, and that labeling information is reviewed whenever changes occur. Accountants are the biggest risk when it comes to obsolete labels. They're not happy. Issues include stock write-off and value, cost of disposal. There could also have been excessive stock due to poor planning. The company should have a procedure to manage obsolete packaging. The management controls of product labeling activity should ensure products will be labeled correctly and coded. There's a need for control of allocation of packaging material, production line checks, and packaging controls. There also needs to be control of storage of labels and control of part-use packaging if returned to stores. This is an example of a label checking and retention record. The label is cross-checked by operators in real time and checked by the supervisor hourly. It's then checked by the production manager at the end of the shift. Good practices include changes being communicated to goods receipt personnel, managing obsolete packaging, control of offline coding and printing, and personnel receiving training. Ideally, people should have initial training and supervision, critical control point training, allergen training, and training on labeling and packing processes. Employees should be aware of their responsibilities. Training can be planned and monitored using a training matrix. So, rounding off, a sound food safety management system puts in place fundamentals that provide foundations for food safety and label controls. I've obviously mentioned quite a few specific ones. Also, internal audits and inspections can be used to verify that the food safety plan and systems are working. Complaints. Complaints should be monitored as issues may crop up here before they escalate. From SQF guidance, customer complaints may also show trends that have not been identified during processing and normal process control checks. Food safety management and communication. As you can see from previous slides, in order to have an effective site, there needs to be effective communication and contribution from all departments. Finally, be prepared should the worst happen. Product withdrawal and recall procedures should be in place to manage the worst case scenario. Where applicable, a withdrawal may be the lesser of two evils. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Another super presentation.
There's a lot there, so hopefully you get a copy of that and can have a look through. Yeah, a bit of a speedy one.
They're coming thick and fast, and there's no time to breathe. We've got 2 minutes. If anyone's got a question of Tony, just please do ask it now. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, everybody will get a copy of the recording, the slides, and the certificate afterwards, so you can re-watch it and look at the presentation at your leisure. And I'm sure, as I've said, all the other presentations, we're all learning all the time, growing, learning, and picking up bits that we can use in our personal and business development. So super. All the food safety documents that you've shared is pretty neat and clean. Where can we obtain such standard formats? I've already put the link. That's been asked. I've put the link. They're from the packages that IFSQN sell. They're not free, but they're extremely comprehensive. And as you can see from those individual documents shared, that they're very high quality as well. So there's the link if you are interested in those. So I think that's that, Tony.
Okay, thank you.
We're booting you off.
I'm getting barged out. Okay, have a good one.
You're barged out indeed.
Thank you.
I think Maria's barging you out. Are you there, Maria?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning,
Good
morning
morning,
Maria,
Austin.
and goodbye, everybody.
Tony's done his job, so right. Just tell us where you're joining us from, Maria, and then we'll get your slides on.
Hey, good morning. I'm joining you from Austin, Texas today. So it's Central Time, 8 a.m. my time.
Yeah.
But I imagine some of you guys are on lunch.
Well, when we started, which was 11, 12, 3 hours ago, there were people. I asked people to tell me where they were joining from, what time it was, what the weather was like, and there was literally all over from people in where it was 9 o'clock in Australia PM to 5 o'clock in the morning. So, yeah.
Dedicated viewers, I like it.
Super. Yeah. All right, Maria. If you switch your webcam off, I'll switch mine, and then. See you later.
All right, great. Like Simon said, today we're going to talk about analyzing particles in compressed air per the new ISO 8573-4 2019 standard. We're going to talk about some of the updates and things like that today. My email's at the bottom, so is an extension if you need to contact me. But a little bit about myself. Hang on. There we go. A little bit about myself. I'm the lab director here at Trace Analytics. Been doing this for quite some time. It's about 20 years experience in microbiology and molecular biology. I've studied organisms in Lake Baikal, Kamchatka, all the way to your nose samples at the Department of Health here. Currently, I'm the project leader for the ISO 8573 committee. Particularly, I'm working on part 7 and revising and rewriting that section and participating on the American Society for Microbiology. So that's a little bit about me, but let's go ahead and get started. So today we're going to talk about what constitutes particles in a compressed air system, so we can all get a good foundation on what a particle is and why we need to talk about it when it comes to your compressed air. We're also going to address 8573-4, the new updates. If you're not familiar with it, we'll talk about the foundation of part 4 as well. And we're also going to talk about what it takes to adopt these certain types of methods, some pros, some cons, why your end sampling point may want to think about methods one way or the other. So here we go. I want to talk a little bit about what you're seeing here. These are some examples of where particles can originate from in your sampling point. If a few things don't happen, one, maybe your filter hasn't been changed and they aren't doing their job anymore. You can get scaling, you can get buildup inside of the piping distribution. 2, maybe you need to assess the size particles you want to catch. Maybe your filter parameters need to be changed so they have different particle catch sizes, right? Different micrometers of the filters that you can purchase. And that's something you want to get with your manufacturer on. But you definitely need to be mindful of what the end user is doing at the sampling point that you're choosing. 3, maybe you have an air leak somewhere allowing water and moisture to get inside the distribution area. That can also cause corrosion depending on the piping material that you're using. 4, think about the type of material that your air distribution piping is made out of. So things like iron might lead to metal oxides. PVC have been known to crack. Alloys might lead to pipe scale. You really need to be mindful of how your material that you're piping your air through can A, affect your end product, and B, affect the little thing called your compliance report. Right? So a lot of you guys are probably logged into this talk because you need to check that box. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Let's get back, let's keep going and see what happens if particles build up because you've left your system unchecked, because it's 2020 and all kinds of crazy things are happening right now. If you leave your compressed air system unchecked and poorly maintained, these clogs, just like plaques in your arteries, can cause lower pressure. And after long enough, in extreme cases, you can have catastrophic failure. But let's slow down for a bit. We're not there yet. And hopefully, God, hopefully you never get there. It can be really costly, super extreme, and it can cause, a facility shutdown or that the ending of that sampling point until you resolve the issue. But right now, we're not there. Right now, we're at Mérieux. I have a compressed air system. I've assessed my risk at the endpoint. I know I have a new audit coming up. Maybe it requires GFSI credentials. Maybe it requires some other certification that dictates that you, the end users, have assessed your compressed air sampling point. And now you just need to get on with sampling. So there are a lot of methods that you can use, but what methods do you use, and what do I have to do to accomplish this sort of sampling, and who can help me? So the ISO standards are there for that very question. The committee is built up of experts who spend their voluntary time thinking about your pipes all day. They're thinking about the best way to sample, to analyze, to provide consumer confidence based on the methods that they're addressing. So the majority of these products and systems that you touch in your daily life have an ISO standard that addresses it. So, I mean, from putting your seatbelt on in the car, to rolling your window down, to the types of rubber used on your tires, all these things are mandated by ISO standards, and they're discussed. Now, right now, some of them are voluntary, some of them are mandated based on the certification that you need. So I know that GFSI does use and reference ISO standards. So just be mindful of that. So now I've successfully sold you on using an ISO standard. Your quality department has told you you need to use this ISO standard to test your compressed air. But I've just told you that there are thousands and thousands and thousands of standards that you can look through. So this webinar today is going to address ISO 8573 series. This is the standard that addresses sampling and purity classes for particles, water, oil, microorganisms, and contaminant gases. So we can go through that. So the really cool thing about ISO 8573 or 8573 series is that it's built up in 9 parts. So what you see here on the right is ISO 8573-1, and the most recent addition is here on the right side with the date. Part 1 addresses purity classes, which in terms of this talk also categorizes the range of particle sizes. ISO 8573-4 was last updated in 2019. That's what we're talking about today. Talks about solid particle content and the test methods to determine that content in your compressed air. ISO 8573-7, which was last revised in 2003, talks about viable microbial contamination. Now, it's important for you to note that microorganisms are considered a particle, but they are considered a viable particle. So when it comes to part 4, it tells you if you have or care about or need to differentiate between viable and non-viable particles, you need to go to ISO 8573-7. So that is still inside of part 4. And lastly, ISO 8573-8, last revised in 2004, talks about solid particle content by mass concentration, which is particularly for the later purity classes that you see in part 1. So, like I said, we're going to talk about part 4 today, and we're going to address some of the common updates that are in particular to that section. So, in contrast to the previous edition, ISO 8573-4 2019 includes calibration requirements for optical particle sizing and counting instruments. So that's what you're seeing here. Now, what you have here on the left are optical particle counters and optical aerosol spectrometers. Both of these on the left are OPCs, which are optical particle counters. So now they must be calibrated at least on an annual schedule. And here's the important part. They must be calibrated in accordance to ISO 21501-1 edition 2009 for OASs and OPCs need to be calibrated in accordance to ISO 21501-4 edition 2018. So those are the new things. And why is that important? We'll talk about it a little bit later, but I'll give you a spoiler alert. It's because there are multiple manufacturers for these types of instruments. And you need to be mindful that when you're choosing a counter or when you're choosing a piece of equipment, you need to make sure if your report has to be used through an ISO standard, that you are complying to all aspects of that ISO standard. And in this case, the calibration needs to be done annually with NIST traceable components and adhering to the other ISO 21501 standard. I know it seems a little bit excessive, and it seems like, oh my God, there's so many ISO standards, but the manufacturers will always tell you how it was calibrated. So it's as easy as a phone call, or if you have a third-party lab doing it for you, it's as easy as saying, hey, is your instrument calibrated in accordance to X, Y, and Z? And they should be able to tell you if they're a reputable place. So these new requirements allow for more precise and accurate particle results from optical particle sizing and counting instruments. So the name of the game is really about precision and accuracy for the new updates. The other really cool and super important thing is defining what a particle is. So ISO 8573-1 and ISO 14644 have specification on particle limits based on particle size ranges. So the definition of a particle size is super, super important for consistency and accuracy when you're designating a particle that's inside of a purity class, right? So purity class is part 1. So the previous version of the standard only included information for sizing a particle based on the longest diameter. So you can see in the picture on the right, longest diameter is from the, so right, no particle, okay, I shouldn't say no. Very few particles in the world are ever uniform. So this is a good example of an oblong particle where it has been previously described from the longest diameter of the particle. So you'll see that as this line here designated as its longest diameter. So the equivalent, so right now what's happening is that the equivalent of this particle, we're looking at the spherical diameter of what is equivalent to it. So LPCs size particles in this manner based on the scattered light properties of particles. So what they're doing now is they're looking at the longest diameter and then they're looking at the perpendicular of the perpendicular of that particle. I know it's a little confusing, but you can see it here. It makes a perpendicular line to it at the longest section. And then they are taking that intersection and finding an equivalent spherical diagram. So all that to be said, as long as you know that your particle counting is inside of the ISO's calibration standards, you will be just fine. But it is important to understand how they're dictating a particle. So the old way was the longest diameter. The new way is looking at the two longest diameters that are perpendicular to each other that have an equivalent spherical diameter. So these instruments are calibrated using the spherical reference materials as a singular refraction index and size. And so that is what's being used for the LPCs. So at this point, defining the particle size really aids in understanding the accuracy and consistency of how you're going to bin your particles into your part 1 purity class and understanding the limits that the spherical particle sizing incur. All right, so let's talk about some adoptions of the methods. So right now there are 3 analytical methods that are discussed in part 4. There's light optical microscopy, scanning electron microscopy, optical particle sizing, and counting instrumentation, right? And so we talked about that a little bit. That's the OASs, the OPCs. And we really need to understand the advantages and disadvantages of using these methods, right? So light microscopy is a little inexpensive. Scanning microscopy, the only ones that I've ever seen during my time as a scientist are dedicated rooms on the bottom floors of these huge laboratories because they require concrete foundations. They have to have anti-vibration chambers. It's a dedicated science that requires high skill. But let's really get into the details of each section. So ISO 8573-4 lists 2 microscopy-based methods, sampling via a filter membrane in conjunction with analysis using light microscopy. So that's what you're seeing here. So you'll sample your compressed air. Let's say that you've deemed your compressed air point high risk. It needs to be sampled because it's going to be on you're using it as, what is it called? Direct contact to your food, right? So you sample onto this membrane, your compressed air, and then you send it either to a lab or you do it yourself. And it is a membrane that captures the particles from your compressed air. The lab will put it under the light microscope, and they will analyze it using basically either automated or semi-automated, or their eyes on particle sizing, which you can get calibrated graticles, and there's a section on that in this in the references of part 4. But really the pros of this is that you can get images of the particles that you're looking at. Excuse me. You can get direct measurement based on either the graticle or they have software. And it's relatively inexpensive when we compare it to the alternative methods. You know, it does take somebody's eyes or somebody's software to do this. So it is a little bit labor intensive because you're scanning areas of the membrane and you're individually assessing the particle sizes. So it is labor intensive. There are ways to cross-contaminate, whether you're opening and closing valves. So that's more of a sampling technique and less about the method of the microscope. But again, that could influence. And it takes longer sampling times to get a representation of the compressed air that you're testing. But for the most part, that's membrane counting, which is referenced in part 4. So the next section is scanning electron microscopy. It is way more advanced. It's a pretty complex method, and it's quite more expensive than light microscopy. It can be used as a primary analysis method for sizing and counting particles, exactly like light microscopy. You can also do further characterization of these particles. And so if that's important to you, if getting down to the atomic level of the particle that you're isolating from your end use, from your sampling point, is important to you, that is always an option, is using the scanning electron microscopy. You definitely have the improvement of resolving power over light microscopy. But if you need to just say that you're monitoring your compressed air, light microscopy is the way to go, or these particle counters are the way to go, right? Unless you need to get down to the atomic makeup of the composition of the particle that you're looking into. So just be mindful of that, right? The best thing I could think of is anyway, I'm not going to say that. But yeah, just be mindful that you are using the appropriate method for what you're asking. So the next thing up, and we talked a little bit about it, is the laser particle counters. So we need to ask ourselves what the difference between a particle counter, OPC, is. So that's optical particle counter. And what the difference between an optical aerosol spectrometer is. So the particle counter is exactly what it sounds like. It counts the particles, like I mentioned, based on the size of the spherical equivalent of a particle. And that's something that the LPCs do. Now, if it's something that you definitely want done on the longest diameter, maybe you need to think about doing light microscopy or scanning electron. But if you're looking at, you're just like, hey, I want it binned based on a spherical equivalent, then laser particle counter is where it's at. So the next thing you want to ask is, why do I care how it was calibrated? Well, because there are several manufacturers, and the minimum requirements to calibrate the OPCs are dictated in ISO 21501-4. So when you're choosing a particle counter, you need to be mindful if that's what's best for you. So the next one is optical aerosol spectrometer. Essentially, an OAS differs in their optical design, the light source, the optical measurement volume, all those things. But it does involve an aerosol getting in there, so it's a little bit trickier when it comes to compressed air, right? Because sometimes moisture is an issue when it comes to compressed air. So OPCs tend to be where an option, as well as OASs. All right. So here are the particle classes for ISO 8573-1. Nothing has changed. I want to make sure that I get some time for your questions. So I will tell you, nothing has changed when it comes to the bins. A bin is these particle ranges up here at the top under the word particle. You can find this in part 1 section, but nothing has changed, just the methodologies and the requirements for calibration and the definitions. So in summary, now we know what the new ISO 8573-4 requirements are, and we know that they've changed these requirements for focus on accuracy and clarity of the measurements. We know that we need to understand the methodologies and how they relate to our risk assessment. I've told you again that if you don't need to test for it, you shouldn't test for it, but just know that the option is there if you need to do, I don't know, chemical composition of the particle that you found in your endpoint. And the purity classes have not changed, so that's not something that we have to worry about. So with that being said, I'm going to tie up here, and thank you for your time. I will take questions now. I think Simon's going to pop in, and we can go from there.
I'm here. Yeah. Thanks very much, Maria. Yep. We have got 1 or 2 questions. Let's see what we've got. Okay. First one from Julianne J. Palmer. What chemical parameters do we need to test for condensate? Currently, we only perform microbiological analysis. Can you help with that?
Yeah, so we can, so you're talking about chemical composition of the condensate of your compressed air. So the condensate is more, it's a liquid, not a particle. So that's something to be mindful of. And that is defined in 8573-7. So if you're worried about contaminants in your condensate, it is in the annex section of part 7, not part 4. Microorganisms are a viable particle, which are referenced in part 4 and tell you to go look in part 7, but just be mindful of that.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Maria. Okay, from another Maria, can you please tell us the estimated cost of the equipment LA LASAIR 110, LASAIR 110?
There's a lot of zeros, Simon. Okay, let's see. So let's see if I can ballpark it. For scanning electron microscopy, the whole thing plus your analyst plus consumables is well over $400,000 American. For a laser particle counter, you're looking around $5,000 to $7,000 American plus calibration annually. And for light microscopy, a couple $100 with the use of a technician and their salary. So kind of give you a range.
Okay, thank you. Michael, you mentioned the use of the light microscope to analyze particle size. What additional accessories such as slides does one need to have this done? For example, will an eyepiece graticule work?
So with light microscopy, this is in terms of filter membrane analysis. So you're going to put the filter on the stage of your light microscope. And then you need to have an upright microscope. You cannot use inverted microscopy, and you definitely don't want to use a slide cover, right? Because of cross contamination. So you have to be mindful of all of that. But you can use just your standard 40x objectives, 50x objectives. They need to be oil free, but you definitely don't want to do slide covers or anything like that.
Okay.
The graticles, sorry Simon. The graticles can be calibrated. You can use them and get a manufacturer to make them for you.
Okay, thanks, Maria. Mohammed, is there any quick test kit we can have for compressed air portable for contaminants, chemical, physical, and micro?
Yeah, absolutely. And all of those things, like I mentioned, you can contact us. My email was on the end of the slideshow, but it's maria@airchecklab.com. But there are plenty of portable systems out there. Like I said, though, you need to be extremely mindful if you have to adhere to an ISO standard that you look and make sure that the equipment is validated for that ISO standard. And if it's not, you need to call the OEM or call the testing lab who's doing it, and they should be able to tell you.
Okay, thanks. Bhupathi, what sampling method can be done for the microbiological analysis of particles?
So again, that is a viable particle, and so that's in ISO 8573-7. And -7 speaks on you are required to use an impaction sampler that has been validated to quantify at CFU per cubic meter. So there are some very nice portable microbial compressed air samplers out there, but they are not validated for CFU per cubic meter, only CFU per plate. So you have to be mindful of that.
Okay, and then Ria's asking about test kits that you've just mentioned. So do Trace Analytics sell, hire, rent? What availability do you have with test kits yourselves?
Yeah, so it's really cool, actually. If you hang on after my talk, we have a showcase that talks about a lot or all of our testing methods that we have here at Trace, and our kits, why it's cool to use them. You get to meet our salespeople and our sales manager as well. But yeah, we have portable kits that you can rent or you can purchase them. We have ISO compliant, GFSI compliant, all of these certifications that require different types of equipment and modes of methods. We can definitely rent or purchase out to you here. So, and we have the capacity to analyze it. So,
very good. Okay. Well, on that note, I think we're coming up to the half-hour mark. I think we're almost ready to play the Trace Analytics sponsor showcase video, which is very professional, I must say. So,
thanks, Simon.
Thanks for your time, Maria, this morning. As always, our friends at Trace Analytics, great to have your input into these events. So cheers. Thank you.
Thanks, Simon. Bye-bye.
Bye. And that was Maria Sandoval from Trace Analytics. Now, it's a sponsor showcase for Trace Analytics. It's a video, so sit back and enjoy.
Hi everyone, thank you all for joining us today and welcome to our Trace Analytics sampling segment. I'm Erin.
I'm Billy.
Alec.
And we're the sales team at Trace Analytics.
We're here today to talk about what products Trace Analytics can offer you to sample compressed and ambient air.
We also understand that you have options when choosing what laboratory to go with, so we want to show you why we're the best.
With all of the information that has been presented here today, I'm sure you now have more questions about how, what, when, where, and why you should be testing. We're here to make sampling your compressed air as easy as possible. Trace Analytics offers an assortment of products and services to customers worldwide. This is where we, the sales team at Trace, come in to help answer all of your questions and get you on the right path for testing your compressed air or gas for contaminants and purity. As the sales team, we work directly with new clients to help them find the right kind of testing to fit their specific needs. Today, we're going to cover how Trace can help you sample for these 4 major contaminants in your compressed air or gas. First up, we have Billy, Trace Analytics resident jokester, to talk about sampling for particles, water, and oil.
When it comes to testing for contaminants, such as particles, water, and oil in manufactured air, our KA10 is the most popular kit. It's portable, lightweight, simple to use, and can take the necessary samples needed for practically any ISO specification. Its sturdy construction makes it a great tool when out on location where anything can happen, and usually does. And to continue on that point, it can also facilitate varied sample times to compensate for less than adequate airflow should the need arise. To use the KA10, simply connect the adapter to the sampling point with our quick connects and use the filter and detector tubes to take your sample. Easy peasy. When testing for particles, I like to think in terms of off-roading. Occasionally, you may run into a situation with very small particles and need the equivalent of a monster truck, like an LPC, a very specific tool for very specific need. But 9 times out of 10, the KA10 Jeep, if you will do any and everything you need for a fraction of the cost. Side note, we offer each of those solutions. Our KA10 kit can sample particles from 0.5 to 5 microns. It's actually capable of collecting smaller particles, but our analytical method for the KA10 relies on optical microscopy. The microscopes used in that process can't detect particles smaller than 0.5. So when you need 0.1 to 0.4, that's when our LPCs come in handy. In addition to sampling for particles, it can also sample down to a class 1 for water. Water, as you may know, being the leading cause of microbial growth, as Alec will discuss, as well as a rusting and degradation of black iron and galvanized piping. This will inevitably lead to viable and non-viable particles. So, regardless of your dryer, refrigerated or desiccant, our 5AP and 20AP tubes provide great on-site results. And lastly, oil. It can be a tricky contaminant. There are vapors and aerosols. The KA10, in conjunction with our accredited lab, has the ability to capture the samples needed and provide the results for both oil aerosol and vapor. At Trace, we combine those results on our final report and call it total oil. So whether you're looking to address all 3 contaminants or a combination of a few, we have several sampling packages to fit your needs and price points. We can also help find the best one to fit your specific situation. You'd be hard pressed to find another piece of equipment that can provide the same capabilities at such a low cost. We have kits available for rental or purchase, and pound for pound, it is the best equipment on the market. Now, I know all this may seem like a lot of information. I sure know it was for me when I started, but you can take comfort in knowing that our customer service team has been doing this for years. We also have our Air Check Academy, which houses a great library of information via articles, videos, quizzes, and certifications. So whatever your situation, we have a solution. Next, I'd like to introduce Alec, my colleague and friend, who will discuss the ins and outs of microbial sampling in compressed air.
Thank you, Billy. I would like to start off by thanking you all for joining my portion over microorganism testing. Some of you may be wondering, why is this important? Or how do I complete this sort of testing? Well, I'm here to answer these questions and shed some light on this topic. Because in all honesty, I doubt the last thing on our minds while sitting down and enjoying some of our favorite foods is worrying about whether or not compressed air was used on this product, let alone clean compressed air. Quality is a priority for you, and our team at Trace is here to help. Here are a few pictures of what our equipment looks like. To start, let's begin with our Pinocchio impaction sampler. This piece of equipment hooks to a point of usage or line and has air passing through it, creating indentions in the place illustrated in this slide. Sampling is very simple and it only takes 10 minutes to collect. Training videos and material will be provided on our AirCheck Academy to give you and your team a better understanding of how our equipment looks and performs. We offer both rental options and purchasable options for facilities that prefer to have testing readily available. We offer two different types of analyses, a basic and a pro. The basic package provides what is called a TPC, otherwise known as a total plate count of colony forming units. This includes bacterial and fungal colonies, while the pro package offers TPC and gram staining. Gram staining is a first step in identifying the type of microorganism. It's necessary in further identification, otherwise known as chromogenic, if bacterial growth is detected only. These are the list of add-on microorganisms our lab can sample once gram staining occurs. We've chosen this list due to the majority concerns of food manufacturers because they could cause major problems. At the end of the day, your success is our own success, and we're going to do whatever we can to make this happen for you guys. Once we receive your samples, a report will be generated by our lab within 14 business days, unless a rush option is requested. We report these samples as either detected or not detected. After your facility receives a report, you will then have 7 days to decide on whether or not you would like to conduct chromogenic identification with the organisms listed here. According to the regulating bodies, they specify that microorganisms should be monitored for quality and microbiological purity. No limits are required for microtesting as long as they're being monitored. What would really help your facilities is having a monitoring plan in place for periodic testing. With that being said, our team here at Trace can offer assistance with your monitoring plan by using what is known as our risk assessment guide. Next up, going over our particle testing options is my wonderful manager, Erin.
At Trace Analytics, we can also help you test for microorganisms in ambient air. Let me introduce you to the TrioBoz microsampler. Microorganisms are all around us and even in the air we breathe. Sometimes these are referred to as viable particles. This can be a concern for some food manufacturers and pharmaceutical companies, especially in clean rooms where the ambient air needs to meet specifications for ISO 14644-1. You can find the recommended limits for microcontamination at airchecklab.com by searching for clean rooms. The TrioBoz microsampler is great because it's lightweight and super user-friendly. All you have to do is insert the contact plates we provide into the cap at the top and press go. To sample 1,000 liters of air, there will be a 1-minute delay allowing you to leave the room so the air can settle before the test begins. The equipment is designed to sit upright or on its side on a tabletop surface. Similar to our laser particle counters, the TrioBoz has a USB port where you can download your sample times and locations. You will need to fill these out on the chain of custody and return them with your samples for analysis. Once received, our lab will incubate the samples for a total of 10 days and a report will be generated by the 14th day. We have easy to follow instructions that include directions for sampling, proper aseptic procedure, and shipping. We also have videos online under sampling for microorganisms that can show you how to follow correct aseptic sampling procedures. Our prices for sampling packages are similar to sampling micro for compressed air. We offer basic packages which includes a total plate count, and the Pro package, which includes total plate count and gram staining of all present colonies. While our microbiologist recommends taking before and after blind samples for each sample plate, it's not required, resulting in even lower costs for our customers. Now that you guys have heard about the most common kits used by our customers, I would like to introduce you to our laser particle counters. At Trace, we offer 2 versions. First up, we have the handheld Cetra LPC. This piece of equipment is lightweight and hooks up easily to your sampling ports. Personally, it's my favorite because it's great for troubleshooting problem areas for particles. It allows you to really pinpoint the source of particle contamination, helping you to find the root cause. It can even be used to sample clean rooms for ambient air analysis. The Cetra can test down to 0.3 microns for particles, and it's also readily available to rent. The second LPC we offer is the AeroTrack, which is a larger tabletop version. The AeroTrack is great because it can test all the way down to 0.1 microns. I typically only recommend renting this if that is what your specs require. It also connects easy to your sampling ports and can be a great tool for troubleshooting. We can customize packages for a day or week rentals. We can also combine analysis packages to include water and oil results for a full PWO, or particles, water, and oil, per ISO 8573. You have options when it comes to sampling results too. You can either download your sample results and have the information immediately, or you can send them back to Trace using our LPC log sheet, where our lab team will then combine everything for you in a nice, neat report with our A2LA accreditation stamp. Whichever option you choose, our LPCs are versatile and customizable. The Cetra can count down to 0.3 microns, where the AeroTrack can count all the way down to 0.1, which again is the smallest size range per ISO. They both offer short sampling times. You can take as many samples as you need without having to rely on sampling media or supplies. And they're both great tools for troubleshooting and finding the source of particle contamination. As has been mentioned throughout our segment, we can help you test for contaminants and purity in compressed air and compressed gases. Pure gases are compressed gases that are used in the manufacturing process by our customers. Sometimes specific gases are used instead of air to ensure the products stay fresher for longer. Did you know that coffee beans are actually packaged in nitrogen gas? This is what keeps them staying fresh, so you get that delicious smell when you first open the bag. As soon as those beans are exposed to the oxygen in the air, the clock starts ticking. Our manufacturers need to be able to test the purity of these gases to ensure the purity is at the appropriate level for manufacturing and packaging. This is why we offer the K802 Gas Check Kit. Its sleek and simple design allows you to test your compressed gases for purity in a matter of seconds. The K802 kit is an adapter fitted with quick connects for easy setup directly to your sampling port. Our source bottle holder attaches to the top of the adapter, and the source bottle slides in easily, puncturing the needles inside, allowing the gas to fill the bottle instantly. Once the bottle is removed, the self-sealing septotop closes instantly, capturing your sample inside. These are the gases we can help you test the purity for. We can also test for carbon dioxide, but for contaminants only. Some of our customers have required specifications they need to meet, including CGA, FSSC, or USP. But some of our customers simply need to ensure the purity, and we have you covered there too. At Trace Analytics, we call this a no spec for compressed gas, and can include it with your PWO, particle, water, oil analysis packages. Now that our time is almost up, I really want to drive home that our #1 goal at Trace is to make sampling simple for you. We pride ourselves in customer service and go above and beyond for our customers on a daily basis. This is what separates us apart from our competition, and this is why our customers keep coming back for over 30 years. Although the world of compressed air testing is our bread and butter, we know it's only a small piece of everything you do for food safety. So please feel free to contact us, your Trace Analytics sales team, with any questions you have about getting started testing. Thank you all for joining us today. We look forward to hearing from you.
Oh, sorry, I'm just enjoying the music. Thanks to the Trace Analytics team there for that presentation. Hello, Patrick. Welcome. Would you like to tell the audience where you're joining us from today?
So I am home office today. So I'm based in, I'm living in Saint-Germain-en-Laye, in the suburb of Paris, west of Paris, not too far from Versailles. And yeah, that's 4 in the afternoon, so almost tea time.
Excellent. Excellente. Bonjour. That's about the limit of my French. Right, I'll get your slides up. And there we are. So you can take it away from there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you want to switch your webcam off, Patrick.
Yeah, sure.
And then the next button is directly underneath the.
There you go. Mm-hmm. I can see perfect. So should I start, Simon, or?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Well, thanks, Simon, for inviting me to this food safety live event. So my name is Patrick Bele. I am working with Mérieux NutriSciences. So it's a French company, mostly doing testing for food, so chemical, microbiological testing, but it has also a consulting, auditing, and education division. So I am in charge of these businesses for France. And before, I worked 17 years with Bureau Veritas in France, also in the US, in the food certification division. So I have quite a long background of auditing against the GFSI standards. But today I'm going to talk to you about the allergen management best practices. So first of all, we're going to see from a consumer standpoint whether there is concern or not about those allergens. And we did a study with our sister company bioMérieux during World Food Safety Day last year about the percentage of consumers that are concerned by allergen, and you can see the figures. So a very high concern in India and China, but also more than half of the consumers in US and in France. And on the bottom, you can see also the amount of allergic population, which is not the same. It differs from one country to the others. And Australia has apparently the highest level. So you have the different source of all those data. So it's affecting both, of course, adults, but also child. So it's, and those numbers are increasing. That's, I'm not sure there is a reason why, and we know the reason why there are more and more allergic people, but it's a growing concern. So if we see anaphylactic cases, so very strong reaction to an allergen in France, there are some studies. So we can see that, yes, nuts, peanuts, cereals, and crustaceans are more than half of the allergic reaction of those anaphylactic cases. And in terms of alerts, so this is a pie chart that is given that I have issued from our tool, the Food Safety Hub, that is gathering all the alerts. So you can see that, yes, milk, gluten, soy, mustard, egg are the major cause of alerts in terms of allergens. And also this notification have increased in 2019 by 30% versus 2018. So it's really a growing concern. So despite, I would say, all the testing, despite all the GFSI certification, of course, each and every GFSI schemes includes, of course, requirements to manage allergen. We have an increasing number of alerts and notifications. So it's a growing concern. So a few words about the regulation. So you have on top the list of regulatory allergens, so allergens that must be put on the label in different countries. So you have the European Union, the US, China, and there is also, if you want to see more information, you can visit this FARP website, where you will see more countries on the list. But sometimes there are some, I would say, details that are not on this list. By example, I put you a picture of coconut, because coconut is an allergen in the US. So it's not really, it's considered as a tree nut. So it's not really mentioned on this website. So you need to dig a bit deeper into the regulation. But at least it can give you a good insight of what is a regulatory allergen. Regulatory means it should be on the label, and we'll see a bit about this. One of the issues in terms of testing is that there is no, in most countries, like in Europe or US, there is no threshold for allergens. You got some in Australia with this famous vital system, which is very, very efficient. But for most of them, there is no threshold, so no limit, no action limit for allergen. And of course, if your product includes an allergen, either that is voluntary or incidentally into your product, there is a mandatory labeling. So that's for sure. And we'll also discuss about the precautionary labeling that you can that we can see on the labels. But the rules does not apply for allergen-free. So if you are using mentioning on your labels that it's allergen-free, I don't know, peanut-free, gluten-free, or whatever, soy-free, then there is the threshold at least is zero, and it's other regulations that would apply. Okay. So just to give you an overview of where within what are the different areas within manufacturing where allergen are important. So we have from the left to the right raw material testing. Of course, testing is an efficient tool, but it's not a real control measure. So the specification, raw material specification, plays a crucial part. Storage, pre-mixing operation, of course. Then we have the recipe management, HACCP, of course, hazard analysis. We're going to go through all this in more detailed. Production scheduling can be a control measures for allergens. Rework, of course. I remember my first one of my first IFS audit, IFS food, and it was in a dried soup, and they have, in the dried soups, they have many ingredients, many recipes, and they were all good, except that they were recycling a recipe with allergen in a non-allergen recipe. So it was a KO, and they had to go back for another audit. That was really a pity for them. Cleaning, of course, is important. Training of employees, but also management staff, of course. Finished product testing. I'll give you a few ideas about testing for allergen. Cross-contact. So during manufacturing, the Americans, they use cross-contact as a vocabulary. We could use cross-contamination. It's the same, of course. And of course, labeling, and in case of crisis, recall, withdrawal, you need also a robust procedure, and we have seen that it's a lot of cases in Europe and in the Western world. So let's start from the product cycle. So from research and development, well, it's like for the environment, it's reducing the use. So if you can avoid the allergen ingredients, that's the best, because you won't have to deal with all those cleaning and cross-contact issues. So avoid also new allergens. If you are in a dairy factory, you have the milk, try to avoid to bring wheat or other allergens through minor ingredients. Make sure you have all the raw material specification available and their allergen status. And we'll see an example. And verify the consistency between also the theoretical formula that was designed by the R&D team and also what's going on at the shop floor, because there might be some discrepancies. In terms of inputs, raw material, it's of course raw materials, but also processing aid. Products that might not be on the label, but if they are containing an allergen, it should be mentioned on the label. And also lubricants. So food lubricants could also contain allergens. So here you need to do a full inventory that are in those type of materials, or could be also incidentally present. That's what we have on this little table. So this is a US template, so you have the 8 allergen, but on the right-hand side is your supplier also using a precautionary labeling for allergens? By example, a supplier of a cheese that may say, okay, but in my cheese you may find traces of nuts. So it's also a very important information. And you need to consider the allergen of the destination country for those ingredients. Where do you ship your finished product? Those are the regulatory allergen you should check. And also double check with the stock inventory. You may have old product, old ingredients that are not used for years. They should be discarded. You may have some R&D trials. So this is also something to get rid of as much as you can in order to avoid some cross contact. What if an allergen is present incidentally in one of my ingredients? So this is something that is usually a question. So I would say first assess the impact on the finished product. What is the percentage of this ingredient in your finished product? Can you look for another supplier that is not using this, that have a better control of allergen? Challenge the supplier. Maybe they use this precautionary labeling as more a legal artifact, and maybe they really have an effective control and there is no risk. Ask them for test results. Do they find this incidental allergen in their product? You can also perform testing yourself. Review the hazard analysis. You could also perform an audit by this supplier to see how they manage allergen on site. And then it's up to you to decide to use this precautionary labeling or not, depending on all those factors. Finished product, also inventory. So here the destination country is especially important, and whether you will use or not the precautionary labeling. And again, like for raw materials, check the consistency with an effective inventory versus a theoretical. You may have also all the finished product or R&D trials and things like that. And again, rework is very important. So you need to define some rules, and of course, to make sure that you don't bring a new allergen into a recipe that is not supposed to contain it. Hazard analysis. So I would say allergens are usually a chemical hazards. Review the data, testing of raw materials, finished product about allergen, any customer complaints about allergen. and identification of cross-contact, cross-contamination all the way from receiving to shipment. And then up to you to define control measures, and we'll see some examples, whether it's a CCP or operational PRP, or a PRP is up to you to decide, but I'll give you some examples. At the storage step, segregation is important between allergen and non-allergen. And of course, one way to make sure it will be implemented is to clearly identify the area for allergen or non-allergen. You can use specific signage. Color coding also is very used in the US and very efficient. Try to avoid also having allergen ingredients over non-allergen ones. And also, as much as possible, depending on the space you got in the storage area, segregate the allergens of the different types. And again, like you have maybe a glass breakage procedure, you could have a specific spillage cleaning procedure in case of allergen, because in this case, you really want to have the area very clean to avoid some cross-contamination. And when you open a packaging and put it back into storage, keep it secured and close again. In production, physical segregation, of course, of allergen operation is important as much as possible. So if it's not feasible, at least a time separation can be a good idea. So like for hygienic zoning, you could have an allergic zoning of your factories that may differ from the hygienic zoning. Again, color coding could be a very clever solution on this, depending on the allergen, non-allergen, and the type of allergen. Also, to control allergen and limit the cross-contamination, production scheduling is a good tool. So scheduling first a non-allergen recipe. In this case, make sure you have a record of what is really going on, what has been done at the different timing of the day, compared to what was written on the schedule originally by the planning department. And specific cleaning, of course, in between allergen and non-allergen runs, you need a specific cleaning, and we'll talk a bit about the validation of this cleaning. Ventilation is important, especially if you have powders, and hygienic design of equipment. What is really also true for microhazard is also true for allergens, the ease of cleaning. Then labeling. Try to check labels when you're receiving versus artwork versus a validated template to make sure the allergens that are supposed to be mentioned on the label are actually on the label you receive. And if not, you just discard them and send them back to the printer. And on top of this, of course, making sure when labeling the product that the right product gets the right label. It's really a cause of major recalls. You could do it, start, middle, end of the run. On the FSMA regulation, it's mandatory as an allergen preventive control. Try to also store remotely the upcoming products or upcoming labels, so yes, that there is no mix, and have a label change procedure. So very, very important. What I forgot to mention is that even if you use precautionary labeling, it doesn't prevent you from implementing the best control measure to minimize the risks. So it's not a good, if you use precautionary labeling, it doesn't prevent you from implementing the control measures. In finished product storage and shipment, segregation could be useful depending if there is a risk. Of course, if the product is well enclosed, there is there might not be needed. And if you're shipping in bulk, have some control measures about tank cleaning. About cleaning, so validation is really important. If you want, if you define a specific cleaning to get rid of milk or whatever, you need to do a validation. So you just perform your program, and then you will look for traces of allergen. It could be on the surface or rinsing water, depending, and do some testing by an external lab or internally, and then have a conclusion. Of course, it might need to be a revalidation might be needed in case of changes of equipment, recipe, cleaning chemicals, or whatever. So, as I mentioned also, similar to environmental monitoring in terms of microbes, you can have one for allergens. So you can look for traces of allergen in the factory to make sure you limit the cross contamination on the areas that are, of course, close to food. And if you have positives, then identify the root cause and implement the corrective action. Training of personnel is important. Is making sure they understand the rules and they comply to the rules. They could bring allergen with their snack, with the meals. Of course, production area should be heat-free. Avoid pockets in the workwear. And if you have a consumer complaint, as you can see with anaphylactic cases, it can be very harmful. So gathering the product data, all the records, reviewing the production traceability of the D-Day, of the day of production, but maybe the day before as well. If you have a product in the library, do some testing and find the root cause and conclude. In terms of testing, mostly three kind of methods. So ELISA method is answering, I want to know the amount of a given allergen. So you have the list of allergen where it can be applied. PCR is more, I want to know if there is a suspicion of allergen, but I won't have the amount. And you have other methods that could give you the amount of allergen, like chromatography. So by example, in this liquid chromatography, we can have a kind of multi-allergen test that will give you whether there are some nuts or not in your product. So each and every method has its pros and cons. ELISA is very well recognized, works well with environment and product sample, but it cannot be used for celery, and there might be some false negative. And also, if the product is heavily manufactured, I mean processed with heat, pressure, then it might not work. PCR works well on highly processed food, but does not quantify, so it's just a black or white, yes or no, there is or there is not. And PCR cannot be used on some matrices. So in a conclusion for testing, you might need sometimes to use those ELISA and PCR are complementary to have a clear picture of where you stand regarding your allergen. Okay, so that was just a short sharing of the allergen management best practices. So now if we can have a few minutes for questions. So
yeah, if you want to switch your webcam on, Patrick, we'll pick up the questions. We've got 5 minutes or so to do that. Okay, thanks very much for the presentation. Here we go with the questions.
Okay.
Maria, from Maria, are allergens in wines included in the controlled allergens? That is, are wines monitored for non-declaration of allergens?
So mostly for wines, the allergen is sulfites, so which is one of the few allergens where you have a threshold, depending on the area. It's true that for wine, what you could have as well, you have some processing aid that may contain eggs, like in the process of filtration, you could have some kind of egg ingredients. But for me, I think the wines are exempt, at least in Europe, from regulatory labeling, except the sulfites.
Okay, thanks. Otim, I'm a food safety team leader in freshwater fish factory. We deal in Nile perch. Fish as one of the allergens. SPP, fish as one of the allergens. How can this be tested?
So I'm not sure to understand the question, because if it's fish, I don't know if there is any ingredient in fish, but if it's just a raw fish or frozen fish, well, fish is an allergen. So if you label your product as a Nile perch, I'm not even sure you need to mention fish, because it goes without saying, and it's like so. But or else, if you have some additives, then it could be tested as any other food product.
Yeah. Okay. Mahendra, we manufacture parboiled rice, which has a single ingredient, no additive, no preservatives. Do we need to have an allergen statement on our label?
No, of course no, because rice is not an allergen, so you don't need to mention anything. So it's rice as it is. Now, if you may want to label it like gluten-free, because rice does not have gluten. In this case, maybe the regulatory authorities could ask for testing, but it is well known. I would recommend you to ask if you do a specific labeling, if you have a specific claim like gluten-free, then it might be useful to perform a test or ask your local authorities.
Okay, thanks. Eva, what do you think about the application of proteomics for allergens detection and quantification?
Simon, that's a good question. I'm not a food testing expert. I'm sure my colleagues would know about this, but I must tell. So I don't know if Eva can send this question through my email. I will look for some colleagues who should be able to answer, because I have no idea.
Well, we'll put it on the forum, and then we'll send that question to you, and then try and get an answer.
Problem. Yeah.
AJ, if a consumer reports that they had an allergic reaction from one of your products, what should our response be? What can we do?
So if the allergen, as I mentioned in some slide, it's about checking the records, the recipe, was it of the day of manufacturing. So traceability, of course, is important. Checking the cleaning program, cleaning records, has it been well implemented, and try to identify whether you have a cause, whether there was an issue into the production, process or scheduling. It should be very, very taken seriously, because it could have a lethal impact on consumer.
Okay, Ria, apart from ELISA and PAR, is there any other validation activities for allergen residual, e.g. after production run on food contact surfaces?
I guess for validation, it's for cleaning. So it's mostly cleaning validation. Yeah. So I don't see anything more. If you have a validated cleaning program, you're good to go. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Possible allergens in packaging? Any issues that you know?
It's a good question. No, I haven't seen anything from packaging. No.
Procedures. This is from Dinabo. What are the procedures SOP for spillage cleaning? Can you elaborate with cleaning tools and chemicals?
I would advise to have a stronger cleaning procedure to make sure that the allergen are removed. A bit like you have if you have a specific cleaning on allergen, you would validate it. So you may ask your cleaning chemical supplier about which cleaning chemicals are the best for allergen removal. They might not be the best for the disinfection, so it's a different purpose. So I would do a specific record and a specific procedure, and I would ask really the advice of the cleaning chemical company on this, but something stronger than just a spill of any other product.
Okay, right. We've run out of time.
Okay.
What I'll do is the questions that we've missed and that one that we couldn't answer, I'll email to you, Patrick, and then if we can get an answer to those, we'll put them on the discussion forum where there's a specific topic for this topic. So
okay. Thank you, Simon.
Yeah, much appreciated, Patrick. Thanks very much for taking part again this year.
You're welcome.
Nice day.
You're very welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, we now Cor, I believe he's going to join us, Cor Groenveld from FSSC 22000, talking about remote audits and the use of ICT in FSSC 22000 audits. So, are you there, Cor? Patrick, you can close this window now. Just come out of the yeah. So yeah, we're just waiting for Cor. He was here earlier, but I'm not sure where he's gone now. So did you all manage to get in? It's a bit strange. Session 1 ends and then you have to check your inbox, your email to get the link for session 2. It's not very good. And you'll have to do the same for session 3. But I think most of you managed to do that. Cor, you need, right, okay. Yeah, you needed to use the other link, Cor, the presenter link. You're just in as an attendee at the moment, but let's see if we can get you on soon. No problem at all. So yeah, the questions that we missed there, unfortunately, it's rapid fire. We've only got 30 minutes in between for each session. But yeah, great discussion on allergens. So if you're there
now,
yeah, Cor, if you can switch your webcam on.
I reconnected. So yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. No problem.
Hi.
Right, you're gonna have to talk even faster, Cor.
Well, we'll speed up.
Yeah, just tell the audience where you join us from, and then I'll get your slides on, Cor.
That's good. I'm the Market Development Director from FSSC 22000, and I'd like to give you some insights on remote auditing and the use of ICT for audits in FSSC.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. Thank you. So, welcome everyone, and very nice that you joined this presentation. First of all, I hope you're all well in these challenging and difficult times, because it's rough for all of us, but I hope you and your families are well in this time. As said, I'm Cor Groenveld. I work for FSSC 22000, and I like to inform you about, I think, a very important topic, how to use remote audits and also ICT in FSSC 22000 audits. So if you look at the topics of today, first a short introduction to FSSC, then I go into to our measures in the COVID crisis. We also have, of course, looked at it and also have some measures together with our partners, and then into the ICT. And there are two options within FSSC. First of all, we have the option of partly remote audits, and since last week we also have an option for full remote audits, and I will go into both of them. I have quite a lot of details in my slides. I cannot cover all the details. I will just go through the highlights, but I think it's good that you have the details also when you get a handout after this presentation. So FSSC, probably you know it, Food Safety System Certification. We are a certification program for food safety management systems, and we use ISO 22000 as the standard for the whole supply chain. And then we also require sector-specific technical specifications for the prerequisite programs, and we have a number of additional requirements. That is, in a nutshell, what FSSC 22000 is. And not going through all the details, but I think some characteristics and some benefits. We are ISO-based, So we really have a framework for a robust and effective food safety management system. And using the ISO management system approach also allows organizations to have an integrated management system, even covering other risk areas like sustainability or environment, occupational health, and safety. Fully recognized by the Global Food Safety Initiative, very important. And we cover almost the whole food supply chain. So we really have a food supply chain approach. Reliable certification is very important. We have a very robust integrity program because, reliable certificates and the integrity of the certificates and the audits is very important. And we also have local representation in a lot of countries and regions. This is an infographic. Most important in this picture is the number of certificates. In 11 years' time, we have now more than 24,000 certificates. Very important is our partners. We work together with the certification bodies, the training organizations, and the accreditation bodies. At the moment, we have, you can see it, almost 130 certification bodies with a license and 29 training organizations. On the right side, you see the scope, the different sectors where we are active in. And also what is important, I think, is to mention that we have local representation. You see it also on this slide in several countries and regions. You can reach out to our local representatives. And last but not least, we also have a special program for small, medium enterprises. We call it the FSSC Development Program. And that is a program where organizations that cannot reach FSSC 22000 in one step, they can do it in a two-level approach. More details on our website, or you can contact one of our partners, or you can reach out to us by mail or other ways. COVID-19, it's of course a big crisis. Here in the Netherlands, since yesterday, we have a partial lockdown again. So I come from the Netherlands, so I think, in a lot of countries, we still have issues. So also for the certification audits for FSSC, we have already a number of measures in place to ensure that organizations can still be reviewed. Because I think what's important is that we still have the assurance that a certified organization is still meeting the requirements. But also that they do not lose certificates because audits cannot take place. If that's the reason, if a physical audit cannot take place and organizations lose their certificate only by that, that's of course a problem. So we have a number of measures. First of all, a risk assessment has to take place. That's based on an IAF document. That has to take place with all the extraordinary events or circumstances like COVID-19. And also we ask the CBs to do that risk assessment. And that risk assessment can either postpone the audit or they can do an extension of the validity of the certificate, a maximum of 6 months. We also are in a transition at the moment to version 5, the new version of FSSC 22000, and we decided also to extend the transition time till 30 March. That was end of December, it's now 30 of March. And we have the option for remote auditing that I will go in more in detail. All the specific requirements can be found on our website. And of course, we continuously monitor the situation because this is a crisis that can change every day. So we cannot predict what will happen, but we will ensure that we work closely together with our partners and the certified organizations to make sure that we take the right decisions. So looking at ICT, first in using it as a part of the remote audit. You can find all the details in an annex. It is on our website, Annex 9. There are all the requirements, and I just have an overview of the most important requirements. Basis for using ICT is a document from the International Accreditation Forum. That's the MD4. And there you find very good information about what are the requirements of using ICT in audits or assessment purposes. And we use that fully. Our approach is a split audit process of 2 steps. Part of the audit is remote and part of it is on site. And it's voluntary. It needs to be agreed between the certified organization and the certification body. And the certification body has to check if it's feasible, if it's possible to do that remote part of the audit. So the certification body needs to do an assessment. And we have some requirements for that too. And this is also fully in line and agreed with GFSI. So the Global Food Safety Initiative conforms this approach. So that is in line with the GFSI. If you look at the assessment, and again, you can read all the things itself, but most important is to decide if the remote audit can take place, of course, that the technique is there, that it's possible to do a partly remote audit, that the ICT tools work and that they are available, that the information from the site is available also in a remote format, that protection, data protection and security measures are in place. So these are a number of things, and we have listed that in our appendix, in our Annex 9, where you can find all the elements that needs to be done in the assessment by the certification body to decide before the audit if the ICT approach and the remote audit can take place. And then we have a split audit process, as we call it. So part of it is remote, and that is then using ICT. Mainly it's looking at documents, but also interviews. So that is the main content of that remote part of the audit. And then there also needs to be an on-site audit, and that has to look at the implementation and verification of the food safety management system, and obviously also looking at the processes itself. What is important is that the duration of the remote part and the on-site part in total is the total time of a normal audit. So it's a split audit. That's why we say it's a split audit process. But we have some thresholds on how much time to take. Remote, typically we say between a half and 1 day, depending on the total day of the audit, obviously. And the on-site part, that needs to be a minimum of 1 day and also minimum 50% of the total duration. So in principle, it does not take extra time, but that also depends, of course, if the audit can be done effectively. And the certification body needs to ensure, of course, that the effective audit time is the same as in a normal physical audit. So if there is any delays or there is no connection or things go wrong with ICT, when you cannot audit, then that time needs to be added to the total time. It's very important to check beforehand that the ICT works and that all the tools are in place. Where can the partly remote audit be used for? Well, in principle for all the audits, but if you look at the first initial certification audit, then stage 1 can be done remote, but stage 2, that's the second part of the first initial certification audit, needs to be done on site, and it has to be done within 6 months. That's important. And then surveillance audits, they can be used also, and also the announced surveillance. But then, if you have an announced surveillance, that's also a rule from GFSI. It's 2 parts again. So first, the audit needs to be done. The first part needs to be done on site. That's unannounced, and then the remote part is after that. So that is a different order of doing the audit, and that has to be done within 48 hours because it's important that it's a real unannounced surveillance. And that has to be taken place once in the 3 years in FSSC 22000. So some general principles, without going in detail, you find it in Annex 9. Make sure that the ICT is tested and approved before the audit takes place. The auditors needs to be trained and competent because using ICT is a different skill, is a different competence. Rules in IEF mandatory document 4 about efficiency, effectiveness, and the integrity. Data security, confidentiality are important, needs to be agreed and ensured with the certification body and the site. And of course, for both parts of the audit, we need to have an auditor that is qualified for the applicable subcategory that has been audited. And we recommend that the same auditor does the remote part and the on-site part. And if there are downtime interruptions, then of course, the time needs to be added because the effective audit time shall be the same as the calculated audit time. Okay. And then we decided also to initiate a full remote option, and that is only in place for a week. We launched it last week. And we had discussions with our board of stakeholders who are responsible for the quality and integrity of FSSC. Our board of stakeholders, very important. There are big organizations that use FSSC, and they support us and make sure that the governance and integrity of FSSC is okay. But we said, if you really cannot do physical audit, then we think it's important that we have a full remote option. it's better to do something than nothing. That is also a bit of the idea. And we also think that with this option, with our requirements, you can do a good audit. You can do a robust audit. But again, there are quite a lot of requirements to ensure that not only that document review and interview part is being done remotely, but in this case also, the part where you do the review of the processes and where you do really the checking the implementation and verification of the food safety management system. So that's more a challenge, but we think this option is important. This option can only be used in serious events. So our partly remote audit option will remain in place. That is something that we will keep in place. But this option can only be used when there's a serious event like COVID-19. And again, the certification body needs to do an assessment to look if it's possible, if it's feasible and viable to do the audit with a full remote option. Important is that looking at the site, again, it's voluntary and it is not GFSI recognized. And that's a big difference. And we also had, of course, a lot of discussion about that. There's also good discussions with the GFSI on this. At the moment, GFSI does not recognize full remote. They do partly remote. But what we said, listen, we need this option to ensure that certificates will not only be loosened when physical audits cannot take place. So that is, I think, important. Here again, the rules for the risk assessment being done by the certification body. Again, it's very important to look if the organization has a good history in performance, if ICT tools can be used. So it's very similar looking at the requirements that we have for the partly remote audit. But again, the ICT requirements will be higher because you can imagine you also need some video possibilities probably to go into the processes to do the review of that. So there are some additional requirements. You can see it on this slide. Very important is that the processes are running during the audit. So there must be production or processes that take place during the audit. And very important is that the remote technology, mainly going into the factory or going on site, looking at processes, needs to be able to imitate a real audit, a real physical audit. That is very critical, and that's a difference with the partly remote audit. Where can you use it? Again, you can use it in principle for all audits, but not for the initial certification audits. Because we believe that you need for a first initial certification audit, an auditor needs to be partly on site. So the partly remote approach is allowed for a first certification audit, but not for the full remote option. The planning is very critical. The auditor needs to make a very good planning together with the site, because it is of course when you're not on the site itself, it's even more critical that people are available, that people are ready to go into the audit, that you don't lose too much time. So these things are very critical. And also, it's important to make sure that there is perhaps a possibility to add some time when needed because of a breakdown or ICT tools failing, that kind of things. It is possible to spread it over more than one day. We allow that because it can be very intensive to do a remote audit. So you can have, when the audit would take two days, you can spread it perhaps over 4 days and not have 4 full days. That's allowed. And also what is important is that, there is a video possibility, that by streaming or live video, that is available for the audit. It should be a way of auditing where the auditor will look through the eyes of the video and can also instruct the person that is on site to video the things that the auditor wants to see. So imitating a live physical audit as good as possible is very important. You can use several kinds of ICT. You see it here in this picture. So this is just an example. You find it also in our document. We have an addendum document with all the details on the full remote audit. Again, you can find it on our website by the scheme documents. But you can see that several kinds of ICT, different kinds of ICT can be used for different parts of the audit. Video conference or web meeting, more for interviewing and opening and closing meetings. But then, video, real-time video images with drones, mobile, fixed video, etc., etc. Again, more details in that document of the IAF on ICT. There are already some experiences from the certification bodies, and I asked for some feedback from our partners, the certification bodies, and again, quite a lot of details. But I think it's good that we learn from practice, and I have 3 slides on that. First, some tips on the preparation, also for the auditors, but the auditor need to work together with the representatives of the certified organization, of course. Again, the planning is very critical. Make sure you have a good planning and people are available, right? that you can meet that planning. That's one of the biggest challenges. Check the connections. That's the thing that goes wrong most in the time, that connections are not working. Test it also worst case spot, because you can have great connections in the office, but then you go into the storeroom of an organization and connection is gone. So test it also in worst case situations, and also try to make a routing, because the video needs to go through the organization and through the site. So agree on a routing. What is the best routing to follow? Do it like a live audit. So these are a number of tips. Also, be aware that it's very intensive, and perhaps you need to have some short breaks included. But again, when you have breaks, that is not the effective audit time. But perhaps you can spread it over more days, as I said, and then you can have a few more breaks to make sure that you are able to continue. Because looking at the screen all the time, you know that it is also not easy. Then during the audit, 2 parts: the document check. Make sure that auditees are available, and also make sure they are not waiting too long in a waiting room, because that's also frustrating for them. So try to have a good time management is the tip. And it's with this kind of audits, it's obviously that perhaps the auditor asks for some more documentation on forehand in the preparation. And the site also needs to understand that, because normally when you're in the site, you can see a lot of documents and you can ask live, can you show me this? And in this case, perhaps, it's good that the documents are on forehand with the auditor, so he or she can prepare himself very good. Switch between reading documents and asking questions. So reviewing documents together with an auditee is more effective than reading it and then afterwards asking questions. So if that's possible, do it simultaneously. And I think these are a number of background noises. Also have the interviews in a separate room. Background noises can also be very destructive. The final one, the tour. So that is more the tour, the review of the processes. Auditors will need to be a little bit more directive. That is the experience, and sites also need to understand that, because you need to have a strict planning and make sure that you do the audit effectively. So it's more a directive way of auditing in most cases. So understanding for that is important. Some tips like don't jump on the metal detector, but first look around with live streaming and that kind of things. Use front back cameras, air plugs to communicate with the person who is doing the videoing, and interviews in separate locations. And make sure that devices are loaded, that they have the right batteries. Also good. It's a pity when the video stops for an hour and you have to wait. So I realize that is quite a lot of information, but I hope I was able to give you the highlights of our approach in ICT and also the use of remote auditing. And I think, Simon, the handout will be provided to everyone with all the details. And we still have a few
sure,
minutes for questions.
Yeah, it sure will. Yeah, we'll send, and obviously you can reach out to FSSC 22000 website and contact them if you need to ask any questions. So yeah, let's quickly go through as many as we can. Lilia, do we need to inform you in advance for planning to do an ICT audit? How many reports do we need for the remote on-site part of the audit?
No, you don't. You don't. It's not necessary to inform FSSC. You need to agree it with your certification body. So certification body and the certified organization need to agree. And there are rules for the certification bodies. When they upload the reports, they need to put in our system the status that it was a remote audit. So we will have a log in our system that it was a remote audit, but it's not. And the risk assessment, the assessment also needs to be uploaded by the certification body. So, but it's not necessary to inform us on forehand.
Okay. Maria, can on-site audit be replaced by remote audit, wherein cameras are installed in the work site to be audited? Is this recognized as appropriate?
Yeah, it is recognized in the partly remote audit. If it's also new, we initiated it a couple of months ago, the partly remote audit. But we like to keep it in place. And so that partly remote audit, you can use those techniques also after this crisis. That's the idea. But for the full remote audit, that's only allowed in a serious event situation like the COVID-19. So that's the difference. So yes, we recognize that ICT tools are part of reality and are part of the 21st century also for food safety audits now.
Okay, and speaking about tools, Jose, are smart glasses a validated tool? Smart glasses?
Yeah, it is allowed. We don't say this brand is allowed, this is not allowed. There's that document from the IEF with very good recommendations and requirements for ICT, but we leave it between the CB, the certification body, and the certified organization to ensure that they use the right ICT tools in the circumstances where you are, because you can have very different circumstances with different sites, different countries. So it's up to the certification body to do that assessment with the site to ensure that the ICT tools used are effective and efficient.
Okay, good. Amar, what do you mean about full remote audit will not be GFSI recognized?
Now, at the moment, there has been a lot of discussions, obviously, Simon. If you look at the crisis, and we all want to be GFSI recognized because we find it very important to be GFSI recognized. And at the moment, the GFSI only allows the partly remote auditing. So our first option, that is allowed by and recognized by the GFSI. We decided that due to this enormous crisis, we also need to offer a voluntary option of a full remote audit. And the audit itself is formally not recognized by the GFSI. So certified organizations need to check if their customers accept it. But then again, doing something when you cannot do a physical audit at all, doing something, is that not better than doing nothing? So
it's making the best out of a bad situation.
And we believe that you can do a good audit. It's not that we say it is not a good audit. No, we believe you can do a good audit full remote, and these serious events, these circumstances, we think we need to allow it as an option.
Yep, sure. Mahendra, we operate a rice mill, which is very noisy. How we cope with this is going to be difficult, isn't it? Then it's try to find a place where you can at least speak. You can have two parts. You can do a review where there's a lot of noise, and then perhaps you can show the process. There's no need of talking perhaps at that moment. Perhaps with earplugs you can still communicate with each other. And then perhaps separately in a place where it's more quiet, the auditor can ask for questions. So you can perhaps split it in that way. I don't know exactly, of course, but try to find a way
to do it in the best possibilities.
Yeah. And I suppose if you go for an initial look with the video at the process, go to a quiet room, then the auditor could perhaps say, well, can we go back and just look at this specific thing in more detail? Things like that.
Yeah.
So, I think there's another presenter here. Is that Robert Rogers trying to edge out Cor Groenveld? Switch your webcam on if you're there, Robert. Just like to say, Cor, we have run out of time, but do appreciate you joining us today, and we will issue the slide deck and say hello to each other. Have you met before?
You're good.
Yeah,
okay.
Very good. All right,
Simon.
Thanks for joining us, Cor. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye, everyone.
Bye,
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, we've got a bit of a novel one actually today, because your presentation's recorded. That's right, isn't it, Robert? Oh, I can't hear you, Robert.
There we go. Is that better?
Oh, that's much better. Oh, that's a quality microphone, that is, Robert. Sounding good. So I'm just saying that, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is Robert Rogers from Mettler-Toledo. Will you tell the audience where you're joining us from today, Robert? I'm
actually joining you from Tampa, Florida today.
Very good. And the weather, sunny?
I mean, this is my favorite time of the year, so it's not as hot down here anymore. It's starting to be very nice and comfortable outside. So this is the perfect time to be here. Very good. Okay, so we've recorded your presentation, but then you're going to join for Q&A after that. So do you want to just do you need to do an introduction, or should I just play it? I think you can just play it. I think I did a little bit of an introduction on the inside of it to kind of introduce myself and whatnot. So if you just want to play it, and then I'll be available for the Q&A after.
Okay. All right. Let's switch our webcams off for mics while the video plays.
Sure thing. Hello and welcome. My name is Robert Rogers, Senior Advisor for Food Safety and Regulation with Mettler-Toledo's Product Inspection Division. We would like to thank the International Food Safety and Quality Network for asking us to participate in this year's Food Safety Live event. We will be discussing the value of product inspection data during challenging times. And these are certainly challenging times. COVID-19 has imposed shocks on all segments of the food supply chains, simultaneously affecting farm production, food processing, transports and logistics, and final demand. COVID-19 has led to disruptions in food processing industry, which has been affected by the rules on social distancing, by labor shortages due to sickness, and by lockdown measures to contain the spread of the virus. In confined spaces, such as packing plants for fruits and vegetables, or meat processing facilities, necessary social distancing measures may reduce the efficiency of operation, and of course there is the need to ensure adequate protections for all employees. Looking at some of the emerging trends that are impacting the food business, we've seen changes in the consumer behavior during the pandemic. As we experience shifts in consumer behaviors and trends with online food retail, there are several key initiatives and resources focused on e-commerce, click and collect, and delivery of meal kits that pose even more issues when it comes to food safety. There are also emerging threats to consider, and assessments are being conducted, such as vulnerability assessments and threat assessments. TACCP, or Threat Assessment Critical Control Point, is defined as a process with a systematic method to defend a food supply chain from intentional contamination. The act of contamination is behaviorally or ideologically motivated with the intent to cause harm to people. VACCP, or Vulnerability Assessment Critical Control Point, is defined as a process to defend a food supply chain from dishonest conduct that may impact negatively on the quality, integrity, or authenticity of a food and drink. The dishonest is motivated by economic gain. And then there's traceability, blockchain, Internet of Things, Industry 4.0, and the digitalization of our food system. Blockchain is all the rage today, with many examples like IBM's Food Trust blockchain platform. The IBM Food Trust is designed to make it easier for retailers, suppliers, growers, and food industry providers to access data from across the food ecosystem, enabling better traceability, transparency, and efficiency. IBM said the use of blockchain technology allows food to be traced back to its source as soon as seconds instead of days or weeks, and provides a higher level of trusted information versus the traditional databases, since transactions are endorsed by multiple parties. Utilization of big data for activities such as condition monitoring and predictive maintenance, monitoring asset health through the collection and analysis of sensor data such as vibration and temperature, can significantly reduce machine downtime. Rather than a more reactive strategy, the inclusion of intelligence allows companies to identify potential component failures and rectify them before the machine fails. And very recently, we have seen partial remote and blended audits are being implemented by GFSI recognized programs, and the future of food safety is getting much attention with the FDA's new proposed ruling on traceability as part of their new era of Smarter Food Safety Initiative. It's clear trends such as these will be part of the new normal, but not without some risk. In fact, the National Security Agency and Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency issued a joint advisory in July warning that cyber attacks against critical operation technologies and infrastructure have been on the rise during the COVID-19 pandemic. So there are many aspects to consider. Since our focus today is on the value of product inspection data, let's look at how data drives business practices. IoT, or Internet of Things, is an umbrella term that refers to connected physical and digital components. IoT components can transmit data without the assistance of human mediators. Some consumer IoT, such as light fixtures, home appliances, and voice assistants, commercial IoT applications in the healthcare and transport industries, such as smart pacemakers, monitoring systems, and vehicle-to-vehicle communications. Well, how many IoT devices are installed worldwide? Well, in 2018, there were 7 billion. In 2019, the number of active devices reached 26.6 billion. Every second, 127 new IoT devices are connected to the web. During 2020, experts estimate the installation of up to 31 billion IoT devices. By 2021, 35 billion. By 2025, 75 billion IoT devices will be connected to the web. Some of the key ways smart manufacturing can impact food and beverage manufacturers means better information at the right time. In a smart factory, information flows swiftly and seamlessly, giving workers real-time insight that allows for better decisions about production, scheduling, and inventory. Integrated data streams provide for areas of the enterprise to share data and collaborate and problem solve. For food safety, with better tracking and monitoring, food manufacturers can accurately track and trace the ingredients and productions throughout the supply chain. These tools allow for companies to remain in compliance, prepare for inspections, and provide detailed reports. And in the case of a recall, this functionality lets companies respond promptly and with more precision. For process improvements, smart factories produce massive amounts of data that, when analyzed and reported on, provide powerful insights that can allow companies to consider changes to the processes throughout the sourcing, manufacturing, and distribution processes. In order to fully embrace Industry 4.0, facilities have a number of needs that must first be met. They'll need more types of reliable and accurate data, a system to analyze the data, and finally, a way to act on that analysis. Industrial Internet of Things includes digital control systems, statistical evaluations, and industrial big data. Plants should be ready to embrace a digital, traceable supply chain and enable a digital factory, leveraging this intelligence to gain a competitive advantage. Plants should be deploying smart manufacturing solutions that provide real-time visibility of performance, the ability to predict future demand and equipment failures, and measure the impact of current decisions on future operations. Dreaded unplanned downtime, which interrupts productions, have several compounding effects. First, the associated people are idled with lost productivity. Second, the work in progress inventory must often be scrapped, causing waste, particularly in the batch process area. And third, missed shipments cause both consumer dissatisfaction and loss of revenue. The Industry 4.0 strategy mitigates this by using IoT and analytics for predictive maintenance. The equipment's condition is monitored, and early problem detection sends an alert well before a failure. Maintenance and/or repairs are scheduled and made before a failure stops production. Industry 4.0 revolves around advances in technology. Artificial intelligence, virtual testing, and Internet of Things are all important drivers of the new manufacturing plant. But none of this works without the human element. As of now, the food sector is crippled with supply chain inefficiencies, frauds, and scandals. Most of the issues affecting the food industry stem from the inherent lack of trust and transparency within the food supply chain. Our food system today fails to meet the transparency and assurances demanded by many consumers. It's clear the current food supply chain and quality management systems are bogged down in manual processes that are challenged to detect or prevent adulteration. Blockchain technology is transforming the entire food system by increasing efficiency, transparency, and collaboration through the food system. The entire ecosystem brings farmers, wholesalers, retailers, shopkeepers, warehouses, and factories together, so consumers can be assured of end-to-end traceability. The entity that handles the food could be represented as a node in the blockchain network, which would make it easier to track and trace the source of food items from farm to fork. Recently, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, announced proposed rules to establish additional traceability record-keeping requirements for certain foods. The agency provided a list of the food that would be subjected to the proposed requirements, which includes leafy greens, fresh-cut fruits and vegetables, some types of fish, shelled eggs, nut butters, and more. These new requirements would be a key component of the FDA's new era of smarter food safety. It would implement Section 204 of the Food Safety Modernization Act. The proposed requirements are intended to make it easier to rapidly and effectively track the movement of food to prevent or mitigate a foodborne illness outbreak. It's clear that the blockchain has a potential to address current issues and make a positive impact on the food supply chain. However, there are some limitations to adoption of the blockchain in the food sector. Food ecosystems involve many players and many layers that demand greater efforts for blockchain adoption. All the entities in the network need to adopt this technology in order to attain a successful integration. We've talked about how data is impacting businesses and different methods of obtaining, storing, and distributing data. But who really needs all this data? Well, it all depends on the data and, more importantly, what we will do with the data. Value can be created from data by both people and automation. We will look at the production manager and quality manager roles in a little more detail, but let's not overlook other roles such as business managers, shop floor personnel, and the end consumer. Data sent directly to factory management systems is crucial to the business manager. Condition monitoring data can be monitored by maintenance staff to efficiently direct maintenance to lower performing equipment during non-production schedules to help prevent unplanned downtime due to a failure. The consumer can also benefit with assurances that the product is authentic, safe, and of good quality, with many products being supplied with higher levels of data regarding traceability throughout the supply chain. For the production manager, data is instantly available. Time spent searching for quality and production data is reduced. Studies indicate that managers can spend 25 to 35% of their time searching for, retrieving, handling, filing, and storing documents and information. Improved data management assures that everyone is working from the most current data. Access control assures that only authorized personnel can access and change proprietary information. Control over production parameter changes are improved with less manual effort. With a centralized execution of manual product changeover processes to cut down sources for human error and reduce downtime, providing the highest level of data integrity and production security, enabling quicker and more targeted reaction to production incidences and access to historical big data for trend analysis, simplifying and speeding up the collection and compilation of data from multiple production line systems, and keeps up to date with emerging production automation standards such as PACML. Automatic notifications triggered by predefined production events and trends to enable quick reaction for corrective action, reduces product giveaway and unplanned downtime events. The status and health of each product inspection device, performance is constantly visible locally and remotely. The ability to track changes to the product or device setup parameters and document performance verification routine tests including time and date, type of material, size, and result. These log each reject product time with date stamp and reject classification. Quality and production data can be accessed remotely across multiple sites and geographical locations, giving managers at all levels complete insight into product inspection and compliance performance metrics. Paperless documentation of product reject incidences required for compliance save time filling in forms, filing, and collation of information for reports and trend analysis. Standard reports for compliance and retailer audits are instantly available in the correct format to reduce audit preparation time, omit sources of error or missing data to prevent fines and the time required to prepare for a revisit. Allowing for immediate access to all the data required to demonstrate compliance with national and international laws and standards, fully supporting the fulfillment of retailer audits, enabling quicker and more targeted reaction to quality incidences, reducing the manual effort required to document quality incidences and the remedial actions taken, simplifying and speeding up the collection and compilation of data from multiple production lines and systems. By automating the way you capture information, data becomes readily available at the touch of a button. Paper forms, PDFs, and emailed or scanned paperwork requires hours of data re-entry and create the potential for human error and mischief. The time it takes for your office staff to re-enter information means your data is outdated until all the entries have been compiled, transferred, organized, and then evaluated. Instead, the automated data collection system gives you real-time visibility into the data you're already collecting. This gives your business the ability to make data-driven business decisions. Replacing physical documentation with digital copies reduces clutter in your workspace. This makes all documents available to authorized personnel at any time from any device with access. Long gone are the days searching for misfiled documents. The more streamlined your process, the more efficient your business. The more efficient your business, the more money you save on your daily operations. For many food processors, it's tempting to look for other, potentially cheaper, routes to data management. They could develop their own software to manage compliance data, or possibly use a SCADA or supervisory control and data acquisition system. Even if you have your own in-house development team, they may not be up to the challenge to managing compliance data. Field bus technology has been used for decades to connect industrial equipment. When Ethernet technology became available, it gradually replaced field bus. Today, Most new machines connect using Ethernet. Legacy systems still use Fieldbus. OPC, or Object Linked and Embedded for Process Control standards, were originally developed for Windows computers. However, the newest version, OPC UA, is also available on many PLCs, embedded systems, microcontrollers, and other hosts. OPC UA is identified as one of the preferred connectivity technologies of the future and is of growing importance for industrial networks. An advantage of OPC is that both engineering and IT departments are familiar with this technology. Therefore, the same connectivity solution can be used to collect data from both production and business. Suppliers may also offer software that installs on a user's host and is easily connects to their equipment. Typically, it does not require additional engineering resources to use data management solutions. This can greatly reduce the cost for system integration and data collection. Additionally, the software may include value-added features including visual analyst tools, exportable reports, data security, mobile notifications, and more. Lastly, some data management software can also act as middleware between product inspection equipment and other systems like MES and ERP systems. Middleware is used when two systems cannot directly connect. For example, if they do not offer the same communication protocols. Middleware acts as a translator between the two systems. A food processor that wants to make use of its data for continuous improvements and for proof of due diligence needs its data at its fingertips. It could ask the in-house IT teams to develop scripts for manual data manipulation, or it could ask the equipment that supplies a ready-made data management application. A ready-made application is not just faster, it can be installed in a matter of days. It's more likely to help with compliance because it will have been developed by food safety experts, and it will have been tested in numerous food processing environments. Product inspection equipment is particularly rich in valuable data because it continuously evaluates the production process. By integrating product inspection equipment with higher-level systems, a greater variety of users gain access to product inspection data. This enables more value to be created from the data. By focusing on value, your business can develop a strategy to ensure all personnel and systems have the information needed for their role. Product inspection solutions from Mettler-Toledo safeguard the quality and integrity of your products, both inside and out. Our range of product inspection equipment includes sophisticated metal contamination detectors, highly accurate dynamic checkwares, cutting-edge X-ray technology, and state-of-the-art machine vision systems. Our outstanding global service excellence completes our global portfolio. Every one of our products has been designed to ensure brand and consumer protection by using the most advanced technologies, increase production and profitability, uphold quality to comply to industry legislation and codes of practice. Our solutions benefit your business, protect your reputation, and help you maintain your competitive edge. And that concludes our presentation today, the value of product inspection data in challenging times. I hope we've been able to provide some valuable information and would like to thank you for joining, and again like to thank the International Food Safety and Quality Network for hosting the Food Safety Live event. For more information, you can visit us at www.mt.com. Thank you very much.
Are you there, Robert?
Yeah, I see the chat there.
My ears. No, yeah, it was a little bit quiet, but with these on, it was perfectly fine. But obviously, if you're not using these, then obviously it was causing an issue. So we do apologize for that. You know, normally you'd think recording something gets over some of the issues, but anyway, apologies. It's just one of them things. And in the recording of this event that we issue later, the sound will be fine, I'm pretty sure. So anyway, has anyone got a question for Robert about this presentation or anything to do with metal detection, X-ray inspection? We've got 5 minutes or so, so yeah, ask away. Any questions? Just all about the sound.
Sorry about that.
I know. What's Mohammed saying? Metal detector we have without any document. I don't know whether that's a question or just a statement.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the things as far as the data that's supplied with product inspection devices, not only any changes to the setting, a lot of the verification type activity, particularly around a metal detector or an X-ray system, is tracked and monitored through the data. And some of those things leading towards, I mean, as kind of Cor mentioned, they're, going to a complete holistic remote type audit, certainly not feasible for the first certification type audit. What we're looking at is really data from the product inspection solutions to streamline that process a little bit, maybe allow some focus. As an example, I have one metal detector in the process of maybe 10 total metal detectors. And on that one particular line, I noticed that through the data, all the testing or the verification activities, they're not done on a timely basis. On that particular system, maintenance is often adjusting sensitivity levels and things of that nature. So that may provide a little bit more focus to that particular area than on another system that, is being tested on time, isn't being regularly adjusted by maintenance. So those sort of things. And again, product inspection, as far as the whole food safety scheme, it's a relatively small part, but certainly incidences that are product inspection related, foreign material recalls, improper labels, undeclared allergens, things of that nature, could be tracked through product inspection devices and provide a level of confidence that, i.e., we have a lot of reject activity or no reject activity, where it may provide a level of confidence in the operation of those processes.
Okay. And Reshma, are current X-rays set up for data transfer?
Yeah, I mean, in fact, the X-ray system is a little bit more, I would say, advanced than say your typical metal detector system, because most X-ray systems are PC based. So data collection through a PC based system is a little bit easier, whether it's just a simple USB plug that we plug in to get the reports off of, excuse me, or if it's connected to an overall factory management system or data collection, resource.
Okay, Michael, what current technology is available for sorting in silos for metal and stone sorting?
Well, stones, obviously, from a physical contamination perspective, is really not something that's going to be typically detected in an in a metal detection system, but could be seen in an X-ray system. In most of those applications, however, they're most often a vertical flow type system where the product is free flowing through the system. And unfortunately, X-rays aren't available in a free flowing application because it's very difficult to control the speed of the product, and you have to have the speed of the product be in relation to the scan rate of the X-rays. But we do see in those applications where the product can be done in an X-ray application in a bulk flow type, where it's running on a conveyor belt going through the system, and certainly could identify stones. But when we come with those type of things, you start talking about glass, and you start talking about stone, and you start talking about plastic, Well, there's many different types of stone. There's many different types of glass. So it is a level of understanding what the actual material that we're looking for and that may be suspect in that product, and then determining whether the capabilities of the system are there to identify that.
Okay. Gabriella, what about metal detection in beer?
Certainly possible. We do a lot of applications in liquid materials, if you will, through pipeline type inspection devices, both metal detection and X-ray. We tend to, it's a little bit more challenging in those applications, certainly once it's in the package or the bottle or anything like that, to do the inspection, just simply because the typical processing speed or the speed of the product in those applications is very fast. I mean, if you look at a beer bottling facility and you see the number of bottles that are going through that system, per minute, it's relatively high, and that can be a challenge when it comes to inspection, because inspection's really the controlling that product flow, not necessarily just the speed, but to give you an example, if I'm inspecting a bottle through an X-ray system, I want to ensure that only one bottle is in the perspective of the X-ray during the inspection. If multiple bottles are gapped up and the gap has become compromised in that setup, it may affect the detection capabilities.
Yeah. Okay, what we're going to do now, because it's time for the Mettler-Toledo sponsor showcase, and there's 2 separate videos. So we'll play one of the videos, come back, do some more questions. And are you all right with that, Robert? And then we'll
sounds perfectly fine.
Yeah, and then we'll do the other one.
Hopefully everybody can hear it.
So here's Mettler-Toledo's part 1 sponsor showcase. We'll switch our webcams and mic off while this is on.
If customers find contaminants within a food product or a pharma product, this can really go some way to causing brand damage. This can take a long time to overcome and can be very costly to the business. Mettler-Toledo Safeline X-Ray are manufacturers and global providers of X-ray inspection systems for our food and pharma customers. The X34 was designed really to solve a couple of key points for our customers. One was to provide outstanding detection for foreign bodies or contaminants that can be found within customers' products, but also to really address a lot of customers' pain points where it comes to ease of use. Now, those pain points are that X-rays are too complicated to use, and typically they can have a high staff turnover in the areas where these X-ray systems are operated. The X34 doesn't require our customers to have a deep knowledge of X-ray systems and how to use them. All the operator will need to do is pass good known products through the X-ray system. Then the X34 automatically will set the power. It will also optimize the inspection algorithms. In the event that the system identifies a contaminant found within the product, the software will automatically make the choice to reject that product. It will then be rejected automatically into a reject bin or a reject receptacle. For all rejected products, they're fully captured and stored within the X-ray system. This is something that could be accessed by quality managers. We have a number of different features where they can access these types of records of contaminated products, such as our image library. So one of the main features that we have is a full auto setup. But it's a combination of a few things that helps us achieve this. It's our optimum power generator. It's our advanced detectors. And it's also our advanced software. One of the features that supports our end users is certainly Contam Plus. This is our inspection algorithm for the detection of contaminants and foreign bodies. It also simultaneously drives towards a 0% false reject rate. Now, this is hugely beneficial to our customers. Our customers do not want to be throwing away good products without contaminants inside them. this is only going to impact their profitability as an organisation. Here at Safeline X-Ray, we're really proud of the X34. It's a solution that addresses our customers' pain points. Ease of use, outstanding detection, and quality assurance for our customers.
Okay. Right. That should end by itself. There, it did. Yeah. Okay. Brilliant. Let's pick up with some more questions then. Mahendra, do you have metal detector for both ferrous and non-ferrous metals?
Yeah, so a metal detector really is able to detect ferrous, non-ferrous metals such as brass, copper, aluminum, and stainless steel materials. Metal detectors working off of a conductive principle. So those materials obviously having some conductive nature. We use electrical wiring, we use copper wiring and aluminum wiring. So the conductive nature of the various metals is really what makes them possible to be seen within a metal detector versus an X-ray system where it's looking at various densities. Non-ferrous metals like aluminum is a very low dense material, so that can be a challenge for detecting aluminum type contamination in an X-ray system. So it's really a matter of understanding what potential foreign material risks you have and then applying and adapting the right technology for those particular concerns.
Okay, thanks. Jose, will you or do you support the validation of metal detector and or X-ray devices?
Yeah, so validation has really been a very common topic in the last 2 years or so. And basically what we do with validation services is we work with the organization to help them to develop a validation standard or scenario that works best for them. We don't necessarily come at you with a canned validation package that says here do X, Y, and Z. We work with the organization to understand what is going to work best for them. I mean, there's certainly concerns of how many samples we want to run, what's going to provide them the number of confidences. If we use statistics, we could get all the way up to, a 10,000 sample set, and maybe that's not a feasible validation time frame for that particular application. So again, really working with the organizations to help them understand the technologies, capabilities, and limitations, and then really working with them to develop what will really work best for them as far as validation. But it's certainly something that we do offer assistance in.
And what about, on the same vein, Alejandro, is a third-party metal detection validation required? Can I validate my sister plant and they come do ours?
I mean, really validation from that perspective, I look at really two things, and sometimes the terminology can get a little bit confused. Validation versus performance verification. Validation is really assessing, is the control capable of doing what it's intended to do, and proving that out. Whereas verification activities or certifying the system is really looking at the system's performance overall. And my suggestion is that those services are done from the actual manufacturer. Just like I wouldn't necessarily want to go out and perform verification or validation activities on my competitors' units, just simply because I'm not intimately aware of tolerance levels and tolerances and things like that may actually be adapted over time based on data. So I do look at those services being most valuable if they are performed by an OEM, the original equipment manufacturer. But certainly, that's really up to the organization as to whether they do that. Right now, there's not standards that I'm aware of that mandate that it must be an OEM type activity. But certainly that OEM is going to understand the technology, their product line better than anybody else, and be able to provide the best scope of work in that area.
Okay, one more question before we play the second part of the sponsor showcase. So this is from Blanca. Does your service of calibration for metal detectors provide a certificate of calibration to be traceable to NIST?
Yeah, so what we do as far as anything that's really traceable, it's in the certified test samples really that we're utilizing in order to conduct the validation studies. So we've got the detector, we've got it set up there, and of course we as the OEM can certify that system is functioning to its original operation capabilities on the day it was born, and it's within tolerance. We're utilizing traceable certified test samples to understand that yes, this 1 millimeter ferrous seed that we're running through there is in fact a 1 millimeter, is in fact ferrous, and here is the traceability to go along with that from the supplier of that seeded sample.
Okay, second part of Mettler-Toledo showcase, 3-minute video, and we'll be back for a couple more questions just to finish off.
Prodex is a PC-based software solution that monitors and manages data collected from Mettler-Toledo product inspection devices, helping quality managers take control of business-critical quality requirements and food safety compliance needs. To ensure quality and compliance is effectively managed, quality managers need a system that allows immediate access to all compliance data, fully supports the fulfillment of retailer and food safety audits, enables quicker and more targeted reaction to quality incidents, removes manual data collection procedures and effort required to document events, simplifies and speeds up the collection, compilation and reporting of quality data. Prodex captures all quality relevant data from multiple product inspection technologies to log and document all events and actions, automating what is often a time-intensive manual process. Statistical data is collected from each device, and trend charts show that compliance and conformity targets are being met in real time during production. Critical control points are continuously monitored to ensure compliance with preset limits. Early warnings of any parameter changes, quality incidents, or loss of critical control are reported immediately upon detection. Performance and verification testing data is automatically documented, fulfilling compliance with standards, legislation, and regulations. All documentation is stored securely and can be retrieved at any time. Product reject data is documented with a timestamp, the inspection device's parameter settings, and the reason. This fulfills legislative compliance that requires foreign body contamination to be investigated and prevented in the future. Prodex has 28 standard reports exportable in 15 data formats. Quality data from product inspection devices can easily be exported either manually or automatically at final evaluation or at end of batch. It simplifies and speeds up the collection and compilation of data to create and manage reports. Contact us to see how Prodex can help you take control of your business-critical quality requirements and manage all data required to ensure that all food safety compliance needs are met. Request a live demonstration or download the Prodex brochure to learn the full impact of how Prodex can positively affect your business.
Okay, we're back. Do you know anything about magnets, first of all, Robert?
A little bit. It's not something that we do supply. But magnets, you know, I mean, certainly I saw the question, certainly understanding the strength of the magnet, doing consistent pull strength testing on the magnet. And again, understanding that that magnet is really only going to attract magnetic material. So there are contaminations that could be in that product flow that the magnet wouldn't catch. So I am an opponent of, you know, all technologies for foreign materials, sieving, filtering, magnets, metal detectors, x-rays, vision systems, all of them in combination really to provide the best protection against foreign material.
Okay. Bernard, a current Mettler-Toledo x-ray is able to detect low density bones in products.
Yeah, I mean, a lot in x-rays really are very application specific. So in the video, if you notice that package that was running through there, one of the sides of the package was very grainy and the other side was very homogeneous. It was kind of a solid tone. Products that are very grainy are more challenging because an x-ray is looking at the contrast variation within the image, whereas that very homogeneous type product, where it has an even density, something is going to stick out very drastically in that image. So a lot of it is very application specific. Certainly beef bones are going to be easier to detect than a poultry bone. A bone that is trying to be detected pre-cooking is going to be easier to detect than a bone that is post-cook, because bone detection in an x-ray is really due to the calcification within the bone. After you cook a product, that calcification leaves the bone, and a beef bone is more calcified than a poultry bone. So it really depends on the specific materials.
Okay, unfortunately, we're out of time. If I copy these missed questions and send them to you, Robert, will you be able to provide a bit of an answer, and I'll post them on the
Yes,
website?
please do. Please do.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to.
Superb. Thanks, Robert. It was a bit different, that, a hybrid webinar, wasn't it? A few videos, a bit of chat in between. Yeah, enjoyed it. So thanks very much, Robert.
Thanks again. Thanks for everybody for joining. Appreciate it.
Cheers. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, that's Robert Rogers. And now, have we got Britta? Are you in the room, Britta? Britta Ball.
Yes, I am.
Hey, can you switch your webcam on, Britta? Like to see you.
Right.
Top, next to your microphone.
That would be it.
Go. She's here, Britta. Welcome. Nice to see you. How are you doing?
Good to see you too.
Is that the sunshine coming in from your window?
It is. Yes, it's a nice day.
Very nice. And just tell the audience where you're joining us from today.
Yeah, so I'm joining from Guelph, Ontario, Canada, and I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak on IFSQN and talk to all these wonderful people who are wanting to learn about food safety culture and about metal detectors and other kinds of things.
Well, we've had a great day so far. We've not had too many problems. You're here. I'm just uploading your presentation as we speak. So let's get it on, and then I can click start. And then if we switch our webcams off, and I'll switch my mic off, and then if we've got time afterwards, we'll get into some questions. So over to you, Britta.
All right. Well, great. Well, thanks again very much for having me on today. This Food Safety Live, and it's a wonderful opportunity for many people to share information, internationally, and to really help move the needle on food safety around the world. And there it is right under there. It says next. There we go. I can say next. So here we go. So my topic is COVID-19 and food safety culture. And, it's one of these things where the pandemic has left thousands of essential food workers. Let me just go back here a second. It's left thousands of essential food workers, left them ill, or even they've become asymptomatic carriers of the virus. Many have spread the virus to their loved ones. Hundreds of people around the world with connections of the food industry have died from COVID-19. In fact, in the United States, it's over 250 who have died, and that's directly connected with the food industry. That's just the United States alone. And meat processing plants in particular have been hit hard. So companies have been forced to retool and shut down temporarily to stop the virus from spreading amongst their employees. And also for disrupting the food supply. It's become a real problem because we got essential service workers who are not just healthcare workers but also food workers, in farming, in food processing, and in restaurants and facilities where they're still allowed to be operating. And so these businesses have been affected, and it's affected the workers themselves, the working conditions. It's affected the people even when they're going home, and who they can travel with on their way home. So it's really had a difficult. Well, businesses around the world and food workers themselves have had a difficult time trying to just make sure that they're staying safe and healthy, and being able to support the food industries that they're working for. So, as I mentioned, it's been farms and food processing and restaurants and food service. They've also been affected. Retail food stores have stayed open and had reduced customer access, and adjusted. They've had to adjust their operations. Of course, the online food sales have increased because of this situation, and even food inspection and audit agencies have altered their approaches in order to reduce the risk to their employees. And while much of the emphasis in workplaces has been on reducing the health risk among employees, it's also important that, particularly at this time, to foster and maintain a strong, positive food safety culture to protect the food supply. So one of the good news pieces about COVID-19 and the food industry is that China's breweries are thriving despite COVID-19. That's about the only good news piece that I could find with respect to COVID-19 in the food industry. And more recently, it's been identified that restaurants that people who go to restaurants are twice as likely to have dined. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Adults with COVID-19 are about twice as likely to have said that they dined at a restaurant. And there are various different pubs and restaurants and schools have been closed because of COVID restrictions. So it's not going away. And then here's the most up-to-date map in the United States of the food industry outbreaks associated with the food industry. The red is associated with meat plants. Those are by far the most prominent ones. And farms are in blue, and other food processing is in orange. And so up to date, there have been over 65,000 cases, COVID-19 cases associated with the food industry, or let me rephrase that, associated with the food processing and farm industry in the United States alone. And so that's a considerable chunk of people, considerable group of people that's affected. And this is then affecting the food supply and making it difficult for not only workers, but also companies themselves to keep going. So as much as there is a focus on on health and safety, it's important to keep in mind that food safety has to be taken care of too. And these are just some of the examples of just a few of the news stories that have focused on coronavirus outbreaks in meat processing or food industry or farms. And there are numerous examples of this. So I'm hoping that people can write in the chat and just give us an idea of what the main challenge you face in your workplace with COVID-19 and food safety. So if you guys can type in the chat box some of the answers on that, and I'll see if I can actually get my chat working so I can see it. Oh, there we go. I've got it now. So if people have an opportunity to chat in the chat box, type in what is your main challenge you face in your workplace with COVID-19 and food safety. Simon, do you see that we're getting anything?
Yeah, there's a little delay of around 10 seconds, but it should start coming through. There we go.
All right, you'll have to read them off because I don't see the delay yet.
Oh, can you not see the chat? If you click the chat.
I see a little bit of a chat, but I don't, but I'm, oh, there we go. Here we go. Now it's coming. There we go. So we got some social distancing. We got wearing a mask.
Staying focused on the essentials, staffing absenteeism, finding PPE, material availability from approved suppliers, culture, staying connected with colleagues, social distancing, staffing and enforcement of workplace safe practices to keep up with orders. Some of our customers went crazy, masks, distancing, teaching people, pest infestation issues, obviously from not having them on site, how to reorganize the production in case of COVID-19 in factory, shift overlaps. So yeah, lots of things basically.
Yes, yeah, and I can see from this, and I haven't yet seen anybody say a supply chain. So what about your suppliers? Is that have you know, maybe some people have been affected, have had their suppliers affected, and especially, I mean, if your company is supplying something, I would imagine that your suppliers have been affected also. So staff behavior is some of the issues, the main challenges that people are facing. So what I wanted to talk about in this particular, hold on, I'm thinking I'm missing a slide here. Wait, oh. Well, we'll just have to do without that, or it's coming later. So in this presentation, I wanted to briefly cover the guidance for COVID-19 and food safety, and then talk about how we can use this crisis to support business risk management and improve food safety culture. So just a brief overview from the World Health Organization is that the World Health Organization says follow good food safety practices. This is COVID-19 guidance for food processors. Follow good food safety practices. So that's one of the first things you need to do. And then as much as possible, you've got to ensure physical distancing and ensure that there's continued good personal hygiene, and hand washing is included in that. Keeping the virus out of the business is critical. So having strict protocols for your staff who are feeling unwell, and following up on that to make sure that people who are feeling unwell are enabled to stay away from the operation. That doesn't help though when we've got people who are asymptomatic. And then the fourth thing that the World Health Organization says is sanitize well. So they basically talk about upgrading your cleaning and sanitation procedures, and going beyond just what you would do for cleaning and sanitizing equipment, but making sure that you're doing doorknobs, and you're doing washrooms a whole bunch a lot more, and doing sanitation of your break rooms and those kinds of things. Now I've summarized the World Health Organization guidance into those 4 points. They're a lot more detailed than what I've said here, but that's what I just wanted to just highlight to you, that they've got some guidance out there. The other thing is that the different organizations or different nonprofits or university or government agencies have put out COVID-19 checklists. And so I went through some of these, and some of them had said, well, here's a checklist. Use your checklist. And are you using employee and visitor screening? So asking people questions about what their habits have been and whether they've been in contact with anybody. Doing temperature checks. Now, of course, absence of a fever is not a reliable indicator of wellness, but that's one way that you can do some screening. And then there's sort of PCR testing if you want to do testing for antibodies. If you're able to have something on site, that's a possibility also. But having good workforce policies related to sick leave and for people testing, not just testing of equipment and things, and improving or adding standard operating procedures for when somebody does test positive, and what you can do to move forward with that. What do you do when somebody tests positive? And then how do you bring people back after they've gone through their quarantine and recovered from whatever it is that they needed to recover from? Then you having a checklist for personal protective equipment and facial coverings. Then part of your checklist is also distancing and barriers, which have people mentioned on there, having the physical distancing and barriers, if possible, between. Barriers don't always work, but sometimes they're better than nothing. And that would be included in workspaces and in break areas. And then different people mentioned in your chat about having shift cohorts or not overlaps or differences in timing, so that different people come in at different times and they're not connected with they're avoiding other groups of people. So that's another way that you can maintain your staff as you need to. There was one plant, and I think it was in Quebec in Canada, where one shift basically had to stop because there was an outbreak on that shift. Then having cleaning and disinfection in all the common areas where you might not have done that very often before. And communication, training, supervision, those are the kinds of things you really need to have good protective measures in multiple language. Have that information out so that people can know what it is that they're supposed to be doing. And so those are the checklists. You can find those online if you don't have one, if you haven't created one in your operation already. And I see that I'm going to have to go a little bit faster than I thought. So I was going to ask you what added work roles you have, if any, due to COVID-19. So if you've got added work roles, I'd like you to type that in the chat box as I continue with the presentation, because otherwise we'll run out of time. So type in the chat box if you have any added work roles due to COVID-19. And then maybe, Simon, I'll give you a little bit of a chance to talk about that just in a moment as they come up. In the meantime, I'll keep going ahead. So COVID-19 and food safety. And I put this in also, I wanted to talk about this, how it relates to health and safety. So when you're enforcing hand washing for the health and safety requirements, you're also enforcing hand washing for food safety requirements. So that's one of the things that they can kind of go together. There's a potential synergy with food safety and occupational safety. And that's an opportunity that businesses might want to start looking at. So Simon, can you just give an idea of what some of the ideas are coming across?
So additional role, human resource, support, screening, marshalling, training, team designated to COVID, crisis management, resolution, monitoring temperatures, temperature checks of people coming on shift, short staff, so additional work anyway, check-in, patrolling, auditing, verification, more work, less people.
There you go. So as I was saying, there's synergies with food safety and occupational safety. And so while you're working on all these now what's basically occupational health and safety kinds of activities that people have added, there's an opportunity to consider health and safety culture and food safety culture and work with those together to improve food safety culture overall. And it actually can, as I said, have synergistic effects. And so when we're looking at this, so right now we're during the pandemic, and over the next little while we'll be hopefully moving out of this crisis situation and moving into a how are we going to manage this along the way, because it's going to be a little bit longer term than any of us would hope this to be. So what kind of change management or change leadership is going to be happening? And so I don't want to go into details about this, but there's a difference between change management and change leadership. Change management is when you're doing the staffing and the problem solving and the measuring and the doing what it is that you're doing right now. That's change management. You are managing this crisis right now. And we need to be starting to look at leadership to be managing, to be leading through this crisis and actually propelling us into the future and doing the motivating and inspiring and aligning of people to help us move forward past this, past the pandemic. So change leadership, really you're looking at things, making sure that you've got clear direction from senior management and everything is aligning with the business mission, value, vision, and values. And in leadership, there's a commitment to change. And in leadership, there's a sponsorship and a championship of the change. So there's involvement from the senior leadership level to say, yep, this is really important, and this is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to move forward. And so that's where, so taking a leading role is really important to looking to the future and how it's going to be dealt with. There are different models of change management. One of the models is ADCAR, which is where it talks about awareness to the need for change, desire to support the change, knowledge of how to do the changing, ability to demonstrate skills and behaviors that are needed for the change, and reinforcement to make sure that the change will stick. And that's a common change management approach. There are others, but this one basically encompasses a lot of the things that have to happen in this. And when you're looking at change and how change happens, in the communication of change, it often is that this is a diffusion of innovations and how people adopt to things, how they adopt new ideas. If you look at it from a bell curve kind of a thing, the innovators and early adopters, they're the first ones to say, okay, yes, I'm on board. And then you got an early majority and a late majority. Those are the kind of the followers that say, okay, yeah, I see that there's worthwhile doing. And then you got a group of people that kind of don't get it. They kind of maybe just don't want to be bothered. And so that you need just be aware that those are the kinds of people that you're going to be faced with in your workplace. So another way to put that is you've got low adoption and unsuccessful execution. Those are the people who are set in their ways. You might have low adoption and successful execution. Those could be the slow starters. As I said, those are they're on the right side of that previous chart. High adoption and unsuccessful execution might be those innovators that are really quick to adopt things. They're really quick to catch on, but maybe they aren't that good at execution because they tried it and they're just not following through on the new information that we're trying to get across. And then high adoption and successful execution are the leaders when they're the ones that are following through, making sure that they're keeping in touch with all of the new ideas that are coming forth and new kinds of things that we need to do. And so this is the new kinds of things that we need to do for health and safety requirements and the new kinds of things that we need to do for food safety requirements also. So if you put that into perspective and keep that in mind, well, ideally you would have all kinds of people in the leader section. And the ones who are set in their ways, you may have some issues with that, and there may have to be some people laid off in order to deal with those kinds of situations. I won't get into the details of managing this, but because that's one of the things that my team and my company help businesses through these kinds of things in managing the change initiatives that they've got, that companies have going forward. And so then the next chat, but I'm just going to skip over this one because we are running out of time. So one of the things that I would like you to think about is what you've done to help people adopt new practices in your workplace. So
they can still type it in and I'll read them out quick later.
Okay. All right then. So there we go. What have you done to help people adopt new practices in the workplace? You've got tons of new practices that you've had to do. You listed them all off already. And how are you helping them to adopt these new practices? And so you type them in the chat and I'll keep going. There's a book that Daryl Connor has written called The 8 Stages of Building Commitment. And he talks about different stages of a commitment. And this was a little bit small for you, but you can check that online. I've given the domain, the URL for that. When you check the slides afterwards, check that section that he's written. He talks about there being different levels of the different phases of commitment that happen when people find something new. So the first thing is a contact. They're unaware of something, and the first contact is you helping people be aware of it. So they can either go to awareness or go down to remaining unaware. And once you get to awareness, then you're communicating with them, and that they can go up to understanding what the issues are, or they can go down to being confused about things. And then when you get to the acceptance phase of this change, they understand. And when you're giving them more information, then they can move to positive perception of that. Or if they don't like it, then they can move to a negative perception. So there are different approaches all the way along in this. So you get to the acceptance phase where people have accepted it, and then it can potentially move to the experimentation phase and the adoption phase. And this is where it's still reversible to rejecting it and terminating what it was that you've moved forward for. So when you're trying to get culture change happening, whether it's health and safety culture or food safety culture, you want to help people move to the commitment phase, which is the top white bar at the top, where it's institutionalized. You talk about institutionalization and internalization. So institutionalization is when you've got the whole organization working towards things, and you're still talking about it, and it's still a conscious effort. When it's internalized, that's when people have bought in, and it becomes part of what they do on an everyday basis. It's just the way we do things. It's internalized, and that's at the very top level, and that's when everybody is committed, and that's when it's really ingrained in the culture. And so this is a new chart that different people will use in other fields, but I haven't seen that been used yet in the food safety field to discuss about how you can be committed to food safety culture or to change and moving forward with food safety culture.
Okay, and I'll just put in there what people are doing extra are positive reinforcement, additional training, messaging, keep the discussion going on about COVID and how to prevent it, developing more SOPs for wellness, cleaning and sanitation, explain, make the connection between them and the family and what they're doing there at work, awareness training, witness auditing, interactive training. Yeah, so lots of training, motivation, education, counseling, etc. Okay.
Yes. And when I see these words, and when I hear what Simon was reading, these are the same kinds of things that people are doing, with the exception of the part about face masks and personal protective equipment like that. The same kinds of things that people do for food safety culture is what we're doing now for COVID, and helping people to get the idea of what they need to be doing to protect themselves from COVID. The same kinds of things you're going to be doing for food safety. And so this is how you can basically use this. You think of what it is you're doing now with COVID-19 and tap into this new skills, the new learning that you're getting right now with COVID, and make sure that you remember this, because you'll be able to apply this to food safety and food safety culture as we move forward. So then what this is now, what I'm going to go into is the change process. I've covered this in another webinar that I did, but I'll just cover it briefly. In planning change process and systems, normally you would take time to define the initiative, and that kind of got defined on our own already with COVID-19 happening. So we know we got to deal with COVID-19. We already knew about food safety. Then we need to identify and remove the obstacles in moving forward to make sure that this becomes that this health and safety becomes habitual. We've got to schedule a process. When it calms down a little bit, we can actually schedule things. Schedule the process of communicating and helping the whole rollout of making sure that people are getting training on an ongoing basis, are getting reinforcement on an ongoing basis, are getting motivation on an ongoing basis. And with COVID-19, I don't think we need to, at this point, create a sense of urgency. But in other change, when you're initiating a change management thing, that's generally what we do, is create a sense of urgency. And in communications, you start with creating awareness. And after you've created awareness, then you can start influencing an attitude towards it. And then after you created an attitude, then that's when you say, all right, let's take action on this. So these are the kinds of steps that you could take in change management communications. I won't go into the details about that, but that's another thing that, if your company wants to have a coaching session or a training session on this, I'd be happy to follow up with your company on that. And communication and messaging related to change, we talk about strategic, planned, and coordinated change. There's some details on there of how to do that. And if possible, align it with company purpose and values, because that integrates food safety and health and safety with core values. And it involves actions, not just words, so that the senior management is following through, making sure that they are doing everything that they're getting all the frontline employees to do. And then elements of successful change initiatives involve employees, they involve teams, it involves a culture of continuous improvement, continuous education, training like we've seen in the chat that you guys are doing, and encouragement and enforcement as needed as we move forward, just as we've seen in the chat boxes people have come up. And so then in the next minute, you guys can think about what action you will take as a result of this particular information session and when you might start doing that. Of course, we won't have an opportunity to cover that because it's our time is up, but I'll leave that to Simon then.
Hey, it's a good job you're a quick talker, Britta. Brilliant. It's not enough time, really.
There's my contact information.
Yeah, that's right. If you have any questions, we will issue the slides afterwards, and there's more detail on that than Britta. But when we're trying to get interactive and ask questions, time goes quickly. But
it does.
That is the best way of engaging and learning together, really. But anyway, Britta, you've done tremendous. Thanks for your efforts. Where are you? Are you still there?
Oh, there. I'm here. Right. Yeah.
Right. And everybody will get a copy of the slides after. So if they need to follow up with you, they can do. Your contact details are on there. Nice to see you, Britta. I've not seen you for a while. Take care of yourself, and thanks for today. And I'll be in touch soon.
All right. Great. Thank you. All right. Bye.
Okay. Thanks. Bye. Okay. So we're just waiting now for Leanne Chuboff from SQF5. And we're going to talk about SQF Edition 9 update. So I think Leanne's just joining us now. Perfect. Can you switch your webcam and mic on at the top, Leanne? Yeah. I can hear you. Are you there? Yeah, so we're going to be talking about SQF 9. Welcome, Leanne. Nice to have you along. Oh, can't hear you. Switch your mic on at the top.
Sorry about that.
Perfect. Right. Quickly, Leanne, where are you joining us from today?
Chicago
in the USA, the Windy City. I'm in Manchester, and the current time is there. Is it about lunchtime?
11:15.
11:15. I'm on.
Tight.
Okay, let's get your presentation on. Let's not waste any time. If you switch your webcam off, and then I'll switch my mic off as well, and see if we can have time for a few questions at the end. Okay.
Okay. Excellent. Alrighty, thank you, Simon. Thank you to Food Safety Live for allowing SQF to present today. I'm excited to present on edition 9. So I cannot even believe that we're on edition 9. I started with SQF 11 years ago. My name is Leanne Chuboff, Vice President of Technical Affairs at SQF. I started 11 years ago with edition 6, and since then we've probably had about 7 different codes, if you want to count the point codes. But edition 9 is a little bit different, and I want to share with you today some of the highlights of edition 9. So what I want to share is actually the objectives, the timeline, and what was some of our stakeholder feedback, and then get into the nitty-gritty of those key changes. So what we had, our objectives really were to take a look at our codes, address some of the questions that we always get, and change the architecture of the code. We wanted to streamline, consolidate, and make the interpretation of the code requirements a little bit easier. And we wanted to adjust it to the risk of the particular industry scope. So we restructured our codes and aligned it to many of the industry scopes that we have out there. And I'll just show that to you in just a little bit. Of course, we had to meet GFSI's requirements. So GFSI 2020 came out in February. So we had an opportunity to digest all that information and incorporate that into our code. And then we had to take our stakeholder input. We had a survey that we issued last year. We had our public comment period. We are owned by the Food Marketing Institute, or by FMI, which is actually an association for food retailers. So we have the inside scoop of what those retailers want, and we were able to incorporate that into our code. And basically we were able to put together a program that is focused on the risks for food safety. So timeline, we're all the way at revising the audit tools and the training materials. So the code is out for edit to our editor, and we are super excited. We'll have them back to us and ready to be published by next Friday, October 23rd. Yay! With an implementation date of May 17th of 2021. So super excited. Can't wait for that to happen. So what we will plan on doing is publishing the code with some of the implementation tools, and then work gradually to release more and more of those implementation tools that we've identified. Okay, so I wanted just to highlight the technical working group process, because when you look at all the different industry scopes that we support, we just don't have the technical manpower at SQF. So we seek outside advice as it relates to putting together our technical, putting together all of our code information. So we had technical working groups for each of our codes, and that was quite the feat. But the working groups were just instrumental in providing the feedback and the expertise that we need to truly make our code successful. So I really wanted to just take a moment to thank all of our volunteers that participated, because it was reviewing codes and it was reviewing edits and then following up on all of that. So it was, it was definitely a work in progress. So definitely wanted just to say thanks to everybody that was a part of it. So when we published our codes in July, so they were published for 30 days for stakeholder feedback and comments, we received 232 individual people, over 232 really after a while, individual people commented on our code requirements. So not everybody submitted only one requirement. In fact, we had total of about 825 individual comments. So on average, about 4 comments per submission. So that led up to a lot of different comments to go through. Over 50% of our comments were directed to the food manufacturing code, another 25% to the food packaging code. And then there was comments actually on each of the codes: feed, comments on pet food, comments on the quality code, comments on animal production and primary produce. So definitely there was a lot of different feedback. So here's the layout and design of our codes. As you can see on the left, my left is edition 8.1, and you have our primary codes, our food manufacturing code, storage and distribution, and food packaging. Then the purple code is quality, the teal code is food retail, the gray code is food service, and the light blue code is our fundamentals program. So I gotta walk you through the changes here. So if you look at our primary code, you see that there was one code that that addressed all the different primary industry scopes, from livestock, plant production, and aquaculture. And when you think about it, you think of the different risks associated with each of those industry scopes. And so what we did for edition 9 is break out those industry scopes. And we were able to look at edition 9 and say, okay, let's take a look at the livestock, and have specific risks associated with livestock are different than plant production. So we were able to have 3 independent codes with independent food safety management requirements, our module 2 that we like to call, and it would all be specific to that industry scope. Same goes for manufacturing. So we have our food manufacturing code that covers the majority of all of our food sector categories, but then we broke out many of our food sector categories into independent codes. So dietary supplements, animal product manufacturing, pet food, and animal feed. So all of that now represents their own independent code and their own risks particular to that industry scope. So you look at pet food, for example, or even animal feed, there's a number of requirements in there as it really relates to medicine use and the use of labeling requirements, allergens, ice, etc., that just aren't applicable to those industry scopes. So we had an opportunity to remove those and really make a code that's specific to those industry scopes. And we think that's going to be then driven, food safety driven to that particular industry. Storage and distribution and food packaging still have their own codes. Quality still has its own independent code. We didn't separate that out or combine it. I mean, we didn't combine it with other codes. However, now we're opening up this code. We rewrote the code so that it's applicable to any GFSI recognized standard. What we saw with edition 8 was that many of many sites were using our code just as their quality program and their quality check because they found a lot of value to it. So what we decided to do is say, hey, let's rework it, not make it SQF specific, but make it quality focused. So process controls hasn't changed, but now it's a process control and approach to controlling variation in the process, as well as the quality plan and implementing a quality plan and the steps to following that quality plan. So a lot of good information in the quality code, but now it's applicable to any of the GFSI recognized standards. So when it comes to retail and food service and fundamentals, there aren't any changes right now. So we're not updating those codes to edition 9 for the release date next Friday. These will be updated, but they'll be tagged for 2021. So they're going to get the new look and feel of edition 9. But for right now, it's still going to be edition 8.1 for retail, for food service, and edition 1.1, I believe we're on for fundamentals. So we do have and captured some changes in there, and we do will be updating them. But right now, these are not going to be submitted to benchmarking for GFSI. So we're just holding back on those until the release of edition 9 and those codes that support GFSI benchmarking. So here's a sample of key changes. I got a couple extra slides that highlight some of the key changes we had from the public comments, but I just want to kind of give you an overview of what some of the key changes are as it relates to edition 9. So part A of the SQF code is the code methodology, and that's where we have our scoring and how to handle suspensions and what a site needs to do when there's a recall, etc. So that's our part A. I call it the code methodology. So in part A, we did change the scoring from for a major from 10 points to 5 points. And our goal wasn't to change the score. Our goal wasn't to raise the score, lower the score, whatever your perspective is. But majors have a specific definition to it. And majors identify a systematic breakdown of a key component of the system element, like food safety culture or training, records and documentation, or specification development, whatever it might be, one of those fundamental core programs of any food safety program. So when there's a systematic breakdown, that would be a major. And a minor is kind of like a one-off where you have, one thing happen that's not relevant or paired up with another incident. For example, if you see pest control failing because you see that bait stations haven't been checked and records haven't been reviewed or completed, or the pest control operator hasn't showed up for 2-3 months, there could be a major nonconformance there because there is a potential for actually, a complete breakdown of the pest control program. So that is what we look at. But if you're looking at just maybe a few bait stations are catch-alls or whatever they are weren't checked, that could be a minor nonconformance. So we changed it from a major or 10 points to 5 points because we wanted auditors to identify those systematic breakdowns. We wanted auditors to identify that because then the site looks at it holistically and not just as a one-off in one incident that they have to change. So we changed it from a 10-point to a 5-point, and we're going to review and look at scoring and compare it to previous years. But that's a big change, I think, for most sites. We eliminated the requirement for a desk audit for initial certification. So currently, if you're undergoing an initial certification for SQF, you are required to have a stage 1 desk audit, and we remove that from edition 9. We do have our policy on remote activities, which is a hybrid approach to remotes or to audits. So it's doing part of the audit offsite, part of the audit onsite, and we included that all into our Part A and included those remote activities in there. And then we clarified when a site is suspended or fails an audit, or is withdrawn. So we clarified that in a good table because it was hard for the CVs to understand what to do once there's a poor score or once the site is suspended or is withdrawn for whatever reason. So now into the system elements. So there was a lot of different changes, more tweaks, but what we did is really consolidated all of the elements, many of the elements together. So we consolidated and streamlined. We looked at where records were repeated and like bumped them up into a different section and really consolidated so it read better and it wasn't so clunky and chunky. We looked at food fraud and food defense. We had them in several parts of the SQF code, some in approved suppliers, some in its own food defense program, and we combined them all into food defense and food fraud. So that's how we consolidated it. And we did we really reduced the number of sections by like 34% and the number of elements 15%. So we drew some around across all the codes, and it was a really good exercise for us, and it reads much, much better. A couple of changes, though. We did add a backup SQF practitioner requirement. So as you know, as SQF sites, you need to have an SQF practitioner, but we added that in SQF, a backup practitioner has to be on site as well. Many of the sites already have that as backup personnel, and it was eluded in the code, but not specific to the SQF practitioner, and we put that in there. Same as the requirements for that SQF practitioner as well. So, and then we added food safety culture requirements, and I have a slide on that, so I won't go into too much detail. And same thing with internal and external testing and good laboratory practices. I have a slide on that, so I won't go into much detail right now. And then we did look at some new requirements or added additional requirements. So when the site is testing recall and withdrawal systems, that they have to vary up the process. We have many sites that just continue to test the same way. So raw material recalled, how do I trace that back, and how can I have a successful and effective recall test? So challenging the site to change up their challenge or their test. The PRP elements, or those GMPs, GAPs, whatever you want to call them, GIPs, those were consolidated and streamlined and adjusted. So there is a bit of a numbering change. I'm sorry to tell some folks that. I know that's always very stressful, but what we did is tried to, again, align like requirements so that you're not hunting and pecking for where the hand washing sinks should be located and how the hand washing sinks should be stocked. So we tried to consolidate them together. So there are some code specific changes. Storage and distribution and feed food safety plans are HACCP based and based on preventive controls. So GFSI didn't require HACCP for storage and distribution or feed. So we had the opportunity to look at how can we have a risk management system in there and now can accommodate the preventive controls rule. through FDA. Pet food code, allergens are no longer mandatory. Instead, we did change allergens to identity preserved foods. So that allows us to look at label claims such as grain-free when it comes to pet food. Primary produce includes CAFCO requirements for leafy greens. So the concentrated animal feeding operations, CAFO, that's included in there now to accommodate the recalls that we had for romaine lettuce. So we did put that into the primary, and then indoor environmental monitoring for indoor and ag pack houses, which was something that our retailers actually were looking for as well. Food packaging, there was a lot of wordsmithing and clarifications and combination of code requirements, but it's much more streamlined, much more specific to food packaging. We were always on that right path, but I think this time we really did a great job on the food packaging. But one thing we did is clarify environmental monitoring for food packaging. That's a commonly misunderstood requirement. And then, as I said, the quality code can be used with any of the GFSI recognized standards. So what were some of those most frequently commented code requirements that we had? Number one, of course, with food safety culture. So with food safety culture, the biggest concern was, how am I going to be audited against this? What will the auditor audit against? What is the site supposed to implement? How will food safety culture be interpreted? And I think our plan is to provide guidance, provide training, provide interpretations, so that food safety culture can be consistently applied, because we realize that's a very subjective and dynamic requirement, as we just kind of heard from our previous speaker. Ambient air testing is another commented code requirement. So originally we had put ambient air testing be required for all sites under the GMP requirements. But the feedback that we got was very influential in determining how we adjusted this code requirement. And because of the feedback, it resulted in a change to move this so that this requirement is only applicable to high-risk sites. So again, this is guidance that we'll have to provide so that it's consistently applied, but it will be based on a risk assessment and based on the risks to that site. Contract manufacturers for third-party storage was added, but basically what our responses were more about, I don't understand what contract manufacturers are. So recognizing that's probably something we need guidance on as well. And then here's another one, internal laboratories. So internal labs are used for product analysis. So it's more about the methodology. So the methodology for conducting these tests, for food safety tests. So if you're checking to see if the bread is a certain height and you're using a ruler, that's not a food safety test. But if you're checking the pH of mayonnaise, for example, that could be a food safety test. So that's where this would be applicable. So it's not that your internal lab, or if you have a lab or don't have a lab, but it's more about the methodology you use. And GFSI has required that all of the laboratory or the sampling and methodology, whether internal or external, should follow and be accordance to 17025. And then the last one that was commented on was requirements for label reconciliation. So we added a new requirement there. And a lot of the concerns were how and where will these checks need to be? So ensuring that the right label is on the right product is really something that our sites are really good at, but something that recalls are saying that we need to improve just a little bit more on. So here are the two requirements for food safety culture and internal laboratories. So for food safety culture, again, most of our sites, or all of our sites, had this because this information was somehow already in our code, and we just tagged it to a food safety culture section. So communication to ensure good participation and recognition, continuous recognition for food safety, adequate resources are are in place, that the practices, food safety practices are adopted and maintained, staff is informed and held accountable, positively encouraged and empowered to resolve food safety issues. So food safety culture is its own requirement now. It's under management responsibility because it all starts there, but it is now its own requirement. So again, this is something we'll have guidance on. This is one of, like I said, the top frequently commented on question. Internal labs, like I said, the internal labs was another frequently commented on question. But again, if it's an internal lab to conduct these tests, so the methods shall be in accordance to 17025, including proficiency testing. So basically, our sites were already prepared because we always had proficiency testing in the code. And that was incorporated in edition 7, I believe. So we had proficiency testing in the code, and we already identified this. So really, laboratories already have been, our sites have already been geared up to meet this requirement. So where can you go to find more information about SQF and Edition 9? Actually, SQF Global is our conference that we're having this year. Like all other conferences, we went virtual. And so I did kind of want to give you give a plug out, because there will be a lot of information on Edition 9 at SQF Global. So SQF Global is our online event, October 27th through the 30th, or the 28th through the 31st, depending where you are in the world, because this is spanning 2 hemispheres. We're taking Japan and China, Australia, Latin America, US, and Canada, and combining it all together. So we have speakers representing each of those regions and providing their global input as in the conference. So SQF's been has been really a part of food safety for 25 years. And that just happened this year in September. So we're celebrating that as well. But many sessions on Edition 9. We have a session on commands. We have a session on internal laboratories, a session on food safety culture. We have a session on just the basic code changes and specific code changes to the other codes other than food, like storage and distribution and food packaging. So we have a lot of information that we can share with you, and even networking events for collaboration rooms and virtual meetups and all that kind of stuff. So we're really excited about SQF Global. So there's, you just go to SQF Global 2020 to register. And one of the things, whether you're going to SQF Global or not, that I'd love for each of you to do is participate in our I Am SQF campaign. So all you need to do is really just go to SQF Global 2020 and find the I Am SQF campaign, and it's a virtual video booth. So what we want you to do is just click on the virtual video booth, record a quick message about how your SQF, or your name and your organization and what you believe in food safety. And we'd love to hear from you in our virtual video booth. So feel free to click on that. It'd be fun to see everybody, especially around the globe. It'd just be a lot of fun. So if you have any questions, definitely reach out to info@sqfi.com. And with that, I just want to say thanks again. If you have any questions, feel free to contact us either through email or visit us on our website or any of the socials that we have. And I just want to thank you again to Simon and to all of you that are listening. I look forward to sharing more information about Edition 9 with you. So thanks so much.
Super. Thanks very much. I know you had to trim that down from 1 hour to 30 minutes, but even an hour isn't enough. And as you say, your upcoming virtual event, there'll be a lot more information. So just a primer. What we've got 2 minutes. I don't know if you can answer any of these. Wonder the difference between animal product manufacturing and pet food or animal feed.
Oh, that's a good question. So animal product manufacturing actually takes the slaughter component and into the meat production and seafood production. So all the way from slaughter to meat processing. That's the animal production. So we have food sector categories for each of those, but now it was a combined code all the time. So we just made it its own code. So you never really have just a standalone slaughter. It always goes into meat processing. So now it's a combined code. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks. I'm just going to praise this one a bit because it's a bit long. Albert, is there any additional requirements for SQF practitioners, the number required in an organization, or?
It depends on your organization. Many organizations already had backup practitioners, so there's always that designated backup personnel, and that's the only thing that we're requiring is that there be a backup. But still, 1 per site is what is in the code, but that backup personnel has to be identified.
Okay, quick one from Stephanie. If manufacturing raw meat and poultry, cutting, marination, grinding, will that be codes 2 and 11 or 2 and 8?
2 and 8, yeah.
2 and
so 8. It would be a food sector category 8. So I believe, I don't know what module it is, 2 and I can't rethink of the module, maybe 7, I don't know, but it would be food sector category 8, so it would be under animal product. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm sorry we've run out of time and we've got a presenter waiting. So Leanne, thanks very much. They can catch you at your virtual event. What's the date? 23rd?
27th through the 29th in US time. But the code gets released next Friday, so super excited.
Exciting times. Thanks very much, Leanne.
Thanks for the invite, Simon. Always good seeing you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, that's Leanne from Chibuff from SQFI. Bit of a primer. Yeah, for more detailed, obviously go and see her. Now, next up, we've got Alicia Swanson from AIB International. Which is going to be talking about upholding GMPs while maintaining distance. So, are you there, Alicia? I'm just getting a cup of coffee brought into me. Thanks. Are you there, Alicia? Yep. Thank you. That's my wife, Michelle. Just with a cup of coffee. Oh, Alicia, how are you doing?
Hi.
Hi. Hey. Right. We're already eating into your time. Alicia, just tell the audience where you're joining us from today.
Yeah. Hi. I'm from Portland, Maine. I hear somebody talking. Do you guys hear somebody asking for coffee?
That was me.
Oh.
Yeah, no, my wife just brought me a cup of coffee. I thought that was nice. So I was just telling everybody. It's okay. You're not hearing things. It's okay. Right. So shall we get your slides on, Alicia? And then, sorry about that yeah. I'm just going to have a cup of coffee while you do your presentation. Right, so the next button's directly below, Alicia. I'll be back for any questions to help you with those at the end.
Hi.
Yep, all yours,
Thank
Alicia.
You. All right, thank you so much. I am... Okay, thank you so much, Simon. It was good to see you again. And thank you to everybody who was here earlier presenting. And also thank you to everybody for being here and actually being participating in these courses. I do have a little bit of feedback, so please just forgive me here. Today's presentation is going to be about upholding your GMPs while maintaining distance, specifically hybrid GMP inspections, which actually, if you were here earlier today, then this is kind of not new. We're doing a little bit of the same thing. So I am Johnson. I am a food safety professional with AIB International. I've been there for over 10 years. I do audits, inspections, training, lead instructor training for PCQI, HACCP, all that good stuff. Let me remind you about AIB International's mission statement. We're here to positively impact the food supply chain by promoting food integrity, equipping our clients with knowledge, and supporting the delivery of safe, high-quality food every day. The agenda for today's quick presentation will do a quick refresher on why we're here, why there's a need for change, because there is a need for change. We'll talk about the hybrid GMP inspection that AIB International now conducts, which actually some other agencies are conducting, and BRC, GFSI, all those are getting board with these hybrid inspections or hybrid audits. And then, of course, insights and tips for success, and we'll do a Q&A at the end. So first, let me clear this up, because you might hear me say the word audit and inspection, and they are slightly different. But, you know, at the same time, the terms can be used interchangeably. Audits are typically focused on documentation, and the inspection focuses on the physical condition of the environment. Some can include both aspects and some may not. Okay, so it's sometimes I just get the two terms, you know, I mix them up. But why do we even receive audits to begin with, right? And I'm specifically talking about food safety audits, but we all know that we get all kinds of audits, right? Supplier audits, other types of regulatory audits on. We do get audits because it helps us assess our compliance with the standards and the regulations. It helps measure the adherence to the specifications, evaluate the process and the system performances, determine quality management system effectiveness, and so much more. Okay, I figured out that feedback problem, so we should be good now. So we evaluate our processes and system performances, determining quality management, system effectiveness. There's so much more. So basically, in other words, audits are an essential tool for food and supplement companies and animal food companies to keep operations on track. That includes GMPs. Physical inspections of the production and the warehouse floors also need to be maintained. They are still essential to make sure that GMPs are being followed. Sanitation is being followed. Maintenance activities being followed. And now, maybe you may even see where inspections are being conducted for COVID-19 procedures and to make sure that those are effective and in place. So there's lots of reasons that we get audits, right? And obviously there was a need for a change in how we conduct the audits. Due to the recent pandemic, things obviously needed to change. And the current way we were doing audits and inspections wouldn't work necessarily for everybody in all of the areas. You know, even from state to state, the rules were changing. And here's the best part. FDA agreed as well. And they recognized, okay, we need an alternative for food safety audits and inspections. So again, we've been in this now for a couple of months. This may be new to some of you, and maybe it's not new, but I could tell you this, I don't think it's going away. All right. So this need for change is definitely going to become potentially the new normal. All right. So earlier in the year, okay, when the pandemic kind of first was at its peak in the beginning, the FDA had announced that they were going to postpone those routine inspections. But okay, now it's past July, and in July, they did resume routine inspections, okay? And they're doing them on site. And I believe that they're also, they are wearing their proper gear for COVID-19. If you do get a visit from a regulatory agency, just review your COVID-19 policies and procedures with them. That's all, okay? But again, food safety doesn't go away just because of COVID-19. So facilities, we still have to maintain standards. Food safety has not stopped. And we still have to maintain safe conditions for our personnel as well. So all of these things, how can we do this, right, and stay safe? There were travel restrictions in the beginning and in some cases still in place. facility restrictions are in place. And again, it was varying from state to state. And in some cases, it was even varying from like county to county. Okay, so you couldn't even go visit the next county over. And keeping in mind, food is an essential commodity. And now more than ever, we can't slip up. We have suppliers, we have customers, we have consumers in general that are relying on us to produce a safe product, even in these, weird times. So obviously there's a need for a change, and virtual was one of the answers. So AIB had come up with the hybrid GMP inspection. Okay, and this was our answer to the third-party food safety audit for the current pandemic and for the future. And quite frankly, really, any time the operation wants to save money on travel costs and reduce on-site visitors, right? So let's just talk really quick in case you're not familiar with AIB International and the GMP inspection, but that is our basic inspection. It is based on the consolidated standards for inspection. There are many different standards. There's for industry, beverage, warehousing and distribution, grain handling, all different kinds. Okay. And one of the days is a virtual desktop review. And again, this kind of isn't new if you've been hearing some of the other presentations, or maybe you've actually already have had a virtual desktop review. And this is where you can review all of your records electronically. And then this would be followed by an unannounced on-site inspection within 6 months of the virtual desktop review. Okay, so and unannounced should not be a problem because the government usually doesn't tell us when they're coming. And now some of the GFSI schemes have some unannounced inspections and audits built in. So this was our answer to the GMP. So it's reducing the time that the auditor is on site, okay? Because we're half of it will be done off site with the virtual, okay? So continuing with your hybrid GMP inspection program, it allows you to still keep your eye on food safety, okay, even during these times. Plus, it helps build that trust that all of your practices and processes are still being maintained, okay? We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what suppliers are going to start requiring of us. So we do know that there are timelines and certificates that expire, and we know that we've got stuff to do, right? We can't just stop inspections. So don't just consider this for your facility, but consider this also as an avenue for how you can conduct some of your supplier audits and keep timelines maintained, keep certificates current, right? It can actually be not as painful if you've practiced, if you've done it before, if you get organized. Okay, we're going to talk about that under tips, but this hybrid basically still allows you to maintain all of your food safety programs and your GMPs, your good manufacturing practices. More benefits, okay? Because of course there's always more benefits. They're interactive. As always with an AIB International inspection, it's very interactive and very educational in nature. Okay. Also doing it virtually, social distancing is now enforced, right? I'm sitting at home in Portland, Maine, 60 degrees outside, and you guys are all over the globe, which is amazing, by the way. So maybe just a little bit of a different time change, but hey, we can definitely keep social distancing. And one of the other great benefits that we found out is that other plants can join. So maybe if you've got facilities that are in different locations, that's okay. Have them sign on and they can join. And that's a great learning experience for them. And the chances are they need to get audited. They can kind of see what it's going to be like when it's their turn to come around, right? Having this will also be very little interruption or no interruption to production. No different than any other, meeting because it's just virtual. You're in the conference room, right? Now the inspection portion, that's all inspection. So when the auditor does come on site, there's going to be duplication of record reviews. Now, there's always a situation where there might be an audit trail where there's a physical finding, and they may say, hey, I wonder where the document is that matches this. But overall, policies, procedures, records, those have already been looked at during the desktop review virtual. So even though we're adding person on the floor, it's less time on the floor, which of course is cost savings, a huge benefit of doing the hybrid or virtual audits. Same for the audit. If you were typically a 2-day, you stay a 2-day, but it's one less travel expense, one less hotels and meals, right? And one less day that the auditor is on site. Now, I know how you guys feel about auditors being in your building. You need more pros, right? Just in case I did not give you enough reasons to go ahead and do this, let me give you more reasons. Doing these will give you an opportunity to prepare. Now, we all think that our systems work perfectly fine. We think we use them every day. Some of us are now working from home. Do those systems still work? So it gives you time to prepare, not just with your records, but with your technology. Okay. In some cases, you may discover some technology hiccups where if you were based out of your home office, are you able to sign in and access the folders that are on the shared drive at work? One of the very first virtual audits that I did, the young lady said, oh yeah, I got this. I'm at home. I'm the quality manager. I have access to everything. And the next thing you know, she went into a specific folder and it said access denied. She did not have permission. So that took a little bit of time to get the IT guy on and grant her permission and all this. So being able to prepare and go through this ahead of time, you can work through any types of those technology hiccups. Make sure that your, cameras are working. It's 2020, almost 2021. We should all have functioning cameras and audio devices and earbuds and headphones and all this. Some kind of program, whether it be Zoom or Microsoft Teams, or it does not matter. They're all pretty good. Okay. But work through the system and practice. Sometimes records are not always available electronically. And so also selling this will help you prepare for records that are not electronic. Like, for example, pest control records. The IPM manual, the integrated pest manual is typically a big fat notebook in the office. And not all pest companies have the electronic portal that you can, access. So this would give you an opportunity to maybe scan some service tickets and some, documents in there and licenses. And then that way, when you're doing your virtual audit desktop, you can pull up those scanned copies already, right? And now, sometimes some of the feedback that we've had so far is, oh my gosh, you're doing this record review. It's all done at once. It may feel like we're sitting forever. Okay. Typically during an inspection or audit, we would look at records at the location. Maybe if we were at the receiving dock, we would say, hey, show me some receiving record or some shipping records, verify temperature monitoring or just some other things. If they were in the maintenance shop, they might ask for a few SDSs, or they might ask for some usage logs of some lubricants or something like this. But this way, all of these things are getting done all at once. Okay, so it may feel like it's a little bit longer, but it's really no different. But if you're not used to sitting in front of the computer, then it's like a really long time. Keeping in mind, too, that some of us have very simple operations and some of us have very complex operations. So having an opportunity to prepare, even deciding if this is the right, the right audit for you based on your operation, take a look at it. Do you make different products at different times of the day where maybe you need to set this up for multiple times of the day? Do you have allergens that maybe there needs to be some kind of allergen witness, or, just talk it out. But there's all kinds of things to consider before just jumping into a virtual audit. Now, we did have a customer experience. I'm just going to touch on it briefly. Okay. And if you want more information, you can visit. So our customers, they came to us and they said, oh my gosh, we've got this problem. We've got the pandemic going on. We got all of these inspection certificates that are expiring. You know, we've got all these travel restrictions. And not only that, this one particular customer makes plastics, okay, food contact packaging. And then they were asked to start making PPE for the healthcare workers. So now they were not slowing down production because of the virus or because of the pandemic. They actually were amping it up because now they were producing more product, PPE like face shields, right? And they came to us and they said, how are we going to do this and maintain, safety and maintain all of our GMPs? And how are we going to do this basically with all these travel restrictions? What can we do? So they came to us and they, okay, let's take a look at what we can do. Well, we came up with a solution, which you may have seen. A lot of people have the same solution because it works. So our solution was splitting the time. Okay. So typically taking the on-site audit and splitting it up into the two components where you do the virtual review of all the records, okay, through some kind of high quality video conferencing, all right, and file sharing technology. If you've got it, that's a plus. And it allows the customer's audit team to join from wherever they are, and they could join at certain portions that were relevant to them so that they could maintain their day-to-day job, if you will. Okay, so it's, hey, we'll schedule a time to speak to the maintenance manager, and then he can come in for his portion and then get right back out on the floor. And same thing with the quality technicians. You guys know that employees, managers, supervisors are interviewed during an inspection, during an audit, and that hasn't changed. So now they'll just come into the conference room for that interview. They'll still be asked questions, right? So that was part of the solution also. And the unannounced site inspection would be performed then within 6 months. So you're still maintaining the integrity of the on-site portion, and it's unannounced, and that's perfectly fine. Again, I say you guys should be, used to unannounced in audits, right? So we came with the solution, and then we went and put it forth, and the result came out. And obviously, the result was clear. The customer achieved their goals. They still had a very rigorous audit process. They minimized production interruptions, and they kept on schedule that met with all of their needs, at least for food safety. And they applied this to some of their other audits that they were receiving. Further through the process, the more benefits were all of the reduced travel costs that added up and all of the time that was spent on audit logistics because they had multiple facilities. They are all over the country. They were located they had facilities in Mexico, facilities in Canada, like everywhere. So this wasn't just, one or two sites that we were talking about. This was company-wide, nationwide, right? It really, really worked out. If you want to know a little bit more details, please visit our website at aibinternational.com. There's a little bubble that says, hey, our case study. You can get some more information and you can read the case study there. All right, now insights and tips in case you have not performed any of these. There are benefits. There's a lot more benefits than there are drawbacks, but we need to balance out the scales. So we do have a few drawbacks. I have been very fortunate with the audits and inspections that I have performed. Okay. So that's definitely one of the benefits. I've had very, very good experiences. And one of the benefits was the past relationship that I had with this one particular facility that I was doing dual inspection for. So I knew the people, I knew the facility, I was familiar. Okay. And that's always a benefit. Another benefit was safety. In fact, I was doing the inspection from the safety of my own home in Portland, Maine. And believe it or not, the inspection was actually being conducted over there in Seattle, Washington. So again, there was a time change difference, but it's fine. I got to sleep in a little bit, quite frankly, right? So there's definitely safety benefits, keeping that social distance, and keeping extra, unnecessary visitors off the property. Documentation organization is a huge benefit. Please be organized. It is the biggest tip that I can tell you. And you know what? This goes for auditors too. Be organized. Know your tools that you're using. Know the questions that you're going to ask. There's no reason that this can't go as smoothly as if we were there in person. And as you can see, there are drawbacks. And the last drawback on that chart is documentation organization. Because if you're not organized, it will take a very long time. Okay. And listen, organization is key. So when you are organized, it's a benefit. And when you're not organized, it's going to be a definite drawback, and it's going to take a lot longer for you to get through it. Another drawback is network connectivity. Again, if you prepare, go in different areas. If you're doing the virtual part of where you're just doing the document review, then hopefully you have a strong connection, and you can show all of your records. If you were to take it the next step further, and now you're taking devices out onto the floor and doing a virtual inspection, which, by the way, that's a separate product called the 100% virtual inspection. This class is about the hybrid GMP, but anyway, then there would also be network connectivity issues if you were to take your computer or tablet or phone out into the plant. Then we have noticed that you kind of lose connection if you walk into a cooler or a freezer, so check to see, find your weak spots for your network. We all have them. All right. And find them before your audit. Computer fatigue was definitely a drawback. It's something that I personally was not used to. Some of the people that I was working with, after I had made the comment, they had agreed with me. After about 4 hours of record review, I did have to pop my contacts out and put my glasses on, because I just wasn't used to staring at the computer screen that long, that close, sitting at home. So computer fatigue, that definitely can be a drawback. Take some breaks, look away from the screen, build in water breaks and bathroom breaks and all this, and we should be just fine. Okay. You too can have a very successful hybrid GMP inspection. All right. One of the great benefits that AIB provides, AIB International provides you a list of records that are going to be reviewed. So quite frankly, there's no reason to not be organized when okay, they're going to ask for 2 months worth of temperature monitoring records. They will ask for 2 weeks worth of these kinds of records. So when you get a list of records to get ready, that's like half the battle right there, is getting prepared. Have a practice meeting and have communication with your auditor also. This was one of the very first audits that I had conducted virtually, and the facility was a little nervous and I was a little nervous, and we were calling each other even on the weekends, kind of like, okay, can you hear me now? And oh, this machine is running. Can you hear me okay? Should we try to plug in the earphones? So by the time the actual audit took place, it went perfect because we had worked out the kinks. So again, if you have a practice meeting, check to make sure that your technology is working, check to make sure that you have access granted to any folders that you might need, right? And again, it also is helpful to schedule personnel interviews as they're needed, if they're needed. Okay. And this way you can say, all right, we've got our maintenance team coming in at 10 o'clock. Then you could take a little break for record review, interview the maintenance team, and then they can get back to work and you guys can get back to the documents. So that's another little trick. And that I say that because when I went out onto the floor, there was somebody that was running the x-ray machine, and apparently I was talking to her, but she couldn't hear me because the gentleman had his earplugs. The person holding the tablet had his earplugs in. So I'm sitting there talking to the young lady running the x-ray, and she couldn't hear me. So it had to be translated kind of, and it was just really difficult to answer. So one of the things that we learned was, hey, pull that person inside, okay, in the conference room. You will be running the x-ray machine. Here are my questions I'm going to ask you. And now when we go out on the floor, please conduct an x-ray check. So again, preparing and having that communication and telling them what to expect is going to be key, okay? All right, write this down. This is my email address, aswanson@aibinternational.com, if you have further questions, because that was a lot of information in a little bit of time.
Sorry, it was a lot of information in a little time. Did a great job, so thank you. They can contact you. They can rewatch this. They will get the slides, etc. But if they do have questions, they can contact you. Quick one from Julius. Quick question. Did you use Microsoft Teams or Apple FaceTime?
Oh, that's a great question. And actually, I have used both. I have used Microsoft Teams for one facility and it worked great. However, when they had extra people on, they did have to turn those cameras off just to help with lag time a little bit. And Apple FaceTime, I did at a much smaller facility, and that's what they had, and it worked just as great.
Okay, great. I'm just going to paste this in. This was sent privately to me, but from Mohammed. AIB team did a great job during COVID-19 situation by providing us every Monday step-by-step webinars on COVID. Kindly give this feedback if appropriate. Well, it certainly is appropriate. And thanks, Simon, sir. Oh, I've been knighted.
Yes.
Right. Some nice feedback.
Yes, thank you so much, Mohammed. We really try. And just so you know, AIB International has a pandemic preparedness certification. If you want to know how to do the right thing for COVID-19, we're here for you.
Okay, last question before you go. Albert, for clarification, you advocate for virtual desk review to understand what to prioritize during the virtual or on-site facility walkthrough. Is that correct? Do you advocate a virtual desk review to understand then what to prioritize during the facility virtual facility walkthrough?
Well, yes, because that's all part of the communication. So if you're going to do the hybrid where you have the virtual audit first, absolutely have that conversation with your auditor, what to expect during the on-site portion. Remember, it's 6 months late, around 6 months later, unannounced. So absolutely ask what you can expect. Yes. And
okay. And a final comment from Michael. Thank you, Alicia, for the training on GMP. It brought insights to me on how to get ready for audit, especially for the testing of the technology. Okay, so thanks, Alicia. I think your colleague, Judy, is next. So you can switch your webcam on, Judy, and you can say hello to Alicia. Oh, Alicia's gone. Never mind. Oh, she's back. Right. Are you there, Judy?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can you switch your webcam on? The button next to the microphone at the top.
Next to the microphone at the top.
Yeah. And then we can see you and we can all say hello and
hello, and I'm sorry I don't see it.
Oh, it's next to the microphone button. It's the first.
There it is.
There we go.
Yes. Hello to my colleague, my dear friend.
Oh, do you do know each other?
Of course.
Very good. All right, then. Well, thanks again, Alicia, and hope to see you on another one of our webinars very soon.
Yes, thanks for having me back. And Judy, it's a great crowd, and I'm sure they're going to be very engaged.
Wonderful.
Great. Now then, Judy, can you tell us where you're joining us from? I
am from Manhattan, Kansas, which is home to AIB International's headquarters.
Right, and I need to upload your slides. There's 15 sets of slides in the sidebar.
Oh, don't you worry. We'll move very quickly. Very quickly. It's very difficult following Alicia because you got to bring your A game with all that energy.
So have you been with AIB a long time?
I've been with AIB for 31 years, and I am a passionate food safety professional. Before joining AIB, I worked for Frito-Lay, and I am as passionate about food safety today as I was when I joined the industry many years ago.
Oh, superb. Oh, 31 years. Are you one of the longest serving members there?
Well, I'm getting up there. That's for sure. You know, I always tell people AIB International is 100 years old. Now, that doesn't mean I started 100 years ago, although those people that know me, I've been around a long time.
You're part of the furniture. Right, here we go. So here we go.
So Alicia did mention this, and that's why she did a perfect segue for me. She did mention the pandemic prepared certification, Simon. So this is great that she kind of led into this for me. And
okay.
That is what I'm going to talk to folks about.
Yeah. So if you the next button's directly under the presentation. If you switch your webcam off now, and I'll switch my webcam and mic off, and I'll see you in a bit.
Perfect. So again, she did mention this, and we do have, it is new to our organization. We just introduced it last month, and it is called Pandemic Prepared Certification. And I encourage you all to reach out to me at the end. I'll give you a contact information, but we are going to walk through it very briefly. I promise I'm not going to make this a commercial or an advertisement for AIB International. Hopefully you saw my screen change, but I do want to share this. We are a 100-year-old company. All we know is food and the food industry. We have wonderful contacts in the food industry. So if you get stuck on something that's food safety related, or, I had a company earlier today I was on the phone with, they needed some help with some micro issues. They were smart enough to call us and we were able to help them. So I encourage you to use us as that friendly resource. We are a global company, and I see many of you are global as well. You're around the world. So don't forget, we're in 126 countries. So chances are we have a local contact in your region that we can also help with. Again, my intent is not to overwhelm you with AIB information, but I think the second bullet point is what I want to point out. It says, our mission statement says, equip our clients with knowledge. And I think that speaks volumes. That is really, as Alicia said, that is our intent. That is what we're here to do. We want to give you the information. We share our standards with you, our consolidated standards. We share so much information. I always tell people, call me at AIB. Send me an email. I'll answer your questions for you. Phone calls are free. So please don't be afraid to reach out. Equip our clients with knowledge. We are that transparent. So let's talk about this pandemic prepared certification. We put together a standard for the industry because the industry really struggled in March when this pandemic when the word pandemic was used. And what we did was we found when we started to introduce our standard as a pilot test that 75% of the customers that we did the pilot study for when we went out and actually inspected their factories and their manufacturing sites, missed the critical requirements that we had laid out in our standard. And then with 75% missed a whole section, and I'll share that section with you. So if you can successfully achieve the categories that are laid out in this standard, you will achieve this mark. And it is pretty prestigious. I mean, it's a global mark. It's the Pandemic Prepared Certification mark. And again, how do you achieve it? Well, you have to successfully pass all 5 categories that you see on your screen. Number 1 is pandemic crisis management. That's your crisis management plan. Number 2 is supply chain management. Number 3 is intermittent operation planning management. This is how you start up and shut down your factory. Number 4, the prerequisite programs. During this pandemic, did you lose sight of your food safety programs at all? And you're going to see some of the top 5 findings, and you're going to be surprised to see many facilities did in fact lose sight of some of their programs. And then number 5, health crisis mitigation and management. And this is, you still have it in place in most of your factories. This is the day-to-day where you're checking temperatures, for example, of your employees coming into your facility. So again, there's 5 sections, very common for those of you that are very familiar with the AIB consolidated standards now. So there are some similarities, but remember, it's not a food safety standard. It is truly a pandemic preparedness standard. And it's intended to be almost a book that you can take off the shelf that will prepare you for not just the state we're in right now today, but also for the next pandemic. So this is intended to be a useful tool that will answer the question for the industry: how can you help me right now today? And how can you help me for the next one? So let's look at, what did we actually see now that we have some of these under our belts and we've done the pilots? What are we seeing? What are the issues that we're seeing as the top 5? And you'll notice there's a website on there that's pretty simple to remember, PPC, which is again, the name of the standard, at aibinternational.com. If you go to that website, not only will you be able to reach me, you send me a question and say, Judy, you talked about this. I'd want some additional information. So this is a great way to get a hold of me. Even if you want some additional, support on food safety, this is the way you can reach me and I'll respond to you. But you can also get a list. There's actually 13. We've reduced it for the short amount of time that we have together today, but we actually have a list of the top 13 findings. So send me an email and I'll send it back to you with a list of the top 13. But let's take a look at the top 5, and these are not in any particular order, but these are the top 5 things that the industry has been missing on the audits that we've been conducting. And I think, again, get your pens and pencils ready, because I want you to challenge your own facility when you go back to your sites. Number 1, not holding crisis management team meetings during the pandemic to assess if the plan is actually working properly. So let me give you an example. We went into so many facilities that said, yep, we have a plan. And they met maybe at the beginning of the pandemic, but that was it. And one thing that we really caution you on as a practical tip, communication is key for a real crisis management plan to work. So some of the best companies that had the best plans, what we saw was them meeting at least every week, and at least some met more frequently. Some would have phone calls every single day. Some would have meetings every single day. And now they're meeting once a week, maybe once every 3 days, something like that. So remember, communication is the key to success. Supply chain management, not putting your PPE or especially, really, and I really mean this, your chemicals through your supplier approval process. Let me give you an example. What happened in March, especially, right? We went out, we purchased a whole bunch of chemicals. Did we put those through our supplier approval program? Or did we just go on the internet and say, we need chemicals that will work for COVID-19? Most of us did the latter. We went and purchased chemicals just off the internet. And we have a robust supplier approval program in our facility, right? We would need it to get us through the GFSI audits, to get us through the AIB inspection. But what happened is we didn't use the supplier approval process. So remember this, okay? The practical tip, there's no shortcuts to your prerequisite programs. There's no shortcuts to your supplier approval process. You have a supplier approval program and it's in place for a reason. So make sure you use it. Number 3, the intermittent operational planning management. This is the starting and the stopping of your operation. So many times, especially around the globe, facilities were told they had to shut down. And what happened is we didn't consider the expiration of ingredients. What happens when you have to shut down your factory for 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks? You have raw materials that are going to expire. So what we remind people is it could happen to you. So we say B2B, and that's not business to business. It means back to the basics. So make sure you have a good stock rotation. Make sure you have a program in place for perishable materials. Should you have to shut down, make sure you have a program for insect susceptible materials. And that is, remember, you should be rotating your raw materials, and anything that's insect susceptible, you should be checking to make sure every 4 weeks that you're not seeing stored product pests. So remember, B2B, back to the basics. Number 4, discarding used PPE in regular trash containers. Now, this is one that most of us are kind of guilty of. We take these masks and we put them anywhere. In fact, used to be when you drove up to facilities to do an inspection, you'd see, drifting around in the parking lot, maybe a hairnet drifting around. Maybe you'd see an earplug floating around in a parking lot. Now what you see is face masks floating around in parking lots. Remember, you have to treat these as if they're contaminated, because you do not know if they're contaminated or not. You could have an employee that is actually positive that just is not showing the symptoms. So you need to treat your personal protective equipment as if it's positive. So you don't want it just showing up in the break rooms, on the tables in the lunch rooms, and in every trash can. You want to make sure you treat it as if it's contaminated. And then number 5, not assessing risk during the receiving process. And this is a big one. And we saw this in more than 75%, just over 75% of the facilities that were not paying attention to the receiving process. And remember, drivers, you got to be very aware of your drivers. You think about, how many drivers are coming to your facility? How are they handling paperwork? Are they handing the paperwork directly to you and now you contact that paperwork? Or are you contactless at your facility? What about the pallet jacks? Does everybody share a pallet jack, for example, to take product off of a trailer? Or do you all share a pallet jack, or do you have dedicated pallet jacks? What about a driver if they want to take a bathroom break? Do you allow them into your facility? I mean, these are real things that you need to be challenging this program right now today. Okay, you don't wait. So again, this is why you want to take the standard, look at the standard, and really challenge yourself and find out, are you pandemic prepared? So again, I encourage you to use the website that you see on the screen, ppc@aibinternational.com. Send your information, send your questions over, and I will be more than happy to give you some personal attention, answer your questions. You've already met Alicia, and we both of us are here to help you. Thank you all so much.
Thanks, Judy. Do you want to switch your webcam on? Do you know what I'm going to be doing after this Food Safety Live's finished? I'm going to get on my email and write an email to Mark and Amy and demand that you come on another webinar, at least one next week, because I like your style. Very good. Oh,
if you ever get me where I can talk about food safety, I'll tell you I love it as much as I love this standard, because I think this is a great thing for the industry. So always happy to support the industry.
Great. Well, I can tell you're passionate and obviously know your stuff. So thanks for imparting those wise words for us today. And, you know, we love working with the AIB International. So, yeah, no, seriously, hopefully you can come back next year and do something else for us. So thank you.
My pleasure. Good luck, everyone.
Thanks very much. Okay. And that was Judy Lazaro from AIB International.
Independent company for non-profit organization dedicated to providing services to improve public health in all the world. And we do this activity by building standards, doing audits and certification, accredited and not graded certification. Doing analysis, we have labs in some countries, and we do also training and consultancy, where I am the director for training and education in Latin America. Well, let's start talking about this topic, is how we can approach the reality of the plant through environmental monitoring plan. This is an issue I would like to talk, and I hope you will enjoy talking about this issue today. In this way, we can understand that the environment of a plant is not inert. We know that the environment in a plant has their own life. And this life is a micro life. We cannot see this life, but it's there. And it's causing us troubles. We have spoilage, we have pathogens, and we can have losses of food and foodborne illnesses. So it's very important that we can detect which are these characteristics qualitatively and also quantitatively in our plan. This is the main objective from a plan for an environmental plan program. The first question we have to do is, do I need an environmental monitoring program in my food facility? This is what we need to know. I hope all of you answered that yes, it's good to have an environmental program. For example, in the case of the ready-to-eat food, legally, the FDA leaves this decision to the processor. And in the case of the GFSI, third-party audits standards, they all include an environmental monitoring program as part of the quality management system. Well, if we do some simple questions, for example, does your process have a kill step? For example, cooking. If you answer yes, if I have in my ready-to-eat product a cooking step, do I need to have an environmental monitoring program? Yes. Is your product exposed to the environment after the kill step and before packaging? This is really a big issue. Many companies in the world decided to implement a post-lethal process, post-packaging lethal process, because even though they cook the food, they have pasteurization, for example, if they do any process like slicing, they frequently have recontamination in the product. So many companies decided to include a pasteurization process after packaging. Is your product a collection of ready-to-eat products combined to produce a ready-to-eat food that doesn't include the kill step? For example, restaurants? Or finally, if your product is refrigerated, it is one that is conducted to growth listeria, like the dairy food. You have to know that listeria is very difficult to control as a saprophytic bacteria. So we need to know if we have enough or we have the proper pH or the proper water activity to control it. But if we don't have, how will assure that our customers are eating a safe food? So if you decided or if you answered yes, so you have to implement an environmental monitoring program, IMP. You need a plan. But before having an environmental monitoring plan, you have to solve two key issues. First, do you have a thorough sanitation program? Because, you know, having an environmental monitoring program is not doing verification of the SSOP, the cleaning and sanitation SSOP. So you have to be sure that the SSOP, cleaning and sanitation SSOP is having a good performance in your plan. And the second question you have to answer is, do you have the resources to enact it faithfully? Because doing environmental monitoring plan requires money, requires a budget. And this is very important because once you install implement the environmental monitoring program, you have to sustain this. So before going into controlling or sampling the environment, you have to be sure that your cleaning and sanitation program is going fine. Then, what do we need to include in an environmental monitoring program? First, what we need to include? Risk assessment of the hazard you have identified. But the most probable is that you already did it because you have a hazard plan, so you identify which are the pathogen of relevance in your process. So you have something to start. Second, the methodology. This is the main issue that we will talk today in my presentation. A map of your facility separated into hygienic zone, a process for exactly how you will collect the samples, a description on how often you will conduct your environmental monitoring, a description of where you will swab, which will be the points that you will focus your sampling. Then a description on how you will do the analysis, which test you will have, and finally, the corrective action. You need to have a plan if you detect that you are having a positive sample or a level above the standard you are waiting. We talked that the GFSI standard asks to have an environmental monitoring plan. For example, BRC asks that you need to have a risk-based environmental monitoring program. So having a risk-based EMP is key issue. After that, you will have a very good IMP plan. First, you have to have a risk assessment. FSSC 22000 asks if that you have to have a program. You have also to validate and verify the microbiological safety on the site. And also you have to demonstrate the effectiveness of cleaning and sanitation program. This is very important. It's very important, as we talked before. We need to have we need to be sure that cleaning and sanitation is doing the job. In the case of SQF is more descriptive in the standard. They ask that we need to have an environmental monitoring program implemented in the process. We need to determine which are the responsibility in this program. We need to have the scheduling of the sampling, which sample we will take, the frequency, the number of samples you will take, and finally you have to have the implementation that you have the corrective action implemented in your plan. So we agreed that having an environmental monitoring plan requires a plan, requires some issues we need to include in this one. So we will talk today. We will talk today about 3 topics I mentioned in my introduction. First, food safety criteria, which will be the one we will use in our IMP, zoning, and sampling. This will be the 3 topics we will talk today. So, since we are already certain that we must implement this plan, you need to comply these 3 different topics in order to have a good design or well-designed IMP in your plan. Let's talk about food safety criteria. Food safety criteria is composed by 2 issues. One is the food safety criteria related with the food itself, what I need to comply with the food, and the process hygiene criteria. For both, I have tests which I can do in order to check if this plant will be safe to process food, and in the case of the food, if the food is complying with the requirement. If I design an environmental monitoring plan considering the food safety criteria and the process hygiene criteria, I will have a clear vision on which test I have to do in my plant. Let's talk about food safety criteria. Food safety criteria is the criteria you have to assess in your batch or foodstuff. The plant should have in place an adequate product verification program. This is the product verification program is not the same that the environmental monitoring plan. What we do in a food safety system is to do testing. We do the verification of the product in order to check if the quality, the safety system is efficient to protect the food. But if we want to prepare or to produce a safety food, we need a safety environment. This is a relationship between the food safety criteria and the food safety, the safety environment to protect the food. So, which are the sources we have to detect or determine which will be the safety criteria we will use in our food? First, standards. Second, guidance. And third, specifications. Standards is the law. Is the law. What we need to comply for certain food in certain market. If we don't comply the law, we cannot do business in the food industry. So the first source of information you need to have in place is the standard, the regulation. Second one, many associations or producers or companies has their own guidance. These are the guidance are criteria which provide some advice to food manufacturer about acceptable or expected microbial levels when the food production process is under control and they are applying the best practices. This is the second source of information for the food safety criteria. And third are the microbiological specification. These are established between producers and buyers in order to be sure that they are complying the requirements they want to have in the food. Remember, the first source of information for the safety criteria in the IMP is the food. And the second one is the process safety criteria. This is which we should use to ensure that the production processes are operating properly. The plant should have in place an adequate environmental monitoring program based on which are the requirements, the requirement for food. A good environmental monitoring program will allow us to detect as an early warning system if food could be contaminated or if food will not comply the regulation. This is very important. We have to take care. We have to take into consideration that we could have an early warning system having an IMP plan. It allows us also to detect conflict sites or contamination issues. Because if we have a good monitoring plan, we can detect this properly. It also allows us to verify if the SOP are implemented. Remember, it's not the same that verifying the SSOP procedure, but it will give us an information if the plan is clean. And if the plan is clean and is sound, it's because the SOP is working fine. We also need to have the target microorganism. This is the reason, because I mentioned before that we have to take into consideration the food safety criteria, because if we know which are the pathogens related with this food, or if we know which are the spoilage bacteria that destroy the food, we need to check the environment in order to test if we don't have this in the environment. And finally, the plan should consider the definition of zones. And these zones are based on risk. So having zoning in the plan give us the possibility to understand which are the risks for the food, the risks for contamination. Which pathogen or which bacteria we could include in our IMP. I mentioned that we need to include the spoilage bacteria. Spoilage bacteria are a wide variety, and it depends on which is the food, the nature of the food. We can have molds, we can have bacteria deteriorating the food, but in this case, I would like to mention you indicators of pathogens. We can implement our IMP using the right indicators. We could have indicators that could show us the handling condition of the process efficiency, like the aerobic mesophiles or total count, GITs and molds or other. And also we can have some indicators that reveal fecal contamination, like fecal coliforms or enterococcus, among others. Related with pathogens, we have two kind of pathogens in food. And we could also have these two kinds of pathogens in the environment. The first family is those related with temperature abuse. So it's are not test absence presence. You can allow a criteria. You can allow a number of bacteria in the environment, and you can allow a number of bacteria in the food. Like Staphylococcus aureus or Clostridium perfringens or Bacillus cereus. It's not the same that Clostridium botulinum, because you cannot allow Clostridium botulinum in food. The second group is the cross-contamination group of bacteria, like Listeria monocytogenes, Salmonella, E. coli. So if you have to comply this food safety criteria in your final food, you have to consider the same pathogen in your environmental monitoring plan. Because what we are trying to implement with an environmental monitoring plan is an early warning system. So we want to know with enough anticipation if we have the hazard of having these bacteria in the food. The other thing we have to consider is the step, because the step in the process will give us the information to do the zoning. Is the zone a zone of microbial production, like cleaning, washing? Is this a zone of destruction, microbial destruction, like pasteurization or sanitization in the case of fruit? Is this a zone of microbial inhibition, like cooling, like salting, any other? Or is this zone in the plant a zone in which the product could be contaminated, and especially, as I mentioned before, could be recontaminated? This is something very complicated and very difficult to manage. When we have this zone, we also can do a classification of the zone. There are different ways of doing. In this example, I put the source in the slide. In this example, the classification of the zones are done from 1 to 4, being the red the highest risk, and the higher risk for the product is the direct contact surfaces, and the lowest risk is the non-direct surfaces. And also in this methodology to do the zoning, the most near to the final product the zone is the highest risk for the product. So in this case, we can have from 1 to 4, the higher to the lower risk. There is no zero risk. We know that there is a high risk and low risk. And also, in this example, you can put all the materials, the surfaces, the equipment, the utensils that you have in that zone, because remember, we need to identify which will be the surfaces we will sample, from which surfaces we will take the sample for the environmental monitoring plan. This is another example in which this company, also the sources in the slide, this company defined 3 zones: direct contact, non-direct contact, and not direct contact far from the food. Okay, the most important thing in this slide, is that for each result in the environmental monitoring plan, you have to have the corrective action. So if we find, as example, Listeria monocytogenes in a food product contact surface post packaging, what I will do, not only with the product, what I will do with the product is something that the HACCP plan is in charge of, but also what I will do with the environment in my plant. Which are the niches of contamination? Which is the source of this Listeria in this step? Then the zoning will give us the chance to have the frequency of the sampling, because, as I mentioned you before, the more risky area, more frequency of sampling. In this example, if we have a critical index, for example, 4, 3 to 1, a critical index related with the probability of having the contamination in food, and so the impact in the final product, we can have, if the impact is very likely, we need to have a more frequency of the sampling, for example, daily. And if the impact in the final product is unlikely, maybe I can do it monthly. So it's not only to draw a list of surfaces and defining I will do this sampling monthly or weekly, or I don't have more money, so I will do it monthly. No, we need to implement the sampling plan, the frequency of the sampling related with the risk. And the risk is the risk on the product. Next point. The sampling representativeness. This is also a very, very key issue. Remember, when you receive a result from the lab, and the result is that you have the salmonella contamination in a peanut butter company in the packaging surfaces. What I will do with this? But the second question I need to answer is how sure I am that is the result. Well, when you receive a positive result, this is not so dangerous. But the problem is really when you don't receive a positive results. So I am sure that I have no salmonella in this packaging room. This is something that we need to be very sure. And this is something that the representativeness from the sampling is in charge. Just some ideas. The first one, subtracting a large number of small units provide greater protection than subtracting the same total sample weight in fewer units. I put here just an example of a blueberries clamshell to show that it's better to have small samples to prepare a 100-gram sample than having just one sample with 100-gram samples. The first things that you have to take care. Second one, increasing the risk. If you have an increasing risk in your facility, you should increase the number and size of the unit to minimize the probability of accepting a lot that should be rejected. This is the example I was giving you before. Okay, I received a negative result from this part of the plant, but I'm sure that this is really negative. So if you have an increasing risk, so if you know that you have some problem with the maintenance or maybe you have some trouble with your supplier, it's better if you increase the number of samples of the environment before keeping the number you already do. The third, the lower the uniformity, it will be necessary to subtract a greater number of samples. This is very important. If you have a manual process, if you have different suppliers for to make grapes, so you need to take care for that. You have taken samples that represents the reality of the lot the lot of the surfaces, because we need to do the comparison, because we are not talking about food. Remember, we are talking about surfaces, but we could use the same criteria of representativeness for the food for the surfaces. We need to have representativeness from the sample we are taking from the plant. And finally, the sample size is critical when you have analysis and you will have a results presence or absence. So these four criteria related with the representativeness is you have to take care to implement in the surface. The same criteria you implement for taking some food samples, you can take for the surfaces. I will show an example before finishing. The methodology, the sampling methodology, is very important to diagnose, to recover. So I think it's better to have a Listeria positive in a sample, in the plant, than having a Listeria negative. And if you are not sure that is really negative. So having a good sampling plan, representativeness, and the sampling method is very important. You can use contact sampling, swabbing, or sponges. You can take also process residues. Process residue is really will give you a really good information, because it's all that the non-product that remain in the surfaces. You can use this in order to check, okay, if I have this reality in this sample, which could be the reality in my food. And also you can use rinsing. Rinsing is also a good way of taking information about the environment in the plant. So we have zoning, we have the swabbing sites, and we need to implement the frequency. Remember, one of the input to determine the frequency of sampling is the risk. So in this example, I also put the source in the slide. In this example, we have the 4 zones. Remember, zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, and so forth. The first thing we can see in this slide is that we have not the same amount. There's not the same quantity of sample for zone 1 than zone 4. So in zone 4, we have only 5 samples, and in zone 1 we have 10. So something is telling us that the risk is higher in zone 1. So I need to take more samples. The other is very important. Remember, I mentioned when I started my presentation, is to identify the sampling points. We need to identify the sampling point. It's not like, please take sample from the surface. No, we need to identify which will be the surfaces I will sample, and then the frequency. Here we can see the frequency A, frequency B. It is an example, so we don't know what frequency A or frequency B means, but could be frequency A could be maybe the pathogen you have to monitor. And frequency B could be the indicator. So, or maybe it could be the opposite. Maybe it could be frequency A is the indicator. So if I use, for example, Listeria monocytogenes SP as indicator, I can do SP in the frequency A weekly, and I can add samples to doing monocytogenes in the frequency B. Okay, I can do SP, Listeria SP in the frequency A, and I can do Listeria monocytogenes in the frequency B. If I do enterobacteria as an indicator for Salmonella, for example, I can do enterobacteria weekly, and I can add a Salmonella quarterly. So it depends. But it depends in what. There is no a recipe to implement the environmental sampling. It depends on your risk assessment. Risk assessment on your environment. This is the main issue that we need to take into consideration to prepare a plan. Another issue related with sampling. Remember, I mentioned that the representativeness of the sample is very important. Here is an example. This is a vat of cheese. The person is preparing the cheese pieces in this vat, and we could have the vat as a sample. Remember, in this case, could be zone 1. The surface could be the vat, and then I can implement also the sampling unit. I can determine different points in the vat I will take to have a representative testing. We can identify the points, or we can rotate the points. In my case, I suggest as much possible to standardize. So I can standardize which will be the point I will sample, and then I can do composite. So I can take the 5 sample unit, I can do composite, and I will have a results for the VAT. So if the VAT is complying the total count, and is complying the Listeria Zero, for example, in this brand of cheese, so I can be sure that I have a good information from a sampling plan, an environmental sampling plan in my plan. So designing a right plan is very important to have real information, and information that will allow you to take decisions, because the environmental microbiological reality is the closest projection of which could happen in my food. So remember, the plant is not inert. It has their own life, and this own life is what we need to know in a right way. We need to do this environmental monitoring plan in charge of determining its characteristic periodically, not only qualitatively, also quantitatively. We need to know where are the microbes, how much microbes I am allowing to grow in my plant. Is the SOP program working fine? Are my processes doing the job? Are my processes killing the bacteria in the way I have planned that is killing the microbes? So if we implement a good environmental monitoring plan, representative, based on risk, and implementing the corrective action, I will protect the food in my plan. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Can you switch your webcam back on? I'm very pleased that we managed to overcome your sound difficulties, because it was an excellent presentation. So thank you very much. This is it, the final one, and this is actually pre-recorded. It is DNVGL's presentation on infection prevention, emergency preparedness in the healthcare industry. So it's lessons learned from the healthcare, and so see what we can apply perhaps from a healthcare setting into our food safety settings. So yeah, so I'll press the video, and then after the presentation, it's the DMV sponsor showcase. I'll come back after that and wrap things up. Okay.
Hi everyone, my name is Barry Smith with DNVGL Healthcare, and I want to welcome you all to our Infection Prevention and Emergency Preparedness webinar today, Lessons Learned from the Healthcare Industry. Before we get going here, just a little bit about myself. I work with DNVGL Healthcare as the Director of Sales for North America. So DNVGL, we have a long history going back to 1864. We're in industries all across the globe, whether it be maritime, oil and gas, energy, healthcare, pretty much any energy in industry you can think of, DNVGL is part of. We have more than 100,000 customers across the globe and more than 350 offices, and we operate in more than 100 countries. Our main purpose is to safeguard life, property, and the environment, and our vision is to be a trusted voice to tackle global transformation. The values that we live every day are that we care, we dare, and we share. DNVGL is headquartered in Oslo, Norway. In a nutshell, what do we look like here in the Americas? We have 8 offices in 39 locations. We've issued more than 12,000 certificates, and we have more than 630 employees here. And in our healthcare industry, which we have been doing since 2005, we actually have more than 500 hospitals. Now that number's been updated. We just passed our 600 plus hospitals. So we are really growing in the healthcare industry. Next slide, please. So what are we here to talk about today? You know, COVID, of course, is top for everyone, and everyone's looking for solutions on how they can be better prepared for their employees, for their clients, for their customers, and being able to continue their business in this challenging times that we are in. So we're going to talk about some of the ways that DMVGL can help and offer some ideas on what DMVGL can offer our clients and do offer our clients for dealing with this crisis that we're in. So before we kick that off, I'm going to introduce your presenter for today, who is Leslie Lloyd. Leslie Lloyd is a clinical surveyor with DMVGL Healthcare. She also works in our program development team for our infection prevention programs. She has an MBA and an BSN, as well as a certification in infection prevention. Leslie, I'm going to hand it over to you. You take it the rest of the way, and we'll talk to you all at the end, where we'll have a Q&A session and answer as many questions as we can. Leslie, welcome.
All right. Thank you, Barry, and welcome everybody to our webinar today. In this webinar, you will learn about emerging pathogens, which include COVID-19, and the risk posed to organizations. We're going to discuss the infection control hierarchy of control and what can be controlled and mitigated in the organization. We'll discuss organizational emergency preparedness and interventions for addressing emerging pathogens and their effect on the work environment. And you'll hear how an effective quality management system plays a role in organizational preparedness. And we'll discuss personnel safety as well. So please note that the COVID-19 information presented in this slide deck is the most current recommendations from DMVGL and the CDC. We do encourage you, however, to frequently visit the CDC and DMVGL websites for any updates. The information presented is not specific to the public health emergency, but it does contain applicable information for the current public health emergency. So to start, let's take a closer look at COVID-19. So what is coronavirus? What is COVID-19? Coronavirus disease 219 or COVID-19 is a respiratory illness that can spread from person to person. The virus that causes COVID-19 is SARS-CoV-2, which, as we all know, is a novel coronavirus that was first identified during investigation into an outbreak in Wuhan, China. Now, novel is another way of saying it was new, an emerging pathogen. So how does COVID-19 spread? Well, scientists think the virus is primarily spread between people who are in close contact with one another, within about 6 feet, through respiratory droplets that are produced when we cough or breathe or sneeze. It's possible, but thought to be less likely, that a person can get COVID-19 by touching a surface or object that has the virus on it, and then touching their own mouth, nose, or eyes. But this is not thought to be the primary way that the virus spreads. Scientists have discovered that in the right circumstances, the virus can travel further than 6 feet on air currents. Basically, the lower the relative humidity in the room, the further the viral particle can travel through the air. So how do you know if you or someone you know has COVID-19? Well, it's tough. Not every infected person develops symptoms, which is why universal masking is so important. The mask helps to decrease the viral load we breathe out from circulating in the air for others to breathe in. Those who do develop symptoms typically experience symptom onset between 2 and 14 days after exposure. Now, symptoms can be mild to severe, and for many, they may include fever, chills, coughing, breathing difficulty, achiness, headaches, sore throat, loss of taste or smell, gastrointestinal distress such as nausea or diarrhea. Everyone's symptomology seems to be a little different. Contact your healthcare professional if you think you may have COVID-19 and seek medical attention immediately if you have trouble breathing, persistent pain or pressure in your chest, or any confusion or inability to be aroused. And of course, if you have a bluish tint to your lips or face, always contact medical help. So emerging pathogens and outbreaks. What do we mean when we say emerging pathogen? Well, emerging means new, and pathogen means the disease-causing germ. The National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases defines emerging pathogens as those that have newly appeared in a population or have existed but are rapidly increasing in incidence and geographic area. An outbreak is simply a sudden increase in disease occurring in a location. Control of emerging infectious diseases can be difficult because of the large number of disease-causing organisms and the diversity of geographic areas in which emergence can occur. This is further complicated by an increased global transportation and global economies. As we saw with COVID-19, the next pandemic may just be a plane or boat ride away. Therefore, it's important for organizations to prepare and develop risk-based plans to mitigate complications associated with emerging pathogens like COVID-19. So how do we combat and prepare ourselves against an unseen enemy? Well, we have to know the chain of infection and how to break the links in the chain to prevent the spread of infection. The chain of infection has 6 links. The first link in the chain is the infectious agent, also known as the pathogen. This can include bacteria, viruses, fungus, and parasites. The way to break the link here is diagnosis and treatment of infection and antimicrobial stewardship, meaning don't demand an antibiotic from your healthcare provider for a viral infection. And when you are given antibiotics, make sure you follow the directions and complete the entire prescription. Don't just stop taking the prescription when you feel better, but make sure you complete your prescription or only stop it if your healthcare provider tells you to. The second link in the chain is the reservoir. This can be dirty surfaces and equipment, infectious people, animals and insects, or pathogens in water or soil. We break this link by appropriate cleaning and disinfection processes, pest control, and development of infection prevention policies and procedures. The third link is the portal of exit, which includes wounds, cuts, scratches, or other breaks in the skin, splatters or aerosols of body fluids, including sneezes and coughing. We break the chain of infection here by appropriately washing and sanitizing our hands, wearing personal protective equipment, controlling splatters and aerosols, and respiratory etiquette, which is covering our coughs and sneezes, using tissues or face coverings, and properly disposing of the waste. The fourth link in the mode of transmission, or the fourth link is the mode of transmission. Now, modes of transmission include touching, ingesting, and inhaling. We can stop the transmission of infection and break this link in the chain of infection by appropriately washing or sanitizing our hands, wearing personal protective equipment, maintaining food safety, appropriate cleaning and disinfection, and establishing isolation or quarantines for infected persons. The fifth link in the chain of infection is the portal of entry. Now, the portal of entry are places where the pathogen can enter. This can be through a broken skin or through mucous membranes, such as the eyes, the nose, the mouth. The chain is broken here when we appropriately wash or sanitize our hands. We wear our PPE or personal protective equipment. We obtain first aid. We cover breaks in the skin and make sure to have good personal hygiene. Now, the sixth and final link in the chain of infection is a susceptible host. Without a host, there can't be a party. Any one of us can be susceptible hosts. So how do we lessen our risk of being susceptible to infection? Well, by educating ourselves with evidence-based data, getting immunizations for vaccine-preventable diseases, and treating any underlying diseases we have that place us at a higher risk for infection. All right, so infection control hierarchy. The hazard of control hierarchy is a system used to reduce or eliminate exposure to infectious agents or processes. The hierarchy of control is used to determine how to implement effective methods to control transmission of infections. As you can see here, the inverted triangle is adapted from the CDC. It indicates that items at the top are the most effective, and the effectiveness lessens as we make our way down the triangle. Elimination is at the top. Obviously, it's most effective if we can eliminate the risk of infection completely. However, this is virtually impossible, so we don't focus here in infection prevention. Substitution, we would replace the hazard with something else. For instance, we get vaccines to trigger our bodies into an immune state as a substitution from suffering from actual disease. Engineering controls is where we isolate people from the hazard. Examples include putting up physical barriers or installing special ventilation systems with a clean to dirty airflow or air decontamination systems. Administrative controls, well, they change the way people work. Examples of administrative controls include working remotely, allowing restrictions of visitation or visitors, reducing the number of people allowed in a physical location, and something we've all become very familiar with, social distancing. And then finally, we have PPE, or personal protective equipment. This is the least effective thing in our hierarchy of controls. PPE is the least effective because the protection provided by PPE is dependent on a lot of things. First, the quality of the PPE and the competence and compliance of the person putting on and taking off the PPE. That plays a large role in the effectiveness of it. PPE is the last line of defense, but it can also become a mode of transmission if not worn or handled properly. A quality management system aligns with an organization's purpose and strategic plan and is expressed by documentation of organizational goals, priorities, policies, and procedures. Implementation of quality management systems affect an organization's performance. In order to obtain and sustain preparedness, it's important for an organization to establish a quality management system. The facility's quality management system must include planning, gap analysis, and actions defined by the organization. It's important during public health emergencies that the organization regularly monitor the situation through local, state, federal resources. Activities and current statuses must be reported through the quality management system structure. Infection prevention and control training. Okay, so not only do we need to make sure our staff have job-specific training, but everyone should have some basic infection prevention training as well. Make sure facility leadership, including heads of services, managers, and supervisors, have reviewed the organization's risk assessment, infection control, and emergency preparedness plan, and any local, state, or federal guidance. If there are currently no plans in place, take this opportunity to begin development of a risk assessment to assist in the development of infection control and emergency preparedness plans. The facility should provide education and job-specific training to personnel regarding emerging pathogens and COVID-19, including signs and symptoms of infection, correct infection control practices and personal protective equipment use, placement of individuals with known or suspected infection, what's your sick leave policy, and any recommended actions for unprotected exposures, such as your employees not using the recommended PPE or they have contact with an infectious individual before they know they're infectious. And then how and whom emergency pathogens and COVID-19 cases should be reported. So infection prevention and control policy. There must be a policy, right? If the organization does not already have an infection prevention and control policy, consider development of a policy. The infection prevention and control policy should define the scope of the service, describing the design, implementation, and evaluation of processes needed for the delivery of infection prevention and control plans. The policy should also address contract and contingency plans for supplies that may be needed, as well as ensuring waste management contracts are in place and evaluated for any necessary addendums required for increased volumes or special handling of waste due to emerging pathogens or infection outbreaks. So, were you or your organization prepared when COVID-19 happened? Most of us were not. So how do we prepare ourselves and our organizations for the next pandemic or disaster that's inevitably going to rear its ugly head at some point in the future? Well, we have to assess our risk factors and develop an emergency preparedness plan. So if your organization does not already have an emergency preparedness plan in place, start by doing a risk assessment to determine what potentially could place your organization at the most risk. Then develop plans to address areas of highest risk. How do you assess your risk? Well, you ask your people what they're worried about. What will you do if staff become infected? How do you deal with the shutdown? How is your organization going to be impacted by different scenarios? The planning elements should include necessary items for ensuring that contingencies are in place for delivering services during small and large-scale disasters, organization of equipment, workforce training, disaster exercises, and evaluation of disaster exercises, including identification of areas for improvement. If there is an organizational emergency preparedness plan already in place, be sure to review emergency preparedness policies and procedures based on the organization's emergency plan. Risk assessments in the organization's communication plan as well. This should include any arrangements or contracts for cooperation or collaboration with any local, tribal, regional, state, federal emergency preparedness officials, or efforts to maintain an integrated response during a disaster or emergency. The ability to track location of on-duty staff and sheltered individuals in the organization's care during emergency. If on-duty staff are sheltered in place or individuals are relocated during emergency, the organization must document the specific name and location of the receiving facility or other location, and there must be decision criteria for the determination of the protection in place or evacuation of individuals in the event of a disaster. The organization should also consider a means to shelter in place for individuals, staff, and volunteers who remain in the facility. Safe evacuation includes consideration of care and treatment needs of evacuees, staff responsibilities, transportation, identification of evacuation locations, and primary and alternate means of communication with external sources of assistance. A system of medical documentation, if needed, that preserves individual information, protects confidentiality of the individual's information, and secures and maintains the availability of the records. Also consider the use of volunteers in an emergency and other emergency staffing strategies, including the processes and roles for integration of state and federally designed professionals, designated professionals, to address surge needs during an emergency based on the type of organization and associated needs. Emergency plans should be effectively established with communication to all personnel and relevant external parties. So make sure you get the external parties involved in the plan. Appropriate emergency response plans should include not only primary location, but also any off-site that you may have. The facility should review and update plans related to influx of individuals or surge capacity. And you need to review and update community coordination plans. You should also have an inventory of any needed supplies, especially personal protective equipment, and consider security of those supplies. Make sure your organization has considered special precautions needed for any COVID-19 positive or infectious individuals if they're present during an emergency or a fire evacuation, and include that in the training. And then make sure you have contingency plans for any staffing shortages. In a hospital's emergency preparedness communication plan, they must comply with federal, state, and local laws, and that includes all elements of the National Fire Protection Association in NFPA 99. Your organization can apply this same guidance to your emergency communication plan. To do this, ensure your emergency communication plan contains and is kept current with the name and contact information for staff, entities that provide services under the arrangement, any volunteers, federal, state, tribal, or local emergency preparedness staff, and other sources of assistance as recognized. The organization's emergency communication plan should also have a means to release information as needed in case of evacuation, and a means to provide information about individuals in the care or service of the organization at the time of the disaster, as permitted by law. To ensure the effectiveness of the emergency preparedness plan, conduct emergency drills or exercises to test the plan and the response of your staff. Be sure to analyze the organization's response and keep records of the drill and exercises so that you can revise the emergency plan when deficiencies are identified. The purpose of the emergency preparedness plan is to be proactive so that you are as prepared as possible to respond when an emergency strikes. The goal is to be prepared for infection outbreaks, epidemics, pandemics, in addition to natural disasters, power outages, or whatever you think may come your way. The key to a great emergency plan is to think of and incorporate plans for the stuff you think just won't happen. You know, like a global COVID-19 pandemic. All right, so do you have a process for quickly identifying individuals who are sick? If not, consider implementation of the following process for your organization as a method for rapid identification and isolation of infectious persons. Post signs at entrances with instructions for individuals to immediately put on a face covering and keep it on at all times, to cover their mouth and nose when coughing or sneezing, and to use and dispose of tissues appropriately, and to perform hand hygiene after contact with any respiratory secretions and frequently. Post signs advising individuals with fever or applicable symptoms of infection to not enter and to contact their medical provider. If symptoms develop while they're in your organization, they need to immediately notify personnel so that appropriate precautions can be put in place. If you can, provide face coverings to coughing individuals and other symptomatic individuals upon entry to the facility, or if possible, deny their entry. Depending on the services you provide, this may or may not be feasible. Consider including a phone message that instructs callers to not come to the facility if they're sick, but to contact the medical provider, or that instructs them on who to contact in case of an emergency. Ensure you have alcohol-based hand rub or hand sanitizer for hand hygiene available at each entrance and in all common areas. Placement of alcohol-based hand sanitizer or hand rubs must be compliant with NFPA 101/2012 at all organization locations. Provide tissues and no-touch receptacles for disposal of tissues in waiting rooms and common areas. Make sure you have a separate, well-ventilated space that allows waiting individuals to be separated by 6 feet or more with easy access to respiratory hygiene and cough etiquette supplies. And have processes to ensure individuals with confirmed or suspected communicable diseases are quickly moved to a designated area away from others, preferably a room with negative pressure airflow. Have a process that occurs after a suspected case is identified to include immediate notification of facility leadership, infection control, so appropriate measures can be implemented for cleaning and decontamination of impacted areas. Have a process to provide education related to relevant topics of infection prevention and control. And lastly, ensure that there's a process to notify local or state health departments if a suspected case arrives. Notify them as soon as possible if applicable based on your organization. All right, emerging pathogens and COVID-19 individual placement. So somebody's at your facility, they look sick, they probably have COVID-19 or another communicable illness. So now what? What do? Well, they have to wait somewhere until transportation comes to get them or they're able to leave. In this scenario, it's important to know that what your plan is. So where's a safe place for the individual to stay while they wait? Designate rooms available within the facility where the infected person can wait and not place other individuals at risk. Preferably a room with negative pressure airflow If you don't have that available, that's fine. If you do have it available, you need to make sure you confirm the number and location of designated rooms and/or negative pressure rooms, and record this information in your emergency preparedness and infection prevention plan. Be sure this information is communicated to all relevant parties in your organization. If you're lucky enough to have negative pressure rooms, document that it's been tested and it's effective, meaning it has sufficient air exchanges, the negative pressure is working, the exhaust handling is appropriate. This verification documentation should occur at least monthly, and the room should also be checked for negative pressure before occupancy. So before you put a sick individual in there, make sure it's working appropriately. Verify that each negative pressure room has a minimum of 6 air changes per hour. 12 air changes per hour are recommended for any new construction or renovations. And then air from these rooms should be exhausted directly to the outside or filtered through a HEPA filter or a high efficiency particulate air filter before it's recirculated. Room doors should be kept closed except when entering or leaving the room, and entry and exit should be minimized. When the room is occupied by an infectious individual, the room should be checked daily for negative pressure if it's a negative pressure room. And there should be a plan to minimize the number of personnel who enter the room. Only essential personnel should enter their designated room when it's occupied by an infected individual. You should develop policies for dedicating non-critical equipment to the individual as applicable, and have a process for documenting personnel entering and exiting the contaminated area of the room, so you can keep track and watch them to see if they end up getting sick. This can be a log or some sort of electronic tracking mechanism, whatever works for your organization. So the healthcare system utilizes what we call transmission-based precautions when working with a person with an infectious disease. Some of these measures can be translated for use into many types of facilities in any industry. Contact precautions includes wearing a barrier to prevent direct contact with the infected individual or the contaminated or the potentially contaminated environment. Barriers would include personal protective equipment such as gowns and gloves. Other barrier methods are when you go to the grocery store or wherever and you see those shields that are up. That's a type of a barrier method. Droplet precautions are used to reduce the likelihood of inhaling infectious particles from an individual with certain respiratory infections like the flu. With droplet precautions, a face mask is worn when within 3 to 5 feet of a person with certain infectious respiratory illnesses. Other respiratory illnesses, such as tuberculosis, require what is known as airborne precautions. With disease processes requiring airborne precautions, the respiratory pathogen is very small and lightweight, and it's carried through the air currents for extended periods of time. Airborne precautions require a special fit-tested respirator be worn, and the infectious person be placed in a room with specialized airflow or negative pressure. Eye protection, such as goggles or a face shield, these may be indicated based on the disease process or the activity being performed. When eye protection is indicated, it's important to wear it during all the contact you have with that individual during that episode. All right, make sure that any PPE or personal protective equipment and other infection prevention control supplies, such as hand hygiene supplies, that would be used for both personnel protection and source control for the infected individual, like face masks, are located at the point of use and are in sufficient supply. If your organization requires respirators be worn, then you must have a respiratory protection program, and all personnel required to wear respirators must be medically cleared, fit tested, and trained for respirator use. Have a plan for personnel to receive appropriate hazard recognition training, including just-in-time training on selection and proper use of PPE, which includes putting it on and removing it appropriately, with a required demonstration of competency. Have a process for auditing adherence to recommended PPE use by personnel, and a plan to monitor the control of any high use or high demand PPE. Infected individuals in your facility should not be allowed to roam freely. You should have a policy or a protocol to limit their movement within the facility as applicable. Have a process in place to ensure that infectious individuals' movements outside of their designated room will be limited to essential purposes only. Have a protocol in place to ensure that if the individual is going outside of their designated room, personnel in other areas are notified in advance. If possible, for instance, if in a hotel, ask that they call the front desk before coming down to the lobby. Be sure to ask that infectious individuals going outside of their designated room wear face coverings and clean clothing while outside their room, and to return to their designated room as quickly as possible. All right, hand hygiene. It's been said to be one of the most important life skills one is taught as a child. And we learned earlier that it's one of the most important ways to break the chain of infection. The organization should ensure that hand hygiene supplies, including soap and alcohol-based hand rubs or hand sanitizer, is accessible and available in areas such as bathrooms, areas where PPE will be removed, and stations where food preparation or consumption occurs. Have a process to audit compliance with hand hygiene practices by personnel. The World Health Organization and the CDC both have step-by-step guidance on how to properly wash hands with soap and water, as well as how to properly use hand rubs or hand sanitizers. Once you complete an audit, analyze your data. What is the hand hygiene compliance rate? Is it what you expected? Is there room for improvement? Observe, ask, don't forget to monitor in areas where there's potential interactions with the public, as well as areas where only staff interaction occurs. Have a plan to mitigate supply shortages for hand hygiene supplies. Having established environmental cleaning protocol is another great way to prevent transmission of infection. Ensure there's a facility plan for proper cleaning and disinfection of environmental surfaces and equipment. If environmental services personnel are given this responsibility, they should be appropriately trained. It's imperative that all personnel with cleaning responsibilities understand that the contact time for the selected cleaning products. If the instructions for use for the cleaning agent use says the solution must stay wet for 5 minutes, then 5 minutes is what it takes for the solution to kill any pathogen on that surface. Prematurely drying off the solution to speed the turnover process prevents the cleaning agent from doing its intended job, thereby increasing the risk that someone may become infected as a result of rushing the process. Shared or non-dedicated equipment must be cleaned and disinfected after use according to the manufacturer's recommendations. EPA-registered organization-grade disinfectant with an EPA-approved emerging viral pathogen claim on hard, non-porous surfaces is recommended. If there are no available EPA-registered products that have an approved emerging viral pathogen claim for emerging pathogens in COVID-19, products with label claims against human coronavirus should be used according to the label instructions. There should also be a process to ensure compliance with any special requirements for handling of waste. Management of laundry and food service utensils should be performed in accordance with routine procedures. Without personnel, none of our organizations can survive. So there needs to be a process in place to monitor and manage them to ensure they stay healthy. Be sure that personnel receive training regarding unprotected exposure to a confirmed or possible emerging pathogen such as COVID-19, and to contact the supervisor or your employee or occupational health immediately. Personnel should receive training on what steps to take if they develop symptoms consistent with an infectious disease and COVID-19, such as fever, cough, difficulty breathing. They need to know to not report to work and to contact their supervisor or employee health or occupational health services. Make sure they understand not to come to work to show you how sick they are. Follow the local, state, public health authorities' policies and procedures for monitoring and managing personnel with potential for COVID exposure to infectious agents in COVID-19. including ensuring that personnel have access, including via telephone, to a medical consultation. Have a process to track exposures and to conduct active and/or self-monitoring of personnel if required by public health. Ensure the facility has a process to screen employees or conduct temperature or symptom screening prior to the start of any shift of asymptomatic or potentially exposed personnel that are not work restricted. Make sure measures are in place to ensure the organization maintains a healthy workforce. Educate personnel to avoid close contact with people, especially those who are sick. You know, the 6 feet social distancing rule. Make sure that staff know to avoid touching their eyes, nose, and mouth with unwashed hands. Stay home when they're sick so the rest of the workforce doesn't become infected. Cover coughs and sneezes with a tissue and then throw the tissue in the trash. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects and surfaces using an approved cleaning product. Wash hands often with soap and water for at least 20 seconds, especially after going to the bathroom, before eating, and after blowing the nose or coughing or sneezing. If soap and water are not readily available, use an alcohol-based hand rub or hand sanitizer that contains 60 to 95% alcohol. And ensure that they are comfortable contacting their supervisor and not working if they have a fever, a cough, runny nose, sore throat, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, or any other symptom of an infectious disease or communicable illness. So how can DNVGL help you? Currently, DNVGL is offering MyCare infection risk management assessments. MyCare is deployed through a set of specific assessment services which could be used to address both specific needs such as reopening activities and longer-term initiatives such as bespoke initiatives or improvement programs. The 3 different levels of assessment available are: first, a readiness assessment, which assesses the organization against the basic MyCare requirements. To be deemed ready, an organization must meet at least a level 2 in the MyCare assessment. A level 2 indicates all the must-haves are in place. This level of assessment is intended to provide assurance that the organization has implemented all necessary steps to restart operation. Secondly, there's the MyCare maturity assessment. This is the process improvement approach. This measures an organization's infection risk maturity level by assessing where you are today and how you can get better. A level 3 maturity assessment score means all of the must-have items are in place and that all of the are good to haves are in place. Additionally, great to haves gets you a level 4, and a level 5 is over and above, off the charts awesome, which is what we want everyone to strive for. Our third assessment option is the bespoke, which is custom made. It assesses against the MyCare requirements and then adds supplemental requirements agreed upon by the customer. MyCare assesses 6 domains: governance, which is top management; strategy, which is planning; communication, how are we messaging to our customers and allowing feedback; actions, what's the behavior? Are we socially distancing? Are we compliant? Data analysis, collect the data based on performance metrics and see what the story tells us. Is our plan effective? And then continuous improvement, looking at the effectiveness of the plan and looking to see what can be done to improve upon it for a better and a safer tomorrow. After the MyCare assessment is completed, you're issued a trust mark that can be posted and shared to communicate with customers and employees, showcasing your infection management measures and DNVGL's independent statement. So in summary, adopting the MyCare methodology allows you to build customer trust and reactivate for business in demonstrating hygiene measures. The outcome of the assessment in the form of a statement and a badge you can earn to be showcased towards customers and employees in order to differentiate you from the competition. Knowing your compliance and maturity allows you as a company to respond more quickly to vulnerabilities and take tangible actions to address the current and midterm infection risks. And communicating clearly towards your customer and employees on that you take a holistic health, safety, and environment approach to infection risk as part of your supply chain resilience makes a statement about how well your company will cope with any upcoming crisis.
If there's anything that you want to contact us on, there's the email address, contact us at dnbgl.com. It's a real email address, goes to real people like myself and Leslie, and we do get those messages and would surely like to interact with you if there was something you didn't get to ask here today, or just want to get some more information about DNBGL. So again, I want to thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules and hope this was a great learning experience for you and you were able to walk away with something new you didn't know today that you could use in your daily lives and at work to keep yourselves and your families and your employees and clients safe. So thank you all for attending today's webinar, and we look forward to getting the materials out to you soon.
Okay. Well, that's it. Whew. It's been a long day. 9 hours. 9 hours, 14 back-to-back presentations. Fantastic. It's worth it. It's tiring, but I've enjoyed it. So thanks to the 154 of you who are still online. Guess what? You're going to get your certificates of attendance before anybody else. Shh, don't tell anybody. That link I've just loaded in the sidebar, it should take you to an area of the IFSQN website, and in there's a folder with the slides and a folder with the certificates. I think it's probably going to take a couple of days to get the recording out, a bit of editing to do and get it all packaged up. But in the meantime, you've got the slides and the certificates. So yeah. Food Safety Live 2020 is over. It's all right. We'll be back. We've got plenty of Food Safety Fridays before the end of the year. And now I can focus on next year, 2021, what we're going to have next year. Bigger, better, more webinars so that we can bring great presenters from all over the world and attendees such as yourselves, and we can all learn together. So thanks for taking the time out today and sharing your time with us. Wherever you are in the world, whether it's morning, afternoon, evening, nighttime, have a great day, and look forward to engaging with you all soon.